An ordinary night city, and no one ever thought that something like this could happen here. The children just went on an excursion, and two of them fell behind the group and got lost. A couple in love and their dog were standing over a manhole because the girl dropped her phone there. They fell behind because the girl lost her phone, and now they were trying to find it. As it turned out, it fell straight into the sewer, into a narrow manhole. To get it, he opened the manhole and was angry at the girl all the time. He saw it at the very bottom in a pile of incomprehensible eggs. However, he had no choice. He had to get it. The guy reached out for it and screamed. Slippery eggs stuck to his hands and the device. They seemed to be devouring the boy's body, but he didn't understand what it really was. Appa was scared. He didn't know what was happening to him, but he understood. Something was definitely wrong. The girl noticed it too. After all, Appa just stopped. And he didn't answer. He just froze and stood there without moving. Suddenly, he felt that something was happening to him, because the eggs stuck to his hands and began to burst, causing him severe pain. They grew at an incredible speed, and gradually, they began to absorb his body. Appa called for help, but the girl chased him away and in the end ran away in fear. The girl started to run away with all her might, trying to save herself. She ran with such force that she tripped over her leg and fell. The girl found herself on the ground near the riverbank. She raised her head and saw in front of her a huge number of the same eggs. Near the river, the banks of which were simply strewn with disgusting eggs. The events moved to a school bus, where a group of school children were going on a field trip. Soon, they were supposed to be near Suel. This was their first trip, and none of them had been to this city before. Despite the fact that the trip was very long, the main character was not upset because the girl he liked was sitting opposite him. Despite the boring 2-hour trip, the boy was in a cheerful mood. After all, So-yeon, a beautiful dark-haired girl, sat where she could be seen perfectly. At school, the boy could not talk to her normally, so he did not want to waste time on the trip and invited So-yeon to walk around the shops and go for a meal. The main character blushed a lot from such a surprise. How did he get called from the front? It was Kim Joo-byung, his friend, who was a fan of the band Oki. He noticed the unhealthy look on the boy's face and offered him some gum. Their conversation was interrupted by a girl blogger. She took out a tripod with a phone and told them to wave if they wanted to be featured on her blog. The third grade of Chang'an School waved in unison for the Hong Kong TV blog. It was a small class, it only took up half of the bus. But the boy thought only about her all the time and tried to find an opportunity to get closer and talk. Finally, they arrived. The excursion began and the children amicably left the bus. And they began to look at the local architecture and monuments. The blogger filmed their every step, wherever they went. Even the class teacher managed to catch a few words. The teacher told them about the history of this fascinating city. Everyone stood around the girl with the camera and filmed for the blog, but the boy stayed away. His head was filled with doubtful thoughts. He imagined that if he had his own blog, he would record a video of So-yeon talking to him. All the time, he was watching her carefully. Suddenly, he noticed that she was also looking at him. He turned away because he felt ashamed and tried to hide it. But he decided to check if she was still looking at him. However, it wasn't like that. It seemed like she wasn't even thinking about him. She was minding her own business and talking to other people. Kang Ji-hoon, the class president, and just a tall, blonde, handsome guy, approached the group. He easily joined the conversation. The main character was upset because he wanted to be able to talk to them as casually. The blogger noticed two estranged guys and went to them, since the guys had not yet introduced themselves for her blog. It was his turn. He introduced himself. His excitement was impossible not to feel. She called the guy cute enough, which made him even more embarrassed. During the interview, Lee Yeon-woo was still distracted by his love. He could not take his eyes off the girl. Lee Yeon-woo watched her every step and understood that he just wanted to be with her all the time. It was time for a group photo, so the whole group of kids gathered together to take a photo. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the pigeons sitting near the hatch. Lee Yeon-woo noticed how they began to disappear one by one. Something was simply pulling them down, and after them, only bloodstains and feathers remained. The main character noticed that something strange was happening, because the birds began to disappear one by one. Something was simply pulling them inside, and he didn't know what it really was. Another guy approached him, the same headman. The headman asked him to do him a favor, and his friend asked if he knew what loyalty was. The matter was not so urgent and could wait until the hotel. However, all the time, he did not stop thinking about what had happened. Maybe he just imagined it? No one even suspected what was really happening. And the deaths of the pigeons were only the beginning. The class arrived at the hotel. The girl continued to film and filmed this event for the blog. However, the main character did not join them, but sat on the sidelines all the time. He did not stop thinking about what had happened and read the correspondence all the time. He looked at the photo of the girl he liked, and he did not notice at all how other students approached him. He got scared and tried to hide the phone. But it was too late, because the girl saw a familiar face in the picture. The guy couldn't find his place. The girl is a real insider. If she finds out who it was, the whole blog will know about it. And then everyone will know that he is in love and they will start making fun of him. The main character's self-examination was interrupted by the head man. He searched for the guy for a long time and took him to the toilet for a conversation. When he arrived, he opened his briefcase. It was completely filled with soja. Lee Yan-woo screamed in surprise. It was a forbidden drink, so he wanted the main character to carry it onto the bus. After all, then he would become a hero and everyone would respect him. Lee Yan-woo decided to leave, but the guy stopped him. He knew that the girl liked him, so he was going to call her. The hero understood that then they would have a chance to get closer and she would start to respect him. Therefore, this was his perhaps last chance to get closer to her. He didn't want to do it, but he had no other choice, so he just agreed. After a while, the children were supposed to start packing up and leaving. They were supposed to be divided into rooms. At that moment, he started to get very nervous because he was afraid that he might be caught. Kim Joo-byung brought cards, which were also not allowed to be taken with him. He wanted to show them off. However, the main character had something much cooler with him and showed him the drinks, which were very many in his bag. He could not believe his eyes and started screaming. The main character tried to close Kim Joo-byung's mouth, but it was too late because the teacher heard them and wanted to check the bag. The guy was talking to the class teacher. Soya was standing nearby and promised to tell his parents everything so that they would punish him. The broken-hearted boy returned to the room, imagining how angry his parents would be. The head man and his friend were standing there. They started hugging him, although they also managed to carry drinks in their bags. The headman said that they were going to a party with alcohol. The boy asked where it would be. However, they had not decided yet because the teacher was on patrol. The headman replied that now he was a real hero for them. They left him and promised to call after they found a good place. Night came. The hero sat on the edge of the bed. There was no call. Worse was that the place where everyone gathered, his beloved, could also be there. He was angry. He was cunningly framed and used as bait to smuggle alcohol. The next day, the excursion continued. The children were going to go to a new place where it was very interesting. But the guy was not cheerful. He still could not forgive such a betrayal. But suddenly, he saw So-yeon in front of him. He heard that she, together with her friends, was talking about yesterday's party, and this meant that she was with them and did not think about him at all. He had already lost hope of talking to her, but suddenly, she herself started talking to him. The girl replied that she had never been on the cable car, and that was where they were going now, and it was a great opportunity to try something new. He couldn't believe his eyes and didn't even know what to say. She also knew that he had been caught yesterday and found the booze, so he became a hero to her. Lee Yan-woo tried to hold back a smile but blushed because it was the first time she had spoken to him. They started driving. He kept standing next to her and watching, looking for opportunities to talk and get closer. A long notification came on the phones warning that there was an outbreak of some kind of virus in Seoul. Like here, a bird crashes into the booth. It was a pigeon that looked quite strange and scary. It made a hole in the glass with its beak. A second later, other pigeons started crashing in one after another. The cabin seemed to be covered in huge white layers. Danger was approaching, but so far, none of the children understood what was really happening. Lee Yan-woo said that it looked like frog eggs that he had seen in the hatch, but no one supported him in this hypothesis. One egg leaked through the glass crack and fell to the floor of the cabin. Everyone was pushing and panicking. A strong crush began. Someone stepped on Lee Yan-woo's foot. He screamed. Turning around, he saw that it was So-yeon. Lee Yan-woo was scared and apologized for his foot. So-yeon was very close. She was holding Lee Yan-woo's back with her hand. She was literally breathing down his neck. Suddenly, the class teacher screamed from behind. She asked her to calm down and stop giving in, otherwise she would be crushed to death. The headmaster's friend stepped forward. He approached the frog's egg closer to take a closer look. When he looked closer, he noticed that the egg was moving. The booth arrived at its destination. The inspectors examined it in shock. The sight was not the best. As soon as the door opened, the children ran out one after another, screaming. Despite the inspector's warnings to go down the stairs carefully, chaos was brewing in the booth. Everyone was shouting, pushing, and shoving, and some refused to come out. But Lee Yan-woo was only thinking about what had happened to him and the girl in the booth. He knew that So-yeon was standing behind him. It was time to talk to her. Who knew when he would get another chance? Lee Yan-woo started apologizing for stepping on her foot. So-yeon didn't let him finish, because the guy was already apologizing for that. His mouth seemed to have a separate life. He rambled on and made a lame joke about the cable car and pigeons. Calling himself an idiot in his head, he pulled himself together and tried to invite So-yeon out for a walk. The girl didn't wait and asked if he was trying to tell her something. This question made the guy panic. Looking into So-yeon's eyes, he gathered his thoughts. The cute, light expression on her face had a calming effect on the boy. He gathered his thoughts and invited So-yeon to go to the observatory together. But the girls' attention shifted to someone's scream. It was their classmate. She was sitting on the floor. A crowd of people had gathered around her, including the class teacher. Her leg was starting to become covered with frog eggs. Like a spider's web, they settled on the girl's body. According to the girl, the virus jumped out of nowhere at her and spread throughout her body. She screamed and beat her leg until someone fell down the stairs. It was the teacher. The girl was shaking and couldn't get up on her own. She gathered around her a crowd of caring people who helped her get up. No one expected to see this. The faces of her classmates showed great surprise and fear. Her pale, once clean face was now covered in white eggs. Her gaze was strange, resembling madness. The controller ran up to Gale. He wanted to help her because the girl was still screaming and shaking like other people. The girl grabbed her rescuer and begged for help. Her gaze, it was full of madness, and her body was becoming more and more covered in white eggs. The mister's hand instantly began to be covered with the virus. The girl was still begging for help. The others, who had not yet managed to leave the booth, watched with horror in their eyes what was happening. The classmates decided to close the booth as quickly as possible so that the virus would not reach them. The headman, who closed the door, held it as hard as he could. The girl asked what was happening, because she heard Gale's screams. The blood ran cold from what she saw. Gale lay in a pile of eggs as if a huge spider wanted to completely wrap her in its web, and she was still alive and in severe pain. The children screamed and panicked, trying to do something, but they understood that they were in a deadly trap from which it was now very difficult to get out alive. Their screams were interrupted by a knock on the glass. It was Gale's hand, or rather, the hand of a monster, white as a corpse, covered in white eggs. The events moved to the entrance to the observatory. There, the class teacher and the security guard were talking about a booked excursion and the route to it. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a sound that sounded like a herd of elephants running past. The teacher turned around in fright. Those were the students who were running out in fright with all their might, screaming. The teacher tried to calm them down and rally them. She was shocked by what was happening, but something else interrupted her attention. It was a student who was lying helplessly under the stairs and shaking. The class teacher rushed to help the girl because she was responsible for the children. Falling to her knees in front of her, the teacher wanted to lift the girl. She asked if she could hear her and asked her to get up. When the child raised her head, the teacher screamed in shock. Her face was clearly filled with wild fear. The girl was unrecognizable. All that was visible was her mouth, begging for help. She was in a lot of pain. The events moved back to the cubicle. The frightened students huddled together and sat on the floor. One of them asked to look at Gale. No one wanted to do this, but still, the boy turned around and saw a terrible picture. Gale's body seemed to be decomposing and rotting alive. The boy screamed and chaos and stampeding began again. After coughing, Lee Yan-woo realized that he had goosebumps all over his body. The way Gale looked could not help but scare him. The boy's attention shifted to So-yeon. She stood next to him, trembling all over. Her expression screamed of not childish fear. When their eyes met, Lee Yan-woo decided to ask if the girl was okay, but she didn't have time to answer. A warning came to the phones about a dangerous virus. There was complete chaos in these areas. Infected people were falling and rolling on the floor. Others were running away. The frightened teenagers read this message and couldn't understand what was happening and what to do. Lee Yan-woo said again that it was because of the frog eggs. But this time, they didn't listen to him either, because they knocked on the glass. Returning, Kang Ji-hoon couldn't believe his eyes. He screamed in fear, which scared the others. Their faces were full of shock. The headmaster fell and held on to the classmates standing nearby. He shouted something about her coming. Turning around, they saw Gale standing like a zombie at the entrance to the cubicle. Everyone screamed. They thought Gale was dead. They started calling her, but she was silent, not raising her head. This picture was driving them crazy. Lee Yan-woo stood closest to everyone. The frightened headmaster, like the last coward, hid at the feet of his classmates and held someone's hand. He told Lee Yan-woo to ask if Gale was okay. The guy was indignant why he had to go, and not someone else. A frightened So-yeon stood next to him. He looked at her and felt that he had to protect the girl. She was trembling with fear and seemed completely defenseless. There was no choice. Lee Yan-woo volunteered to go to Gale. Hesitantly, he uttered a phrase asking if she was okay, but received no answer. Gale stood silently in front of the entrance to the booth. It was heard from the crowd that the zombie girl could hear everything, she just had to ask louder. Gathering her strength, Lee Yan-woo came a little closer and started to ask, but he was interrupted and was not allowed to finish the matter. The phone received another notification about the danger. There was a lot of tension in the booth, and the sound of the notification really scared the teenagers. Lee Yan-woo took out his phone. The message was about the virus again. This time, it had grown even stronger and caused damage to almost all of Seoul. If the guy hadn't tried to pretend to be brave, but he was incredibly afraid to approach Gale. so he breathed a sigh of relief that the notification had arrived. But the joy didn't last long. When it seemed that it couldn't get any worse, Gale raised her head and they met Lee Yun-woo's eyes. Her eyes were white, without pupils. The mascara and eyeliner were smeared around her eyes, which gave the girl a creepy look. The face was covered with ugly white spots. Gale turned to the noise from the stairs. They could hear a group of people running towards the cable car. It seemed that they thought that they would be safer near it. But unfortunately, having risen to the top, they were met with fear in the face. 3 young people stood a meter from the zombie. Seeing them, Gale opened her mouth and hissed at them. It felt like she was torn from reality. It was no longer Gale, it was a monster. The group screamed in fear. They did not understand what was happening on the cable car. Suddenly, something strange happened to Gale. Her balls separated from her body. The girl screamed. It seemed that it was very painful. A mass consisting of eggs attacked the company. The sight was simply terrifying. Gale's skin was peeling off. The classmates were shocked by what they saw. They could not even imagine that such a thing would happen. Meanwhile, a white mass was sticking to the face of one of the boys, although he tried to defend himself. The virus seemed to suck out the boy's face, and the mass became new skin, firmly growing into the body. While everyone was panicking and saying goodbye to life, Lee Yun-woo was staring at the door. The boy understood that this was not Gale. This was a monster, and she hardly wished them well. To protect himself and his friends, Lee Yun-woo went up on his knees so that the zombie would not see him and locked the door. His classmates were surprised by such a heroic act, although some may not have understood why he did it. Lee Yun-woo understood this and began to explain that it was better to close the door so that the monster would not open the door. How a boy was breaking into the door, scared to death. With his screams, he really scared Lee Yun-woo, who was standing right in front of him on the other side of the door. The boy begged to open the door and let him in. His gaze was terrifyingly scary. But the monster was approaching him. The zombie became even bigger. Gale was there and unrecognizable. The boy began to frantically pull the handle and pray that Lee Yun-woo would open the door. It was a matter of life and death. The classmates huddled in a corner. Only Lee Yun-woo remained in place and pondered what decision to make. He understood that the others were obeying fear. The only one who thought critically was him, so Lee Yun-woo could not put others in danger and did not open the door. At this time, the monster got to the boy and bit his elbow. There was no chance of salvation. Meanwhile, the victim was almost completely swallowed by the monster. That was the boy's last cry before death. It looked like quicksand. The poor thing was being sucked into the mass and he slowly went to the bottom. Lee Yun-woo's body was covered in cold sweat. The blood froze in his veins. They would never forget what happened. It was a nightmare come true. The scariest thing was the monster's face. All that was left of Gale was her beautiful black hair and neat nose. The zombie monster stood up. The girl's poor body was covered in so much mass that she lay on the floor, revealing her bony spine. Lee Yun-woo looked into the monster's eyes. He couldn't believe that Gale was no longer with them. Other tourists were climbing the stairs. Shocked, they began to scream, which greatly attracted the zombie's attention. At that very moment, the monster pounced on them. He found more victims. Silence fell. The stairs were covered in blood mixed with mucus and eggs. The picture resembled the apocalypse. Classmates were sitting in a corner. For a moment, it seemed, that everything was over and the monster was gone. As if, the pigeon on the wall began to move, which attracted the attention of teenagers. The whole class trembled so much that the entire cubicle vibrated. Suddenly, the pigeon screamed loudly. He was considered dead for a long time, just like Gale. Will the nightmare repeat itself? This thought flashed through Lee Yun-woo's mind, which made his face look very scared. One of his classmates shouted why exactly this was happening to them, and the headmaster covered his mouth so that they wouldn't hear her. The class heard some noise from the stairs. Could it be that the monster was returning? They were discussing in whispers what they would do if the zombie monster returned, and they covered the panicking classmate's mouth even harder so that he would be silent. The teenagers looked at the stairs trembling and waited for the monster to return up them. The sounds began to subside and become distant. It seemed that Gale had left. It seemed that the danger had passed. Someone sobbing was heard from behind the cubicle. It was the blogger. The girl was crying because she blamed herself and the whole class. She thought that Gale had disappeared because of them. They could have saved her. The headman Kang Ji-hoon immediately shouted at her. How could she say such a thing? Didn't she see what Gale was doing to the others? He said that if Lee Yun-woo hadn't closed the door, they would all have died long ago. As soon as he had let out a sigh, the main character noticed something. His attention suddenly shifted to the ceiling of the cubicle. He grabbed the hatch at the top and tried to open it. It was good that the boy's height allowed him to reach the ceiling. The class watched in surprise as the boy opened the emergency exit completely. The boy started to climb out. As soon as the headman shouted at him and told him to stop, he didn't understand why he shouldn't climb out of the cubicle. After all, it was unknown what would happen if Gale returned. While she was gone, they had to get out of danger. But the headman insisted on his own and said that they would not be able to escape from her. Lee Yan-woo's attention switched to So-yeon. The girl was shaking, hugging her knees, and her gaze was directed into space. It was clear that she was very scared. Despite this, So-yeon noticed that Lee Yan-woo was staring at her and put him down, which greatly embarrassed the guy. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to tell her something if he was looking at her like that. Of course, this question shocked the guy. Hesitatingly saying her name, he said that he just wanted to know if she was okay. How everyone screamed. They were frightened by the sound coming from the cabin. It turned out that it was just a radio. From it came the voice of a rescuer, asking if anyone was in the cabin. The connection was poor, and the radio could be heard in separate words that barely formed into any logical sentence. But his monologue was interrupted by the sound of the cable car. Everyone looked up. It seemed that something bad had happened. The cable car stopped. The cabin was rocking from side to side from a rather sharp stop. The teenagers were shocked. They did not understand why the cable car stopped, why it did not continue to descend. Suddenly, there was a noise from above again. The sound was like a creak, very sharp and piercing. A miracle happened, because the cable car started moving again and seemed to continue descending. The children's lives seemed to be shortened by several years from such adventures. Finally, they saw the building, and this meant that they were almost in the city. Suddenly, the classmates' faces changed again. As they got closer, they could see that the entire building literally consisted of white mass. There was so much of it that it was leaking from the doors and windows. The teenagers no longer knew whether they wanted to leave the cabin. After all, below, right at the exit from the cable car, monsters were waiting for them, chained to the floor and walls. All the corridors and passages were littered with the bodies of monsters. The fear of approaching was heightened by the fact that the white mass on the building began to move. The teenagers had nowhere to run. It was a good thing the booth was closed. One of the lying monsters began to get up. Perhaps the frog eggs acted as eyes, because how the blind monster noticed the cable car in the distance is not clear. All the teenagers fell to the floor with screams. It felt like they were falling and were about to break, as if there was an accident, as if something had crashed. The cabin collided with the wall and broke. Now the teenagers were not safe in it. Classmates lay unconscious on the floor. Unfortunately, no one could withstand such a shock. Lee Yan-woo was the first to recover. His head was buzzing and cracking badly. Perhaps he had a concussion. The guy was moaning in pain. Other classmates also recovered and everyone started to climb carefully. It seems that there were no casualties and the whole class survived. Kang Ji-hoon said that he felt like he was in hell. Adventure after adventure. Also, his neck hurt unbearably. So-yeon asked what had just happened. Were they really stuck on the cable car? The girl hurt her hand. When she hit, she was thrown against the wall and the others fell on top of her. She raised her head and was shocked. So-yeon's eyes became wide and her gaze was very surprised. Behind the door, the girl saw a white mass. It seemed that it was a zombie monster that wanted to get inside them. Unfortunately, the glass shattered upon impact and the teenagers were in real danger. They had to quickly come up with something to save themselves. So-yeon shouted to the others that the monster was approaching and clearly did not want to be friends with them. The teenagers turned around and screamed in fear, not having time to fully recover from the accident. Suddenly, the zombie monster's hand slammed into the glass. Everything happened like in a horror movie. Lee Yan-woo and Kang Ji-hoon screamed as hard as they could. The monster screamed back, and now not only his hand was hitting the glass, the zombie's whole body was trying to get inside. The teenagers reacted instantly and ran to the other end of the booth as hard as they could. The headman, Kang Ji-hoon, broke the glass of the cabin with his foot out of fear. It seems that he wanted to escape from the other side of the cable car. But at this time, something happened that scared Lee Yan-woo even more. He turned to the sound and screamed very loudly. The monster's entire body fell into the cabin. The teenagers screamed. Lee Yan-woo was again in front and covered everyone with himself. Kang Ji-hoon at this time continued to break the glass. The monster began to get up and scream. It was visible that instead of eyes, there were holes. The headman was very angry and scared. All his aggression was converted into strength, and with one kick, he knocked out all the glass from the cabin, making a passage for escape. The teenagers simply collapsed in a heap on the ground. Everyone was afraid, and most of all, wanted to get out and stay alive. Turning back, one of the classmates saw something in front of him that scared him very much. He shouted for everyone to run away immediately. What the boys saw was a monster approaching their exit. Its white tentacles were already visible to the teenagers, so without thinking, the class ran as fast as they could. They only had time to turn back and see if the zombie monster was catching up with them. Lee Yan-woo screamed because he saw that the zombie had climbed out of the booth and was approaching them. They were lucky that the zombie was quite slow in moving, so the teenagers ran even faster. Unfortunately, So-yeon tripped on the stairs. She was the last one running. It's a good thing Lee Yan-woo noticed this and stopped. He couldn't leave his beloved helpless in danger. He reached out to So-yeon to grab the girl's hand and help her get up. It seems that the girl had sprained her leg. The girl didn't expect such a heroic act from the guy. She was even a little scared at first. Lee Yan-woo noticed that a zombie monster was about to catch up with them, so he quickly grabbed the girl's sleeve to run away. He shouted for the girl to get up faster, otherwise they would be caught up and then death would not be avoided. Meanwhile, the rest of the class had already entered the building and was going down the stairs to the exit. If they had gotten out of this lair, their chances of survival would have been much higher. At the turn, the headman Kang Ji-hoon stopped because he saw something that scared him very much. It was a corridor completely covered with mucus mixed with blood. Other zombie monsters seemed to be rising from the mucus. Others ran up from behind, but the headman stopped them. They couldn't go there to their inevitable death. A plan was needed, but the monsters had already heard them. Some of them began to rise and scream, making themselves known. A classmate saw this and screamed. Adrenaline mixed with fear, and this turbulent mixture spread throughout the body through the blood. At the same time, So-yeon and Lee Yan-woo were still running away. The girl was very scared and didn't want to let the guy go. Suddenly, she stopped and yelped loudly. The girl asked Lee Yan-woo to wait a minute. The guy turned around in confusion and looked at her. He didn't understand what could be so important when it was literally a matter of life and death. But when he lowered his gaze, he was very surprised. Lee Yan-woo saw that So-yeon's leg had turned red in the knee area. The girl was moaning in pain and couldn't keep running at that pace. The guy asked if she was okay. It seemed that So-yeon had been badly injured when she fell down the stairs. Lee Yan-woo started apologizing to the girl because he thought it was all because of him. The girl tried to calm him down because in her opinion it happened when they were running away from the cable car. The girl added that she was very grateful for the guy's help. It was really valuable to her. Of course, the guy blushed at these words because then he was just doing what he thought he should have. Suddenly, their conversation and a rather cute moment were interrupted by the sound of climbing stairs and a loud scream. It was their classmate. He was running like crazy and shouting to his friends to run away too. Behind him was the headman Kang Ji-hoon. He was shouting at the guy in front to shut up, otherwise he would kill him on the spot. They went up to the floor where Lee Yan-woo was burned with soja. The room looked like it had just been cleaned. The teenagers stood cautiously at the entrance to the room. From previous experience, they were afraid to go in right away, so they first carefully examined everything. Everything looked very safe, which was actually alarming because on the other floors everything was covered in a white mass with zombie monsters. Was this really a chance for salvation? Meanwhile, the monster that had been running after them from the cubicle was crawling up the stairs. He smelled blood and followed the tracks. Like that shark, his appetite became animalistic at the smell of blood. He would soon reach the teenagers. Meanwhile, the class decided to take a breather in the safe room and think about the next plan of action to save them. The girl was able to call her mother. She cried into the phone and said that she didn't know what to do. Kim Joo-byung was scrolling through the news on his phone and said that it was all about monsters on the internet. Warden Kang Ji-hoon told him to call the police, but there was no connection with them. Kim Joo-byung's face changed dramatically, as if some new idea had come to his head, or the boy had heard something strange. Kim Joo-byung went to the windows. Warden Kang Ji-hoon asked where he had gone. There was a parking lot outside the window. The cars were covered in white. As he got closer, Kim Joo-byung saw that some drivers were trying to get out of the car, but it was too late because they had also fallen victim to the mutants. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo also called his worried mother. He said that he was in the cable car building on the second floor and could not get out of there. But suddenly, the boy's attention shifted to So-yeon's scream of pain. His girlfriend tried to provide So-yeon with first aid as much as possible in the conditions of the apocalypse. Lee Yan-woo watched what was happening from under his cap. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo's admiration was interrupted by another classmate who pushed the boy and asked if he had any change or coins. Kim Joo-byung wanted to use the vending machine with snacks, but he didn't have any change with him. The boy asked Lee Yan-woo if he wanted anything but was refused. Kim Joo-byung was shaking badly. He seemed to be overcome by some kind of fever. Lee Yan-woo noticed his friend's condition and asked if he was okay, to which he got a tantrum in response. The boy felt bad. Not everyone could remain calm in such a dangerous situation. Kim Joo-byung started cursing the day he came on the school trip. The boy continued to monologue about how bad he felt. However, Lee Yan-woo's thoughts were interrupted by the fact that he really thought he was going to die. Suddenly, the boy's attention shifted back to the floor. It seemed that the boy had noticed something strange and dangerous again. Looking closer, Lee Yan-woo noticed traces of blood on the floor. It was So-yeon's blood, and the drops led straight to the second floor where the teenagers were hiding. Lee Yan-woo followed these traces and concluded that the girl was sad. As he walked further, the boy realized that So-yeon had bled all the way to the shelter, leaving traces behind her. When the boy went out into the corridor, he saw a white mass of mucus blocking his path. Looking up, the boy turned pale. He saw something terrible in front of him. What the boy saw was a huge white zombie monster standing a few meters away from him and breathing literally in his face. The boy froze in fear, although he had to act immediately and run away. Time was running out. The situation was critically dangerous. At the same second, the monster suddenly pounced on the boy with its entire ugly white body. Meanwhile, on the second floor, the teenagers screamed in fear. It seems that they saw what happened to Lee Yan-woo. Fortunately, the boy managed to dodge the monster. The young man reacted quickly enough, but the zombie monster entered the room where the teenagers were hiding and fell to the floor. Turning his head, Lee Yan-woo screamed in fear. The boy probably thought he was going to die, but the ugly appearance of the monster up close was no less frightening. Without thinking twice, the teenagers began to run away screaming as hard as they could. The monster got up and also ran after them. The zombie slowly and very hard got to its feet. Its white, sticky mass stuck to the floor, which hindered its movements. This gave the teenagers a little head start, so they had time to escape and find new shelter. The zombie monster roared, making itself known. He seemed to be saying that even if they didn't run and hide from him well, he would still find them. The monster launched its tentacles at the boy who ran last. It seemed to be Lee Yan-woo. Its ugly, evil white paws almost reached the boy's leg. If he grabbed his leg, there would be trouble. Meanwhile, the headman Kang Ji-hoon and his friend almost ran out of the second floor and were looking for a way out. The last of the company was So-yeon. However, she noticed something that made her stop. She noticed a zombie monster approaching her. He could smell the girl's blood, and therefore, she was a tasty morsel for him. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo managed to catch up and even overtake the company. He and Kim Ju-byung almost reached the exit door. Behind them ran the guys Kang Ji-hoon and Kang Min. They shouted after them not to close the door. Having reached the exit, the guys attacked Lee Yan-woo and his friend with their fists, although they did not have time to close the door. However, Kim Ju-byung did not stop and ran up the stairs. It seems that the guy was very scared. Having reached the end, the guy stopped to take a breath and rest. Just then, he heard someone swearing at him loudly from behind him. He turned around to see who was scared. Before he could turn around, the class president Kang Ji-hoon attacked him and started cursing and choking him. Kim Ju-byung started making excuses and begging the president to listen to him. Lee Yan-woo tried to separate the boys, otherwise Ji-hoon would really just kill the boy. The president had problems controlling his emotions. Suddenly they saw something. This stopped the fight for a while and they forgot that they wanted to kill each other. On the floor, they saw the cable car that they had come down from earlier. They did not expect to see it, because it was a completely different floor. Each floor is connected to an entrance and exit for safe exit in case of emergency. So the teenagers just went around the circle. Meanwhile, a gasping girl came running up the stairs to them. The girl frightened the headman with her screams. It felt like she was about to cry. It was obvious that something terrible had happened. The main character asked if she was okay, sensing the girl's condition. However, she couldn't say a word, she just kept moaning loudly. The teenagers turned to the stairs to wait for the rest of the girls to come running. So-yeon stood panting, pressed against the wall and breathing nervously, but very quietly, trying to calm down somehow. A monster was standing behind her. He didn't see her because the girl had hidden behind the wall. She understood that she could die right now. At this time, her friend called out to So-yeon. She was looking for her all over the floor. Turning her head, she finally found her friend. The girls were talking in whispers so that the zombie monster wouldn't hear them. They had to figure out how to escape. The others had already escaped, so the only hope was in themselves. The girls were a few steps from the door. If they ran quickly, there was a chance of salvation, because the monster would find them sooner or later. However, So-yeon didn't think so. She wanted to stay there. The girl's wound was dampening her fighting spirit. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to cope. They thought that the monster couldn't see them, so they had to hide until it left. The girl's leg was still bleeding and hurting very badly. Meanwhile, the zombie monster just stood there and sniffed out where its victims were. Meanwhile, the boys were already going down to the second floor to see where the girls were and what had happened to them that they hadn't run after them. At first, they didn't see anything, so they were very surprised where So-yeon and the other girl had run to. Elder Kang Ji-hoon asked the others where they were, because he couldn't see them. Lee Yan-woo was the first to notice the girls, and he told the others about it. What he saw shocked the boy. They only saw So-yeon, who was hiding behind the wall. The girl was still covering her mouth with her hands, so that the zombie monster wouldn't hear them. Lee Yan-woo noticed this and understood what was going on. His face changed very dramatically, because he saw something that scared him. Lee Yan-woo saw that there was a monster standing right behind the girls. It seemed that he smelled the blood of So-yeon, who he had been chasing for so long. The girl covered her mouth even more with her hands. Her eyes widened greatly, as if she had seen something very terrible. And so it was. So-yeon saw the monster's reflection in the window in front of her. She hoped that the zombie wasn't that smart and wouldn't look out the window. But her hopes were in vain. The girl barely managed to look away when she realized what was going to happen. The monster screamed from the corner of the wall. This scream was like a victory cry, as if the zombie monster was proud that he had finally found his victim. The girl froze. So-yeon couldn't even lift a finger from fear, although she had to act immediately. The monster roared loudly again and wanted to attack and bite the girl. Just then, Lee Yan-woo ran into the room and screamed at the zombie monster, thereby distracting his attention from the girls So-yeon and Hong-mi. The monster stopped and analyzed what was happening. Lee Yan-woo ran screaming to the second floor, making more noise so that the zombie monster would hear and switch to the boy. And the young man succeeded because the monster immediately noticed Lee Yan-woo. The monster ran after the boy. Now, Lee Yan-woo had to think of a place to run to protect himself and his classmates from danger. The boy ran as fast as he could, not even having time to turn around. It seemed that Lee Yan-woo already regretted his action, but there was no turning back. He had to run away from the zombie monster. So-yeon watched what was happening. She saw that her savior, Lee Yan-woo, appeared on the floor, and a zombie monster ran after him. At this time, the guy ran up the stairs, very professionally avoiding the white slime on the floor. Lee Yan-woo decided to turn back. The guy was very scared by what he saw, which gave him strength to run even faster because dying was not in his plans. The monster was exactly half a floor behind him, but he was confidently catching up. He was not that slow either, as if the guy's fear was fueling him. Lee Yan-woo managed to turn around. The zombie monster was not so agile, which gave the guy a little advantage. Having climbed up, the boy finally saw the open door. It was the exit. The boy made a circle and ran out to the cable car, but from the other side. Lee Yan-woo decides to close the door behind him. He thought that this would stop the monster for a while. The boy looks at the closed door and expects what will happen now. Lee Yan-woo had some time to gasp. He thought that the zombie monster had stopped chasing him. The boy began to quietly descend the stairs at a calm pace, as if a huge white monster had just chased him. As he descended, the boy thought about everything that had happened. He couldn't believe that he had committed such a crazy, reckless act. Having reached the floor where the girls were hiding, he called out to his classmates and quickened his pace to a run. But to his surprise, the hall was completely empty, and no one responded to the boy. Lee Yan-woo was scared. The boy stood silently in a stupor, not knowing what to expect or where to go next. He saw a broken pot with some kind of plant, and a broken window nearby. Coming closer and looking out the window, he saw something. Outside the window, his classmates were running on the roof of the building. They got out, but did not wait for him, not even So-yeon, whom he saved from imminent death. He watched with sadness in his eyes as the teenagers ran away. Did they really think that Lee Yan-woo had been devoured by a monster and that they should also run away from him? The classmates were descending from the roof of the entrance to the building one by one. It was quite high. So-yeon was the last to descend. The girl noticed Lee Yan-woo in the window. The headman Kang Ji-hoon gave the girl his hand and shouted that she should not be distracted and go down faster. It is not clear why they are running away. How come a zombie monster appeared from nowhere behind her? It turned out that his classmates were running away from him. How could he catch up with them so quickly? Lee Yan-woo silently watched what was happening. He wouldn't have time to catch up with his friends. Is this really the end? And now it's every man for himself. In the end, he just called out to his classmates once more. It seems that Lee Yan-woo didn't see that they were running away from the monster or thought that it was another zombie. But the boy didn't give up. He ran to the exit. He had to get out of the building. He ran to the hole in the glass that his classmates had made and stopped abruptly. The boy saw a huge zombie monster that was probably chasing his classmates. It seems that Lee Yan-woo can't get out of this trap easily. He looked at the scene outside in horror and didn't understand what to do now. His classmates left him here alone in this damn trap. There was only one question in the boy's head that remained unanswered. Why did they abandon him? With or without them, Lee Yan-woo had to somehow get out and save his life. He started to climb out of the hole in the glass that his classmates had made. But something stopped him. It was something he saw outside. After all, there was no one there. His classmates had left. The boy quickly took out his phone and started typing a message to someone. Lee Yan-woo wrote in the class's group chat that he had stayed in the building, hoping that they would come back for him. He found Kang Min in his contacts. But then the phone rang abruptly. The boy thought it was Kang Min. Lee Yan-woo started talking into the phone, calling for help, but no one answered. Suddenly, something rang from the phone again, which scared the boy very much. The already scared boy screamed in fear. He went to the toilet. He opened the door. There were no monsters. He could breathe a sigh of relief. Opening the door, he couldn't believe his eyes. A rather familiar voice could be heard from one of the booths, constantly complaining and hardly crying. It turned out to be his friend Kim Joo-byung. He couldn't duck out of the window and was left alone in the building. It seems that the guy was scolding himself for his weakness, because now he would most likely die in a building filled with zombie monsters. Lee Yeon-woo knocked on the booth and called Kim Joo-byung, which greatly frightened his friend, who was already mentally preparing for death. But Kim Joo-byung didn't answer. So Lee Yeon-woo knocked again and called his friend. Now there were two of them, so it would be easier to get out. In the end, Kim Joo-byung responded to Lee Yeon-woo's words because he finally recognized the guy by his voice. The friend opened the door of the cubicle that served as his hiding place and asked in surprise what Lee Yeon-woo was doing there. Kim Joo-byung couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at his friend and noticed that he was crying. The guy started to mock Lee Yeon-woo, saying that he was a loser and crying. After all, real men never cry. In response, Lee Yeon-woo started yelling at his friend that he had been dumped too, and who else was a loser. Kim Joo-byung retaliated by yelling back that his friend was a jerk and that he had dumped his classmates because they were bothering him. But there wasn't much time for tenderness. They had to get out of the building. He called out to his friend Kim Joo-byung to come out of the cubicle and they would get out together. Kim Joo-byung didn't like the idea. He said it was better to just close the door and stay inside. Lee Yeon-woo suggested another method, just run away. Kim Joo-byung insisted that his friend go and close the door, because hell could happen again. The boy stopped. Something caught his attention. A frightened Joo-ben ran up to Lee Yeon-woo. He nervously asked what happened there and how his classmates escaped. Lee Yeon-woo said that he knew how they escaped, and showed him where his classmates had run. The boy's mind replayed those moments of the class's escape. It hurt him a lot. He remembered So-yeon's last look, although he was surprisingly quite scared. She saw him in the window, but didn't stop, and continued to run, although he had saved her life twice. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-byung continued to complain about his classmates. He said that they had abandoned them as if the boys were an empty place, and that they can no longer call them friends. But Lee Yeon-woo interrupted his friend's monologue. He asked why Kim Joo-byung didn't go with them. Kim Joo-byung started to make excuses that everything was wrong and that he was right. It was Lee Yeon-woo who was the jerk, not him. The guys sat silently alone in the corner of the second floor. Kim Joo-byung interrupted the deathly silence. He asked how long they had to stay in the building in this state. The guy asked if Lee Yeon-woo wasn't hungry. It's unclear how long they've been waiting here. It turned out that the guy was looking at his phone. There was a call to the police on it, but there was still no connection. Kim Joo-byung was surprised that his friend was still calling the security service. It was obviously not the first call in an hour. However, Lee Yeon-woo reassured his friend that his parents had almost arrived to help them. But Jae-bin was not reassured at all. After all, nothing would change if Lee Yeon-woo's parents arrived. There was no way out of the building. The boy's phone received a message from his mother asking him to watch the news. After all, the situation is really scary, and it is better for the boys not to go out and stay in the building. His mother also sent a link to a news video. Lee Yeon-woo opened it and started watching the video. It said that in some areas of Seoul, cells of an unknown virus had appeared. The government declared an extremely dangerous disaster zone. The boys were in the epicenter of the events. This meant that the boys could not get out of here. They were locked in, and it was not clear when they would come to rescue them, or if they would come at all. Kim Joo-byung's mood noticeably worsened. Lee Yeon-woo noticed this and asked if he was okay, to which the boy asked him to be quiet, holding his head. Suddenly the boy heard something. He raised his head to see what was happening outside the window. They were fire engines. There were several of them. Will they finally be saved and this nightmare will end? Lee Yeon-woo asked Kim Joo-byung if it was fire engines that had arrived. Kim Joo-byung was in a pessimistic mood. He said that the firefighters had not come to save them. But Lee Yeon-woo's attention was diverted to the fire that had broken out in the neighboring building. It seemed that no one was really going to save them. The guy got up and went somewhere. When Kim Joo-byung asked him, he replied that he needed a trash can, but his friend still didn't understand what he needed it for. Lee Yeon-woo said that it was a good idea and worth trying, but Kim Joo-byung didn't understand what his friend was talking about or what kind of idea it was. The guy said that it was worth trying to start a fire. Maybe then the firefighters would come to save them. Kim Joo-byung didn't like this idea. Although he suggested it, it wasn't serious. Lee Yeon-woo began to carefully search the room for a trash can. Finally, the boy found it and started running to find a lighter and set it on fire. Kim Joo-byung stood behind and couldn't believe that his friend Lee Yeon-woo really wanted to do this. The boy put his hand in the ugly trash can full of all kinds of scraps and leftovers in search of a lighter. Lee Yeon-woo even turned on the flashlight on his phone to see everything better and make sure he didn't miss what he was looking for. Kim Joo-byung didn't stop yelling at his friend. He still didn't believe that Lee Yeon-woo wanted to set the place on fire. But the guy was convinced that if there was a fire, they would definitely come to put it out. Suddenly, Kim Joo-byung's face changed dramatically and turned pale. It seemed that he saw something he didn't want to see. Kim Joo-byung saw a zombie monster in the door who couldn't get out. Had they really been in the same room all this time? Lee Yeon-woo also leaned over the wall to see what had shocked and scared his friend so much. The boy's face immediately changed. Looking closer, they noticed that the zombie monster was still outside the door, but most likely heading towards them. They needed a new plan for salvation. The events moved to the Seoul highway. There was a huge traffic jam there because the roads were blocked. The news showed this highway and said that the government was focused on preventing the spread of the virus. This was the news that Lee Yeon-woo's mother was reading on her phone on the way to him. She screamed in horror and told her husband that it seemed that the situation was much worse than they thought. They drove up to the road and stopped because the highway was blocked. Each car was checked by a checkpoint. At this time, Lee Yeon-woo's pocket was ringing and vibrating loudly, but the boy couldn't get distracted because the monster could hear. Fortunately, the zombie monster was still standing at the door. The boys had time to come up with a plan. But suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo's face changed dramatically. He opened his mouth and wanted to scream, but he held back. It seemed that something scared him. In the end, the boy said that he didn't think the zombie monster was going to come in. And indeed, the zombie monster was standing calmly at the entrance. Kim Joo-byung began to panic and complain about how scared he was when he saw the monster. He appeared very suddenly. Lee Yeon-woo supported the boy in this, but the boy told his friend Kim Joo-byung that he thought the monster was getting bigger. Lee Yeon-woo continued that the white things on his face looked like frog eggs as the zombie monster roared. Kim Joo-byung was very scared and screamed, hoping that the monster didn't hear him. Kim Joo-byung barked and started making sounds like vomiting. Lee Yeon-woo asked if his friend was okay. The boy looked at the almost empty lighter in his hand and started thinking about a plan of action for him and Kim Joo-byung to save him. Lee Yeon-woo looked at his friend, who was panting and scared to death, and asked him if he thought everything would be okay. The events moved to the cable car. Everything there was covered in mucus mixed with frog eggs. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo jumped out quietly from the back of the cabin like a ninja. He landed. He looked around the room in the cable car. The guy also looked to see if the monster was still standing there without moving. Everything was fine. It was time to act immediately. Meanwhile, Kim Joo-byung stood on the platform and watched the zombie monster, although he himself was afraid to even breathe next to him. The guys met and sat on the stairs. Kim Joo-byung asked what they should do then. Lee Yeon-woo suggested going to the third floor. It seemed like the guy had a plan. The gist of the plan was that there was one entrance and one exit on each floor. The guys were on the second floor. So while one would distract the monster at the entrance, the other would go up and start a fire on the third floor. Since the cable car was outside, the sprinkler wouldn't be able to put out the fire. Kim Joo-byung asked who would go up. Lee Yeon-woo's plan seemed quite reliable to him, so he had no objections. The guys looked at each other and silently agreed who would go up to start a fire. Kim Joo-byung stayed to distract the mob monster. The guy was already feeling sorry for and cursing Lee Yeon-woo. After all, his friend would definitely brag to others later that he was the one who went upstairs. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo reached the third floor. The lighter worked surprisingly well. The guys were lucky. Suddenly, something distracted the rescuer. He heard some strange sounds. The guy raised his head to look around, but nothing was visible. Kim Joo-byung had to worry about it, so Lee Yeon-woo didn't get distracted anymore. He said about himself that he believed in his friend. He had to believe in him and finish his job. There's just a little left, and salvation is just around the corner. Lee Yeon-woo takes a piece of paper from his briefcase and sets it on fire. The next in line was the bag. The boy was getting more and more happy. What he was getting out of it gave him confidence. But the joy did not last long. The boy was not allowed to finish the job because suddenly, out of nowhere, a monster appeared. Lee Yeon-woo was just setting fire. Just then, he heard the familiar growl of a zombie monster. The giant climbed out of the roof of the cabin. Its mouth was open as if preparing to bite. The boy, seeing this, immediately rushed to run away as fast as he could. He did not understand if it was the same monster that was on the second floor or a different one, and now there were two of them chasing the boys. The monster jumped out of the booth and roared, which greatly frightened the boy and gave him even more strength and motivation to escape. However, Lee Yeon-woo could not break away from the zombie monster. The giant was literally breathing on his back, but this did not stop the boy, and he continued to run. The giant monster released white, ugly tentacles from its mouth so that they would catch up with Lee Yeon-woo. The boy screamed. He did not expect to meet the monster because he was hoping for a friend. His plan was almost perfect. In the hands of the young man was a piece of paper which he managed to light. Without thinking twice, the boy threw it to the monster right into its ugly tentacles. This gave the brave man a little head start, and he was able to break away from the zombie monster. Lee Yeon-woo was a few steps away from the exit. The guy turned around to see how far he was from the monster, but what happened shocked Lee Yeon-woo very much. he saw that such a huge and strong zombie monster began to burn. He was afraid of fire. The guy stopped and watched what would happen next. It was a hope for salvation and at least some minimal safety. The monster burned completely. It turned out to be flammable, even though it was created from wet frog eggs. Lee Yan-woo did not move. He stood silently in surprise and contemplated this picture. Just now, he found a way to kill this virus. Suddenly, the boy's phone rang. Someone was calling him. It was his friend. Lee Yan-woo immediately started bragging that he had killed the monster and it had burned alive. But his friend was very loudly ordering the boy to come down. It seemed that something had happened. The friend didn't understand why. Lee Yan-woo explained that when he was lighting a fire, the monster attacked him, but he was able to set it on fire. Everything got so hot that the fire blocked Lee Yan-woo's exit. He didn't think about this when he was running away from the monster, but there was no other option, either him or him. Lee Yan-woo ran to the scene of the fire and made sure once again that he couldn't get through there. The fire was getting worse and worse, and there was nothing to put it out. The boy asked what he should do. His friend shouted at him, called him an idiot, and ordered him to go down as quickly as possible because he had little time left. Lee Yan-woo heard something behind him and turned around. However, the boy did not see anything at all. Everything was empty, except for some gaps of mucus on the floor, ceiling, and walls. Suddenly, another monster crawled out from around the corner. It seemed that it was the one his friend was following. However, there was nowhere to run. Behind the boy was a fire, and in front was a giant monster that wanted to eat him. There were even more such monsters at the top. Meanwhile, the fire was starting to spread. The smoke was getting thicker. Lee Yan-woo had to choose which danger was safer at that moment. The guy decides to take off his jacket. It seems he has a new plan. The monster is getting closer and closer, but Lee Yan-woo is not going to run away. The guy set his hoodie on fire. The monster attacked Lee Yan-woo. Its mouth was about to reach the guy. The young man swung and threw this Molotov cocktail at the zombie monster with all his strength. Now it was necessary to run away. The fire became even stronger. It was becoming increasingly difficult for the guy to breathe. The guy wanted to escape so much that he forgot to throw away his hoodie and ran with it anyway. The monster's face was grim. It seemed to be melting and melting before his eyes. The guy understood that fire was his weakness, so he needed to burn this disgusting zombie monster too. While the monster was moving away from the last portion of fire, Lee Yan-woo swung with all his strength and threw a burning sweatshirt at the reptile. The sweatshirt fell nearby. A little more and the monster would have caught fire. Shocked, Lee Yan-woo stood in a stupor. He had already exhaled with hope as here, through the wind of his life again, one step away from death. The monster saw that he was safe and roared angrily at the boy. Now the giant zombie giant had a new goal. He had to take revenge on the boy for setting him on fire. Lee Yan-woo covered his face with his hands. He understood that he had nowhere to run. As here, a burning piece of paper flew out of nowhere. It was unreal luck. The arson flew straight at the monster. He had not yet had time to attack the boy, so Lee Yan-woo was saved. The boy got up. He should have been dead already, so he hadn't fully recovered and understood what was going on. It was his friend. He ran scared into danger, swearing and throwing burning paper to save his friend. The guy made another move and threw another arson at the monster. Fierce hatred and fear were visible in the guy's eyes. He revived the main character, screaming at him and telling him to run away immediately. Lee Yan-woo did just that. After all, this monster was twice as big as the previous one, so 2 arson attacks didn't take much of his strength away. The guys quickly went down the stairs. The main thing is that the monster doesn't run after them and the second floor doesn't start to burn. The guys ran away screaming as hard as they could. Now they had 2 dangers, the monster and the fire, which was getting stronger and stronger. His friend ran first. He was not as brave as his friend, so the adrenaline in his blood hindered him. Because of this, the boy did not notice a piece of white slime in front of him. If he stepped on it, he would also turn into a monster and most likely burn in this building. Kim Zubin did not want to die, so he stopped in front of the slime. But the coordination of movements was broken, so the boy simply fell face down the stairs. Lee Yan-woo saw this and ran to help his friend. For his salvation, he pledged his life to Zubin. The guy landed on his hands surprisingly. It seemed like he hadn't hit anything, but in front of him was another bunch of white dangerous virus. Luckily, he landed right in front of this bunch, so he didn't get infected and turn into a big ugly monster. The guy got up but couldn't coordinate and started to fall. Luckily, Lee Yan-woo ran up to him and caught his friend. However, the guy's reaction was not friendly. He pushed the guy's hand away and told him to get away from him. Lee Yan-woo didn't understand why his friend was so angry. His eyes were burning with anger. He was really angry. The guy continued to scream. He called Lee Yan-woo a brat who imagined himself a hero but couldn't set fire properly and ruined everything. If only Lee Yan-woo had listened to Zubin, all this wouldn't have happened. He added that the guy was a brat and nothing else. Lee Yanwoo was shocked. He didn't expect to hear that from his friend. Lee Yanwoo shouted back and elbowed the guy. Now the guy spoke. He shouted back at his friend. Did he really want to die? Lee Yanwoo asked why he was angry with him, because the guy wasn't to blame for the monster attacking them all. He called him a bastard again. His friend's words really hurt the guy. So now he was burning with rage. Zubin couldn't accept his weaknesses. Lee Yanwoo was blown away. The words kept pouring out of his mouth, stinging his friend like a bee. The friend called Lee Yanwoo a brat and asked him if he thought he had been abandoned. The guy started making excuses that he was just a little late and that was all. But he didn't believe him. The guys were about to beat each other up. As if this were the case, Lee Yanwoo noticed something that changed his expression. The other one had already returned. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Another monster was roaring at them from the floor below. It was sucked into a pile of slime that was simply spread out on the floor. The guys screamed at what they saw. They immediately forgot about the quarrel. Now the most important thing was to escape and save their lives. The monster pounced on them, swimming away from the ground like a frog. But at this time, the guys were already running away as hard as they could, barely managing to turn around and see what was happening behind them. Lee Yanwoo ran last, so he managed to close the door behind him. The monster remained outside. The door was closed, so the monster definitely couldn't get inside to the guys. Suddenly, the guys' faces changed and they screamed in unison. The monster's tentacles began to crawl through the door and attack the guys. The two friends started to run, but there was nowhere to run. They had to come up with a new plan. The guy attacked Lee Yanwoo again, accusing him of saying that the monster couldn't get through the closed door. They turned to look at the monster and saw that more and more of it was crawling inside. The guys froze in confusion again. It seemed that they had seen something shocking in front of them. Behind the door was a bunch of monsters, chained to the ground with white, disgusting mucus. They couldn't get out. The guys were trapped. Lee Yanwoo screamed as hard as he could. He didn't understand what was happening. What kind of apocalypse was happening in this building? Suddenly, something squeaked loudly, which scared the guys very much. Zubin jumped on the spot in fear. The guys turned to the sound. Something on the wall made a terrible, piercingly loud sound, similar to an alarm. It turned out to be a fire alarm. It seemed that the boys' plan had begun to work. Realizing that it was just an alarm, the boys calmed down. However, something scared the boys again when they turned their heads in the other direction. Lee Yanwoo saw that thick black smoke was coming from the third floor. It seemed that the fire had spread seriously. However, Lee Yanwoo took out a lighter from his pocket and tried to light it. The boy said that he would try his best to light another flame. Meanwhile, the zombie monster's body had almost completely penetrated inside. Only its legs remained outside the door. There was little time. He tried to light the fire as quickly as possible. The boy shouted at the lighter to make it work. The young man's heart was beating wildly. He had to act quickly to save his life. Lee Yanwoo begged the lighter to give at least a small flash of fire, continuing to nervously light it again and again. The friend ran up to the boy. He asked if they had time for this and brought some paper that looked like a newspaper in his hands. Now Lee Yanwoo and he were shouting and cursing at the lighter together because it wouldn't work. Suddenly his face changed dramatically as if the boy had seen something very terrible. Lee Yanwoo, seeing his appearance, turned his head and screamed. His friend started to run away. It turned out that behind the boys, there was a hole in the window, through which their classmates were escaping. Lee Yanwoo fell on his friend in fear and screamed. There was nowhere to run. They had to quickly figure out what to do. Meanwhile, the monster slowly but surely climbed the wall and climbed through the window inside. These monsters never ceased to amaze. Lee Yanwoo screamed even louder. He couldn't believe that zombie monsters were capable of such a thing. Suddenly, from behind the boy, his friend's victorious scream was heard. He ran and was clearly heading towards the monster. In the hands of the fearless friend was a pot. Lee Yanwoo could not understand what Zubin was trying to do. He swung, screamed, and threw a pot with a plant at the monster. The flower pot flew clearly to the target, right into the zombie monster's head. The pot broke, making a loud crashing sound, and underneath it lay the monster sprawled. It looked like it was dead. The boys screamed. Lee Yanwoo couldn't yet analyze what had just happened. Under the pot, mixed with the ground, was a white slime that looked like blood. The boys couldn't believe that the zombie monster was really dead. He turned to his friend and started bragging. He said that Lee Yanwoo should take back what he said about him. As if this were the case, Lee Yanwoo's face changed dramatically. The boy's mouth opened wide, and his eyes looked like two healthy oranges. The boy asked why his friend had stopped praising him. However, the boy did not see that behind him. Covered in dirt and with a pot on his head, a zombie monster was rising, seemingly not dead. Lee Yanwoo shouted for him to turn back. He was so worried about his friend because the zombie monster was a step away from the boy. When the boy turned his head, the huge monster had already managed to get up and roar. It seemed that he was very angry with the boy's action and wanted revenge. Unfortunately, he did not have time to react, and the monster managed to attack before the boys started running away. Lee Yan-woo fell to the ground from behind. He watched as the monster ate his friend and could not do anything. All Lee Yan-woo had was a lighter. He nervously tried to light it. It was a matter of life and death, and the lighter was the last hope. The boy was screaming and cursing at the lighter because it wasn't working. He looked at his friend who was almost completely eaten by the monster. Lee Yan-woo felt so sorry for his friend. If he set the monster on fire, his friend would burn too, but it was worth trying. There was no other way. Lee Yan-woo shouted his friend's name, as if letting him know that he was there and trying to save Kim Joo-byung. Meanwhile, the zombie monster had already reached the boy's face. Was this really the end? Lee Yan-woo, seeing this picture, nervously lit the lighter again and again. Kim Joo-byung's face began to turn white. Frog eggs like pimples appeared on his face. The last thing Kim Joo-byung said was a plea for help. The boy saw this and screamed. He felt so helpless and guilty for what had happened. Kim Joo-byung's body began to merge into one with the zombie monster. The boy could no longer speak, only hummed. It seemed to be very painful. Lee Yan-woo did not give up and continued to light the lighter. It was supposed to give off a flame. It is like a stone rolling on water. Suddenly, the lighter finally gave off the long-awaited flame. Hope for salvation returned again. Lee Yan-woo just had to think of how exactly he should save his friend. But the joy did not last long. The boy heard strange, familiar screams. He raised his head and couldn't believe his eyes. A zombie monster entered the room, which Lee Yan-woo had already forgotten about, busy saving his friend Kim Joo-byung. But the monster didn't forget. All this time, it had been crawling through the door little by little, and now it was heading towards Lee Yan-woo to eat him. But Lee Yan-woo didn't give up and began to react and act quickly. He lit a pot of plants lying nearby, hoping that the monster would also catch fire in this way. Fortunately, that's what happened, and the monster caught fire. Lee Yan-woo's chances of saving his friend Kim Joo-byung increased. Now he had to deal with his monster. The earth monster quickly caught fire. He screamed in pain. His huge mouth finally detached itself from Kim Joo-byung. Meanwhile, the boy was hanging on the tentacles of the burning zombie monster. It seemed that he began to peel off from him a little bit, and it was unknown whether Kim Joo-byung would get infected. At this time, Lee Yan-woo attacked his zombie monster with screams. The boy shouted for him to get out of here because he did not belong here. Lee Yan-woo swung at him with a burning piece of newspaper that Kim Joo-byung gave him. The monster at this time managed to jump out at the boy. He had to deal with this monster first. Lee Yan-woo swung again, shouting a death wish at the monster. This gave him confidence in what was happening. The boy ran up to the monster. He was making a decisive blow that was supposed to set the monster on fire and kill it. With the words "go to hell," Lee Yan-woo pounced on the giant. The zombie monster was flying at the boy. His left side was already a little hot from the fire that was about to reach the giant. But this did not stop the monster. He continued to attack. His huge, ugly mouth was about to grab the poor but brave Lee Yan-woo. The boy was very surprised. He thought that zombie monsters were afraid of fire. Lee Yan-woo expected the giant to get scared and fall behind the boy, but the boy didn't stop. The boy's attack burned the zombie giant. It seemed that Lee Yan-woo didn't want to waste all his fire on this ugly, disgusting monster. Meanwhile, his friend Kim Joo-byung was still lying unconscious next to the burning zombie monster. Lee Yan-woo immediately remembered him and thought of how to help him. He had to carefully take Kim Joo-byung away from the flames. Looking closer, he saw that Kim Joo-byung was all injured and covered in frog eggs in places. The boy wasn't breathing. Lee Yan-woo fell to the floor and screamed. It seemed that his friend could not be saved. The boy cried. Lee Yan-woo looked at this terrible picture and kept apologizing, hoping that Kim Joo-byung heard him and that it would make his death at least a little easier. Lee Yan-woo started hysterical. Tears were pouring from his eyes. He felt very sorry for his friend. He felt so helpless at that moment. Kim Joo-byung saved his life, but Lee Yan-woo couldn't. His friend's body burst into flames. No one had ever managed to escape from the monster's mouth. Lee Yan-woo sat and trembled and looked at Kim Joo-byung in his last minutes. His soul was empty. Suddenly, several more giant monsters stuck to the glass the boy was sitting next to. The guy got up and started running backwards. He looked at this picture and didn't believe that anything worse could happen. Wasn't Lee Yan-woo really hurt enough? One of the monsters screamed from behind the glass, making himself known. He saw Lee Yan-woo, and now his goal was to grab the guy and kill him. The guy turned to the side at some strange sound and was terrified. A whole army of huge, ugly zombie monsters was approaching him. The guy wasn't sure he could handle them alone, but he had to. He had to act quickly and wisely. He had almost no options for escape because 2 floors were burning and emitting black smoke. The zombie monsters were approaching the guy. It seems that the previous one, when he crawled through the door, opened it. Meanwhile, all of Seoul was covered in white mucus and frog eggs. It felt like it was a spider's den during the mating season. The events were transferred to the bus on which the teenagers arrived for this ill-fated excursion, which unexpectedly turned into hell for everyone. A blogger was sitting on one of the seats, and she greeted everyone. It turned out that the girl had turned on the camera and started her video blog. She continued that they had barely escaped and were currently hiding in the bus. There were a lot of them near the cable car. From behind, the headman Kang Ji-hoon got up and shouted at the girl. A friend wrote in the live chat. He added that his neighborhood was also in a bad mood right now. Then the observer asked if it was normal for Hongmi to go live now. Hongmi continued to say that it was a regular school trip to Seoul. At first, all the students were in class. But unfortunately, only a small number managed to survive. In the back, sitting alone, was So-yeon. She didn't want to talk to anyone or do a live broadcast. Meanwhile, in the chat, the girl was going to tell something interesting. The subscriber said that if you look at the cells, you can see the nucleus. The subscriber added that he saw it on YouTube. The subscriber said that he didn't live in Seoul, but according to the news, they had just been told to come to a temporary shelter located near the affected areas of this station. The headman Kang Ji-hoon joined the conversation. They couldn't believe that there was a temporary shelter at Seoul Station. The subscribers added that the teenagers should watch the news. Seoul is blocked. Suddenly, the headman heard something outside. The guy felt some danger. He ordered everyone to duck. The headman looked out the window and expected to see the reason for his concern. Just then, a monster appeared in the window. It was very thin, with a thin neck and a hump. The teenagers quickly all hid under the chairs and sat quietly, waiting for the monster to calm down and leave. However, it seemed that the monster was not going to leave. He could feel their fear and smell. Headman Kang Ji-hoon was sitting next to the girl. The girl covered her mouth with her hands so as not to make any unnecessary noise. Suddenly, an innocent cat passed by the disgusting, soulless monster. The giant reacted sharply to it and turned back. It seemed that the monster had found a new victim. The cat turned to the zombie growls. He was not afraid of him because he did not know what he was capable of. However, the monster made its victorious cry, which meant that the zombie had noticed a new victim and intended to kill and eat it. The poor animal sensed danger and began to run. Cats are very fast creatures, so most likely he would be able to escape from the zombie monster. The giant chased after him. The monster's attention switched from one victim to another quite quickly. The teenagers were saved this time. The teenagers breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was over. Finally, they could open their mouths and express the fear that had been raging in their veins for the past 5 minutes. A classmate said that he looked through the map and found out that Seoul Station was 1.4 kilometers away. As if from the back seat, a female voice was heard calling out Lee Yeon-woo's name. It was So-yeon. It turned out that she was still thinking and remembering the boy. She asked what they were going to do with him since the boy was left there alone. The girl added that Lee Yeon-woo was waiting for them there. So-yeon felt a storm of emotions inside. The faces of her classmates were shocked. They didn't even remember the boy anymore. Everyone was thinking about their own things. The last thing the girl said in her monologue was that she was sure that Lee Yeon-woo was waiting for them. The headman Kang Ji-hoon was silent and pondered the girl's words. It was obvious that he was angry that So-yeon was so worried about some sucker Lee Yeon-woo. In the end, the guy said that So-yeon could try to go there alone if she wanted to. To make her even more scared, he added that she should think carefully because the situation was not the best and just got up. He never even looked at the girl. The headman added that they were going to Seoul Station. He identified himself as the main one and told them to trust him. Kang Ji-hoon said that he sympathized with Lee Yeon-woo, but it was too late to go back there. It was suicide. These words did not feel sincere. He said them so that his classmates wouldn't realize how selfish he really was. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo was on fire. The fire was no joke, because everything in the cable car building was covered in white, sticky virus slime. As here, fortunately, the fire safety sensors worked and turned on the water. This should have put out the flames a little. Lee Yeon-woo was holding on to the wall because he could no longer stand on his own and navigate in space. The guy felt very bad. The black smoke was getting more and more. Lee Yeon-woo was choking and could barely breathe. He had to live. On the floor of the building lay the corpses of ugly zombie monsters. Everything was on fire. The room was almost invisible because of the black smoke. But unfortunately, the guy could not stand it. He held on until the last, but the smoke was too much and Lee Yeon-woo fainted and fell to the ground. For a second, the boy woke up and came to his senses. His body was struggling. He didn't want to give up, not today. Drops of water from the ceiling fell on him. He wasn't fully aware of what was happening around him. It seemed that the boy had fainted again. Suddenly, from somewhere at the other end of the room, a familiar scream of a zombie monster was heard. This time it was a scream of pain. A huge, ugly monster was burning alive. Lee Yan-woo defeated him too, but at what cost? The boy reached up to stand up and defend himself. He probably thought that the monster wasn't defeated yet. As if on his hand, he noticed something very strange. He lowered it to take a closer look. The guy thought he was hallucinating. This couldn't be happening. Lee Yan-woo raised his hand right to his face to make sure that he had imagined it, and that these were all the consequences of breathing black smoke. But, unfortunately, no. There were frog eggs on the guy's hand. He didn't understand how he could have contracted this virus. Lee Yan-woo understood that this was the end. He would die before he had time to turn into a bloodthirsty, ugly, miserable monster. The guy lay helplessly on the floor of the burning building, inhaling harmful black smoke. His entire life flashed before the guy's eyes. He caught himself thinking that he had lived very little. Now the entire building was burning with bright flames of fire. Everyone who was there and turned into monsters would die. The unconscious Lee Yan-woo was lying on the floor when he suddenly heard some sounds that made him come to his senses. He opened his eyes because the sound seemed quite familiar and expected to him. It turned out that they were fire trucks. They came to put out the fire, but whether they would find the semi-conscious Lee Yan-woo is unknown. Meanwhile, the events moved to the bus stop where the teenagers were hiding. Headmaster Kang Ji-hoon stepped out from behind one of the transports. It seems that the class decided to run to Seoul Station after all. The guy was looking around the area so that the teenagers could get there safely and not get caught by the monsters. It was clear in front of them. The headman Kang Ji-hoon looked the other way. He didn't want unexpected troubles in the form of an attack by zombie monsters from around the corner. On the other side, everything was also clear. The capital, which used to be lively and crowded, was now so empty and gray. After making sure that everything was clear, Kang Ji-hoon ran to another bus and hid behind it. He approached the front door of the transport. It seemed that the guy had a plan. Finally, Kang Ji-hoon began to fulfill his role as the headman and not hide behind the girls. He opened the door handle, probably wanting to get inside, but the cautious guy didn't check if there was anyone in the unknown bus. Suddenly, the headmaster shouted to someone, opening the car door. It turned out that he was addressing his classmates, who were hiding behind their bus and waiting for instructions from the surprisingly responsible headmaster. And the class, like soldiers, on command, moved from their place and ran to the bus, which was to serve as their new shelter and safe place. As soon as the teenagers ran inside, Headmaster Kang Ji-hoon pounced on them with questions. Kang Ji-hoon was looking for a key and asked if his classmates had seen him. They began to search for the bus keys in a friendly manner. The girl asked the headmaster if he was sure that he could drive the entire bus. Meanwhile, a girl came running, panting heavily. Her legs and arms were shaking like an old woman's. The girl was breathing heavily and couldn't say a word. Her friend ran up to the girl. She was worried about her classmate and asked if she was okay. As if this were the case, she started screaming loudly. She said she couldn't do it anymore. Words were really hard for her. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon joined their conversation. He told her to think twice. The headman added that he was already sick of her and her antics. The girl's face changed dramatically. Kang Ji-hoon's face was very serious. There was not a single ounce of pity in it. A blogger stood up for her friend. She criticized the words of the headman Kang Ji-hoon and said that he could have said it differently, to which the headman replied that he behaved and said what he had to. So-yeon was about to say something. She was outraged by the headman's behavior. The girl began to see how heartless and cruel their classmate was. She screamed in pain. It turned out that it was her knee. It ached terribly and the wound still hadn't healed and was bleeding. A boy came up from behind. He saw that the girl was worried about her injured leg and asked how she was. The classmate was sincerely worried about her friend. So-yeon turned her head and was a little surprised, to which the boy told her to sit down because she didn't look very good. The girl got flustered. She answered briefly that she didn't want to sit down because everything was fine. In turn, So-yeon asked what the guy was doing. He was doing something in the wall of the bus. He answered questions with questions, and asked if So-yeon knew what kind of thing the guy had just taken out of the bus and was holding in his hands. He added that he had noticed it recently. There was one of these things in every bus. The girl was in a stupor. She understood what it was, but she did not expect such signs of attention from the guy who had previously been completely indifferent to her. It was a small red emergency hammer. It could break glass in case of danger without harming the owner. He continued and said that such things should be collected. After all, no one knows when they might come in handy, perhaps on a cable car. He was a little worried. It was noticeable. The last thing he said was that he would give the hammer to So-yeon. The girl became even more embarrassed, even blushed a little. She was pleased with such signs of attention. Their sweet moment was interrupted by the headman, Kang Ji-hoon. He shouted that he had found nothing, so he would not be able to start this bus. He added that there was no need to waste time and ordered everyone to follow him. The headman behaved like a true dictator. Kang Ji-hoon ran first between the two following buses. The cars were parked on the road to Seoul, which was blocked. After carefully examining the area again, the guy ran further. He no longer turned around to his friends or gave them signs to follow him. Between the two buses that the boy had just run between, there was an inconspicuous little shop with a bus stop. Kang Ji-hoon didn't even notice it or pay attention. In the reflection of that shop, a figure could be seen watching the teenagers running. It was an elderly woman. She silently looked at her classmates. Her face was not the most pleasant. The last bus was left in front of the class. It was necessary to act as carefully as possible because there was nothing to hide behind anymore. The boy asked what to do if they didn't find the keys in the last bus. Warden Kang Ji-hoon ordered that they would then walk to Seoul Station. The teenagers had already walked part of the way. Kang Ji-hoon shouted from behind the bus, saw that everything was clear and ordered them to run now. The first to run was the self-appointed leader Kang Ji-hoon. He shouted for the others to keep up and run after him. Kang Ji-hoon saw the goal in front of him, the door. He ran towards it and did not look back. The guy started pulling the handle to get inside the bus and carry out his plan. Suddenly, behind him, someone's old, unfamiliar voice was heard, shouting that the guy should not open this bus. In front of him inside the bus, the guy saw a monster. This also scared the guy because the door handle was about to open. The monster roared at Kang Ji-hoon, making itself known. His scream scared the headmaster so much that he dropped his mat and started to fall to the ground, covering his face with his hands as he ran. Kang Min stood with the rest of the teenagers behind the previous bus and shouted to his friend to run away immediately. Everyone was terribly scared. Suddenly, an old woman who had been watching what was happening came out of the shop and shouted for the teenagers to run to her. The classmates were shocked. They did not expect that there was anyone else here besides them. The teenagers were not going to run anywhere and just stood there. The old woman noticed the concern of her classmates and shouted to them again, telling them to hurry up. The woman was very worried and worried. She called the children for the third time. The old woman began to order them to run away immediately. But the teenagers were even more scared by this. Some unknown elderly woman screams and orders them to run to her. Suddenly, a seemingly crazy old woman screamed that this bus was full of monsters. This evidence became decisive, and the classmates jumped out of their seats and ran as hard as they could to the old woman. The headman Kang Ji-hoon also managed to escape, and all the teenagers ran to the store, falling to their knees in front of the entrance. It seems that the bus full of monsters scared them very much. The children's hearts were pounding so hard that even the woman heard it. The teenagers closed the door behind them. Some fell to the floor and everyone huffed in unison. "As here!" someone called out to the teenagers. The voice was not an old woman's because it sounded young and painfully familiar. So Yun recognized it and turned around to confirm her words. She couldn't believe her ears and eyes. Two other teenagers ran up to the girl. It seemed that they were their classmates. Meanwhile, things were not going as well for Lee Yan-woo as for the rest of his classmates. The boy was in a dark room all alone. Had he really died and gone to hell? In the boy's opinion, hell looked exactly like this. Suddenly, the young man heard something. He still felt very dangerous and listened to every rustle. It turned out to be a huge, ugly zombie monster with 3 legs, similar to the one that killed his friend Kim Ju-byung. The boy had a burning flower pot stem in his hands. He swung it at the monster. The fire was supposed to save Lee Yan-woo. The boy swung at the zombie monster and was about to strike. Suddenly, someone's ugly, covered in frog eggs and mucus, cold as a dead hand, touched Lee Yan-woo. This turn of events scared the boy very much. He did not expect to see what he saw. The owner of the hand spoke to Lee Yan-woo. He asked why the boy did not help him, although the unknown person asked him to do so. It turned out to be his friend Kim Ju-byung. The boy was very scared. He didn't expect to see his friend here, but Kim Ju-byung didn't look like his friend. It was like some kind of demon in front of him. The boy took his hand away from Kim Ju-byung's infected paws, but Lee Yan-woo's hand had already been covered with blisters from frog paws. But Lee Yan-woo was still scared and screamed. His eyes widened. He didn't understand why his friend Kim Ju-byung had done this to him. The boy looked at his hand. It was becoming more and more covered with blisters from frog eggs. Kim Ju-byung's mouth was being eaten away by the frog egg virus. His lips were barely visible. Almost all of his gums were exposed. Lee Yan-woo's friend added that then they could be friends again like before. Meanwhile, the frog egg virus blisters were getting bigger and bigger. Lee Yan-woo's blood ran cold at these words. The boy's face changed dramatically. Suddenly, the boy screamed loudly. and jumped out of bed. Lee Yun-woo couldn't understand where he was or what was happening. He was panting as if he had just run a marathon. It seemed like it was just a nightmare and nothing like that was actually happening. He looked around to see where he was. The last thing he remembered was the fire, the floor, and the Namsan cable car building. In front of him, Lee Yan-woo saw several more beds, white walls, many folders, wardrobes for clothes. The guy was still poorly understanding and analyzing. As here, Lee Yan-woo noticed something. He felt a sharp pain in the area of his arm, as if his consciousness had just come and his feelings had returned. The guy looked at his right arm. It was all wrapped and bandaged. Only 3 fingers were visible. He was interrupted by 2 adults who entered the ward. Both were wearing masks on their faces. It seemed that one of them, in a yellow shirt, was a doctor. The adults were talking about a manager named Lim who was supposed to come. Up close, you could see that the other one was an officer. But Lee Yan-woo was as surprised as the doctor when he saw him. The man in the yellow shirt told the boy to make himself at home. But the young man still wasn't very quick to analyze the information, so he just stared silently at the 2 men who must have come to visit him with his mouth open. He was given a pen and pieces of paper. Lee Yan-woo started filling them out. It seems the boy was left-handed because he held the pen skillfully. The boy was supervised by an officer. Lee Yan-woo asked him where to write his address, to which the man in uniform replied that the boy should simply write his contact information. Lee Yan-woo politely followed the adult's orders without asking any unnecessary questions. The officer was very surprised by this. It seems that other patients were not so polite and immediately attacked the workers with a bunch of questions. The man in uniform couldn't resist and started talking to Lee Yan-woo. He said that the guy was lucky. The young man was silent, digesting the information the officer had told him. So the officer continued. He said that it was really hard to survive now. He added that there was a fire station in Namsan where the cable car was, and his friend who worked there found the guy unconscious. In fact, he had saved Lee Yan-woo. However, the guy wasn't surprised at all. He just nodded to the officer and continued writing. The man in uniform stopped. Wasn't Lee Yan-woo curious about how he was saved? But Lee Yan-woo's answer surprised him. He asked what kind of city it was. His face looked so calm that it was eerie at times. Instead, the officer took the guy on a tour of the premises. It looked like a large gym with high walls and many windows, so the room was bright. The officer said that it had actually been a gym for the locals before. The man in uniform continued that they had been ordered to make this place a quarantine zone for the survivors, and to serve as an emergency shelter. He clarified that everyone who had been rescued in the district was all here. He and the officer were still standing there watching the scene unfold. As if on cue, Lee Yan-woo heard one of the patients ask if he could return to Bundangu. The guy also wanted to return to Seoul, so he asked the officer about it. Lee Yan-woo asked strange questions, as if he didn't remember what was happening in Seoul at the time. The officer was a little confused by this question, but he put it down to the fact that the guy hadn't fully regained his senses yet. The man in uniform told the guy that Seoul was currently completely closed to prevent the virus from spreading to other regions. The guy quickly searched his pockets for something, even though he was wearing someone else's clothes. The officer quickly ran somewhere to the door and said that Lee Yan-woo had to wait and that the man would find his things and bring them to the boy. Lee Yan-woo was left waiting a little worried. Everyone was behaving very strangely with him. Suddenly, the boy's hand hurt a lot, making itself felt. The pain was sharp. It felt as if something had been cut out of him, some part. Lee Yan-woo raised it to his face to examine it. He still didn't understand what had happened to it and why it was twisted and hurting. The boy looked at his hand intently for a minute and tried to remember. He felt that he was about to remember because the pain seemed to bring him back to consciousness. Suddenly, he began to remember. The boy's memories began to appear in his memory from the end, starting with the most recent. He remembered hearing the fire siren. He remembered lying on the floor of a burning building. Someone had set it on fire. He remembered waiting for a group of rescuers but mentally preparing for death. So, he had miraculously survived and should be grateful to this officer friend for saving him and carrying him out of the flames. And finally, the boy remembered that his hand was covered in white blisters. However, the boy could not remember what exactly had happened to his hand, and why he was lying on the floor of a burning building alone. He still stood there like a statue, staring at his injured hand, trying to remember what had happened on that fateful day. Suddenly, someone called the boy's name, interrupting his session of rummaging through the gaps in his memory, which scared the boy quite a bit. It seemed that his body was still tense from stress or fear. Lee Yan-woo turned at the sound, and his face changed dramatically. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was some guy. He was smiling broadly and asking Lee Yan-woo where the rest were, why he was here alone. It turned out to be his handsome friend and classmate. He was also here, but he was walking alone. The boy's face looked quite exhausted. The headmaster's question about where the others were really confused Lee Yan-woo. Was he really not alone in the building? But the boy didn't remember anyone else in the building. Lee Yan-woo's heart started beating fast for some reason. Suddenly, another classmate came up from behind and greeted the boy. It seemed that his friend was not alone in this building, the bunker. The classmate hugged Lee Yan-woo and cheerfully called him a brat. The boy's face was really sincerely joyful. It seemed that he was happy to see Lee Yan-woo. The classmate said that he was glad that everything was fine with the boy. He asked if it wasn't Isuri sitting in the corner. It seemed that it was another classmate. As here? The friend asked again where the others were. His face was quite calm. It seemed that he thought that if Lee Yan-woo survived, then everyone else did too. The second classmate hugged Lee Yan-woo. He joined the questioning and said that the boy always walked and was next to Kim Ju-byung. Lee Yan-woo suddenly realized something. This name caused some strong emotions in him, which made the boy's heart beat fast. As here, the boy's lips began to droop down. Lee Yan-woo remembered everything. He remembered that his best friend had died. The boy couldn't help him. Sadness and guilt washed over the boy like a big wave drowning a surfer. The events moved to the school office. The teacher stood in the middle of the class and told him what she thought about their group flow. She told the children to do an experiment in pairs, and then she would check everything after work. Lee Yan-woo sat at the back and silently listened to what the teacher said. Unlike the other children, he didn't get angry at all. All the teenagers got up and sat down at their desks when the teacher left the office. Suddenly, a classmate came up from behind the boy. He started talking to Lee Yan-woo about the experiment. It seemed like he wanted to be paired with him. It turned out to be Kim Ju-byung, his friend. Kim Ju-byung was scrolling through his phone and asking what ideas Lee Yan-woo had. Lee Yan-woo said that he had no ideas and would like to hear what his classmate had to say. He also added that if Kim Ju-byung watched another animated movie, he would kill him. Kim Ju-byung said that he had a brilliant idea. He was talking about a cosplay event in Seoul. Lee Yan-woo called his friend a sick scumbag. Kim Ju-byung laughed at this, as did his friend. The events moved back to the storage facility for those affected by the frog egg virus. Lee Yan-woo sat with his head bowed. They were outraged by what Lee Yan-woo had told them. Another classmate joined in the question and added that they had acted like real scum. Lee Yan-woo remembered the scene of the rest of the class running out of the building and escaping, jumping off the roof. That was the last time he saw them. The boy did not answer, remained silent, and thought about his own things. Anger gripped his body and mind. He also remembered So-yeon. She had seen him in the window of the building. Did the girl really not say anything to her classmate and not want to come back for him? He could not get angry with her. Feelings of sympathy were taking their toll, but the boy was still very disappointed in this girl. The classmates started making fun of the rest of the class that left Lee Yan-woo in the cable car building. Lee Yan-woo somewhere inside it was nice, but now it was not up to that. It was Park Min and Han Seong-yu. They were acting very nice to him now. It amused Lee Yan-woo. Lee Yan-woo, meanwhile, managed to tell his classmates about how he survived that hell. Isuri was sitting in the back and also listened to Lee Yan-woo's story. She asked if it was true that Kang Min had abandoned him. For some reason, she didn't mention the names of the other classmates who were also there on the cable car. As if here, two friends intervened in the conversation. Park Min ran into Isuri with the fact that she hints that Lee Yan-woo is cheating. Friend. Isuri did not react in any way to the provocations of her classmates. She only apologized and added that she did not know that they were still young. Park Min got angry. No one could be rude to him. He was an authority at school. He snapped at Isuri and told her to watch her tongue. Their quarrel was interrupted by Lee Yan-woo. He said that they did not know about something. The guy spoke to the floor without raising his head. Lee Yan-woo continued, without raising his head. He said that they did not know how everyone else died. They did not know anything and were small. He paused and added that they didn't know how and at what cost Lee Yan-woo survived. The two boys stood silently and looked at Lee Yan-woo. They didn't understand what he was getting at and perhaps didn't really want to know about his adventures on the Namsan cable car. Lee Yan-woo sensed this and didn't continue the conversation. He didn't want to trust the boys to set him up again. He raised his head at this moment. His eyes looked quite wary at this moment. Park Min's face hardly changed. He was very calm and cunning. Lee Yan-woo remembered that face. He added that this wasn't the first time he had been in trouble, as if this was an argument for Park Min surviving under strange circumstances. He hugged his classmate like he did with the soja on the cable car. Lee Yan-woo looked at his hand. He didn't like it. Park Min continued to ask. He wanted to know who else was there besides those scumbags on the cable car. He didn't have time to finish his question. He just stared into Lee Yan-woo's eyes for a few seconds, and the guy answered him in the same way. There was a short pause. Eventually, the guys got up and Park Min said it wasn't important. But the guy decided to play along with Park Min and ask why the guy stopped. While hugging Lee Yan-woo, Park Min noticed that the guy's hand was wrapped around him. He decided to ask his classmate what happened to him. The smile still remained on his face. Suddenly, a friend said that Lee Yan-woo's parents would be upset if they found out. He really perked up and told Park Min that he really hadn't called his parents yet. The first thing the boy did was call his mother. He walked away from the company. This fake conversation was already in the middle of his throat. His mother immediately picked up the phone. It seemed that she was waiting for his call and did not let go of the phone. There was noise in the background. Rescuers in protective suits told Lee Yan-woo's father that if he did not leave, they would have to use force. The mother nervously repeated her son's name twice more, thinking that he could not hear because of the noise outside. Also, so that the father would hear and come to listen to her son. Lee Yan-woo said that he had lost his phone somewhere and that it was his friend's number. As soon as the boy's mother heard her son's voice, she immediately cried. Then her father came over and began to calm her down. She continued that when the highway near Seoul was closed, they left the car and walked to Yangjae-dong. But because the virus was spreading too quickly, many areas of Seoul were blocked. The events moved to the medical center. The room was not made for a medical center, but something had to be thought up for the conditions of the apocalypse. The doctor sat in front of Lee Yan-woo and said that tissue necrosis had begun. He said it as if it was something bad. The doctor in a blue coat and mask asked Lee Yan-woo. He was interested in how exactly the fire had started in the cable car building. Lee Yan-woo was in no hurry to answer. First, he had to think about his words so that the lie sounded believable. Lee Yan-woo decided to change the subject and leave the doctor's question rhetorical. The doctor sensed the patient's somewhat anxious mood and said encouragingly that everything would be fine with his hand and it would pass in a moment or two. The doctor added that everything would get better soon and Lee Yan-woo shouldn't worry. He finally said that all the trouble was behind him and Lee Yan-woo could relax. He was in the quarantine zone. Lee Yan-woo thought about the doctor's words that it was safe here and he shouldn't worry because there were many soldiers in this room and they were not in danger. The doctor worriedly began to feel sorry for Lee Yan-woo. He said that according to the news, there were many people here who were looking for shelter, but there were many acquaintances of Lee Yan-woo. Suddenly, the doctor came to his senses and realized that he had said too much. When Lee Yan-woo was leaving, the doctor told him to hold on tight in any case. He added that the patient would return home soon and it was safe here. The doctor told Lee Yan-woo again not to worry. He went out, bowed, and the orderlies in blue coats called the next patient. Lee Yan-woo walked down the corridor and looked at his hand. He looked at it for an indecent long time. If anyone saw him, they would think something was wrong. He looked at it and thought about the fact that he had survived. The boy still couldn't believe it. Lee Yan-woo thought about the fact that he had risked his life but had survived. But suddenly, his thoughts turned from heroic to anger and even rage. He kept asking himself the same question. Why did his classmates do that to him? He didn't care about others, but she did. Lee Yan-woo thought about So-yeon. He knew clearly that the girl understood him correctly, but she didn't help the boy. The events moved back to the cafe where the rest of the class was hiding. Sitting at the table were Kang-min, So-yeon, and two new classmates who had recently joined. Although the group was talking about something, the girl was lost in her thoughts. Kang-min and Kim Min-ju were discussing the route to Seoul Station on the map. The guy found the way between Myeongdong Station and the station. Meanwhile, So-yeon was sitting on her phone and thinking. The girl didn't even blink. It turned out that she was looking at a locked phone, and she couldn't believe that she had become such a monster and did this to the guy who saved her. Meanwhile, the events returned to the shelter again. Lee Yan-woo was returning from the doctor to the hall where the whole crowd was. Suddenly, the events moved to an apartment. The traces of a zombie monster were visible on the window. No one was visible inside the room. The family hugged like the last time. The mother hugged her son tightly to her chest so that he wouldn't be heard crying so loudly. A whole army of zombie monsters could be seen outside the window. They crawled either upstairs or into their apartment. The situation was tense. The boy opened his eyes to see what was happening or to check that he was still alive. His eyes were filled with tears. Suddenly, the mother opened her eyes sharply in fright. It seemed that she saw or heard something outside the window that shocked her greatly. The monster outside the window opened its mouth and looked directly at the family, as if imagining how it would eat them. The events were broadcast live on the news. The man in the suit was going to give his comments and warnings about the situation in Korea. He introduced himself as the President of the Republic of Korea. He said that at the time of the filming, the capital of South Korea, Seoul, was facing the most serious surprise in its history. but the state is mobilizing all available and possible forces and resources to support the isolation events. They are also confident that after 3 weeks of quarantine, the cleaning of Seoul will be completed. It turned out that a classmate in a cafe was watching all this. The president also added that this was all for the safety of citizens and the country as a whole. He went on to say that the infected areas are classified by the level of consequences from 1 to 4, where 4 means the highest degree of infection. The government also took care of unfounded rumors that frightened citizens and sowed additional panic in the country. The president sincerely called on all listeners to cooperate. It turned out that the same table with teenagers was watching the news, and with them, the entire cafe. On the live broadcast, they continued to say that citizens who were in danger zones. The president's last words were that he recommended that everyone who was in the epicenter of the events go to the nearest shelter. Suddenly, the woman who let the teenagers in and who, as it turned out, was the owner of the cafe, brought a drink to someone and told him to drink it. She scolded a man and put a can of Coke on his table. The owner of the cafe noticed that she was being stared at a lot and turned to the culprits. She turned to the teenagers and asked if they wanted anything. The classmates were silent in a stupor. They did not expect the woman to speak to them. She brought the teenagers various carbonated drinks. They thanked her and began to drink quickly. The classmates had eaten almost nothing for the past few days. The woman allowed the other teenagers who were not sitting at the table to also take something from the refrigerator with drinks. Suddenly, the owner of the cafe asked if the children had come from a school excursion by chance. They answered in the affirmative, to which the woman asked where the rest of the class was. But the owner did not wait for an answer and commented on the words of some old man saying that he was talking nonsense again. She further commented on her customers, saying about the man who was talking loudly and emotionally on the phone that he always talked only about problems with the girl. The owner of the cafe left the teenagers to scold the man with the phone so that he would behave more quietly. Meanwhile, Kang Min shared with his classmates that he had installed a mobile application that reported emergencies. The guy added that the application showed that the area where the teenagers were was at the second of 4 levels of danger. The girl asked where the 3rd and 4th levels of danger were. So-yeon stared at the wall with glassy eyes, flying somewhere in the clouds. Suddenly, the girl began to be called by her classmates who were sitting at the table with her. They noticed that the girl was not included in the conversation. The classmate called out to So-yeon again, louder, which scared the girl quite a bit. Kim Min-ju asked if So-yeon had heard what Kang Min had said. She added that they were in a 2nd-level security area. The girl didn't really understand what to do with this information and how to react, so she just smiled a little in response. Kang Min asked Kim Min-ju if it wouldn't be better for them to go to Seoul Station. To which the girl asked a counter question if there was anything on the news about help and if it wouldn't be better for them to wait here in the cafe. Kang Min replied that those were just empty words. He asked when the girl thought they would come to save them. It was Jasoon. She was lying with her head on the table, holding her phone in her hands. She told her classmates that she couldn't reach her parents. Kim Min-ju quickly started to reassure her friend that everything would be fine. It was just because there was no connection. So-yeon, meanwhile, was still holding the phone in her hands and staring at it. It felt like she couldn't bring herself to do anything. Her heart started beating faster and her blood pressure rose. She was breathing heavily and still staring at her phone. Suddenly, she abruptly put the phone face up on the table. So-yeon had wanted to call Lee Yeon-woo all this time to see if he was okay, but she couldn't. She lacked the courage. She looked at Kang Min and Kim Min-ju and thought that Lee Yeon-woo probably wouldn't pick up the phone from her. He must have hated her. So-yeon thought that Lee Yeon-woo might be dead and cried. Meanwhile, blogger Honmi decided to do a live broadcast for her channel. Her followers wrote words of support in the live chat and asked how she survived the bus. Honmi said that the viewers guessed where the girl was now. Her face kept smiling. Someone in the chat started writing that they saw the menu, and after that, guesses went that the girl was with her class in a restaurant or cafe. Honmi confirmed her viewers' guesses and said that the owner of this restaurant saved them, and it was thanks to her that they survived. There was a bus driver and a serious man holding his head in his hands. The blogger said that these two also survived. Someone on the live broadcast asked if Honmi could say hello to them, to which the girl replied that it was impossible. Meanwhile, Honmi thanked her for the donation of 10,000 won. The man looked at the blogger. The followers noticed the elder Kang Ji-hoon. He was looking out the window. The viewers asked Honmi to say hello to him. An old woman who owned a restaurant passed by the blogger's girlfriend. Unfortunately for her, Honmi noticed the woman and wanted to film it for her channel to show her savior to her followers. She started pestering the grandmother to interview her. Still, Honmi filmed the restaurant owner for her blog. The girl started telling me that she was the one who saved them and asked the grandmother to say hello to her followers. Suddenly, someone called the girl in a not-so-friendly voice. Hommi turned around at the sound. It was the serious man who was covering his face with his hands. He added that they were not here for fun and games. The man's tone was quite serious, but Hommi reacted to this in her own way. She said on camera that something was wrong with this man, but he could not stand this attitude towards himself. He started getting up from the table and calling the girl in an even ruder and more serious tone. He made a lot of noise and sounds when he got up from the table, which attracted the attention of other cafe patrons. Everyone turned and watched what was happening. He came close to Hommi. This scared the girl. Did this man really not know about personal boundaries? He asked in a rude tone if she didn't understand what he was telling her. His face was as relaxed as possible, and his voice was very dictatorial, as if he was talking to his subordinate through his mouth. But the girl was silent. She just stared at the man with wide open eyes. It seems that this silence annoyed him and he switched to swearing and shouting. This scared Hommi even more. All she could say was scream. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of the girl and began to cover her with his hands, pulling her away. This shocked the man because it was his conversation with Hommi and no one was supposed to interfere between them. He clearly did not like this turn of events. It turned out that it was the headmaster Kang Ji-hoon. Surprisingly, he behaved like a true gentleman and the head of the class, standing up for his classmate. He looked the man in the eyes and asked Hommi what happened here. Ji-hoon did not speak to the man. Hommi began to complain that this uncle threatened her, to which the man replied with swear words that this did not happen, and he simply asked that the girl turn off the broadcast, to which the headmaster Kang Ji-hoon said that they would turn it off. His answer was exhaustive. He continued that he would turn off the broadcast himself, and the man had nothing to worry about. The man responded to the boy's audacity by saying that they were just stupid, ill-mannered children. Suddenly, the grandmother, the owner of the restaurant, intervened in their fight. She shouted and swung at the man. The man sincerely did not understand what was wrong. He asked why he should be polite with such rude children. The woman began to lead the man away from his classmates to the table where he was sitting. From behind the headmaster Kang Ji-hoon, Hongmi shouted with tears in her eyes. She asked why this man was so aggressive towards her. In return, Ji-hoon was not polite to her, even though the girl was hurt because she had just been shouted at. He looked at his classmate. Hongmi was silent when she suddenly began to make a crying sound. Hongmi began to cry bitterly, wiping her tears with her hands. She explained that she only wanted to do better. Headmaster Kang Ji-hoon just silently watched his classmate cry. Finally, Kang Ji-hoon couldn't take it anymore. He asked why Hongmi was crying, and he seemed to reach out to hug her. Ji-sun joined her. They all hugged the girl and comforted her. Elder Kang Ji-hoon just silently watched this scene. He was a little sad that he didn't have time to hug Hongmi. Finally, he stopped arguing and left them, snorting loudly so that no one would think that he sympathized with Hongmi and wanted to be in her friend's shoes. He went to the window, where he had been standing before the fight with the rude man. He said to himself that they were all a bunch of idiots. Suddenly, Elder Ji-hoon heard a sound as if something had crunched. His expression changed dramatically. He jumped sharply from the window and began to fall to the floor while shouting all the gibberish words he knew. With his actions, he scared and sowed panic among other restaurant visitors. They screamed and began to ask what Kang Ji-hoon saw outside the window. Suddenly, something began to appear from around the corner. This creature's eyes glowed yellow. It had ears and was small in size. In the window, the cafe visitors noticed a piece of someone's red tail. When the teenagers realized that it was just a very brave cat, their faces changed and they relaxed. The danger passed. In front of them, outside the window, sat an impudent red cat. He looked well-groomed. The animal began to look at the visitors to meow, so that they would open the door and feed it. Suddenly, the owner of the restaurant quickly rushed to the door and shouted the cat's name, Sundok. It seemed that it was her pet. The grandmother fed her pet, and the cat purred gratefully in response. The owner of the restaurant spoke to the cat as if it were a real person. Her voice sounded very sweet. As here, the bus driver began to get indignant, shouting words from behind the grandmother. He said that it was not worth all sorts of vagrants to enter and wander around the restaurant. He said that this could be a big problem. To which the owner of this establishment said that it should be closed. After all, it was her restaurant, and she should decide who to let in and who not. The restaurant owner liked her pet's response, so she rewarded him with a treat. The teenagers joined in on the action. Hongmi started filming it, but the grandmother went to the window. She seemed to be waiting for someone else and was looking out the window. Ji-sun asked the restaurant owner what happened and why the grandmother was looking out the window. To which she replied that she didn't see Gim-song because two cats always walk together. And this time, Sundok came alone. The events moved to the roof of a building where a ginger cat, most likely Gim-song, was sitting and licking himself to come clean for dinner. Suddenly, the cat heard something that caught his attention. It was a pigeon that had gotten caught in the white mucus of the frog eggs and could not get out of the trap, so it kept flapping its wings, making a lot of noise. It was this noise that attracted the cat's attention. Gimson went to the pigeon, perhaps to make it his dinner. Meanwhile, the bird was already completely wrapped in frog eggs. The cat saw the prey. His animal instincts did not allow him to simply walk past the victim who was in trouble. The events are again transferred to the restaurant that was a temporary shelter. Grandma asked about Seoul Station. She looked quite surprised. The teenagers stood next to her, and Kim Min-ju told them that they had to get to the shelter that was located near this Seoul Station. Kang Min looked at his phone and said that it was no longer safe for them to stay in the restaurant. Grandma tried to convince the teenagers that her restaurant was completely safe, even though it was on the first floor and had many windows, and the roads were littered with zombie monsters and the frog egg virus. Kang Min agreed with the owner of the establishment. The problem was exactly how they were going to get to the station. Suddenly, another man spoke up, calling the teenagers stupid kids. While the teenagers did not understand all the pathos of the man and just silently looked at him, waiting for some further speech, he added that the bus driver was standing right in front of him and smiled with all 32 of his teeth. They were all now looking out the window. The driver said that in front of them was the road along which the teenagers came. He said that there was a bus parked about 50 meters away. It turned out that it was his bus. He thought aloud further. Perhaps his bus was still clean, without surprises in the form of ugly monsters inside. And the problem was that the virus was raging everywhere. And if the bus driver's memory served him right, there were several monsters nearby. So getting to the bus was a bit of a problem. A rude man approached the company. He listened to their conversation for a bit and seemed to want to intervene. He turned to the owner of the restaurant and asked if she sold alcohol. His voice was calm as always. This question put the old woman in a stupor. Was this man an alcoholic and would start raging as soon as he got drunk? The grandmother brought the man some alcohol, and he began to stuff a piece of paper into the neck of the bottle. The owner of the restaurant got scared and shouted at the man with questions about what he was doing. The man calmly replied that it was a Molotov cocktail. He added that if the news was to be believed, his weakness was fire. So they should have at least tried. The bus driver supported the idea of the military man. After all, a Molotov cocktail could be thrown from a distance, which was quite safe. He praised the man. The action moved to a storage room where there was a warehouse of all sorts of things. There, the man poured gasoline on his cocktails. Homie quietly approached him. It was clear that the girl wanted to tell him something. She addressed him quite politely and amiably in Honmi's style. She asked if it was difficult for him to put it together and offered her help. Such an unusual request from a young girl shocked the man a little. Considering the fact that they had recently had a fight, he replied that he didn't need help. After all, children shouldn't have to deal with such things. Hongmi fell silent. There was a moment of silence. It was clear that the girl was gathering her thoughts to say something. Suddenly, she apologized to her husband and hesitantly said that she was wrong. She repeated that she had heard his story and said again that she was wrong. In fact, she was very sorry. The husband replied that it was all trifles. After all, she was just a child. The girl was happy that the conflict was over and now they could go to Seoul Station in peace. But the girl was also quite annoying. She asked if her husband had forgiven her. Honmi said that she heard that the soldier was in the cable car and asked if they had met before. She continued to pester her with this topic. She said that she was live broadcasting during the trip when they were on a tour. The soldier's face changed dramatically. It was felt that he was angry and very upset inside. Honmi couldn't see the man's face and he didn't answer. He was silent. So the girl asked again, letting her know that she was expecting an answer. But the soldier seemed to be flying somewhere in his thoughts, so he continued to be silent. Then Honmi apologized and said that she was talking nonsense again. But suddenly, the man answered her. He said that it wasn't the girl with him, but his fiancé. Honmi's face changed dramatically. She felt sorry that she had touched on such a sensitive and painful topic for the military man. She asked if it meant that he had lost his fiancé. Honmi also apologized for this situation because she had no idea. The girl suddenly fell silent and thought. Her face became so sad, as if she was about to cry. Suddenly, tears flowed from her eyes. Honmi began to tell that they had also lost many of their friends there. Honmi covered her eyes with her hands. The girl's crying turned into hysterics. She said that she had not thought that something like this could happen during their trip. Suddenly, the headmaster Kang Ji-hoon approached them. He asked his classmate what she was doing there with this man who had been rude to her. Then he noticed that Hongmi was crying and asked about it, making a curse word that meant that he was annoyed that the girl was crying so often, at which the classmate turned around and told Kang Ji-hoon not to interfere with her. Kang Ji-hoon looked at the man. He did not expect such a statement from Hongmi. The man was also surprised and turned his head sharply towards the boy. He did not think that Kang Ji-hoon would apologize. The man's thoughts were confirmed because Kang Ji-hoon turned sharply and silently walked away from them, his head held high. But Hongmi didn't just leave it like that and commented on her classmate's action. She called him an arrogant boy. The man asked if they were close to this guy Kang Ji-hoon. This question confused the girl a little. She looked at the man, then down at the floor and thought about what to say to him. The girl turned her gaze to Kang Ji-hoon's back, who was walking away from them, as if in a movie at sunset. Meanwhile, the bus driver called his daughter Jinyo. He told her that he would be back soon. The man spoke very nicely to his daughter so that she wouldn't worry. The conversation was overheard and asked if the bus driver had spoken to his daughter. He turned to the sound. His face was very smiling. It turned out to be the owner of the restaurant. She noticed that the man was very excited and happy. He ended the conversation and said that his daughter was like an angel to him, and in order to see her again and play with her, he would do everything possible and impossible. Meanwhile, the soldier and Hanmi were walking with a full box of Molotov cocktails in their hands. The man said that everyone should gather for a while. The man said that they should all stick together until they reached the shelter. The soldier took one bottle in his hands and held it up for everyone to see. He started talking about the Molotov cocktail. The man said that throwing them was quite dangerous, so he ordered that he would do it himself. The guy started talking about how he didn't trust people easily. He asked if they should just be set on fire and thrown at the monsters. The man didn't look at Kang Ji-hoon so as not to get annoyed, but he was very angry at the guy's behavior. The soldier exhaled and said that the fire could stop and the fuel could run out. It was too dangerous. To which the guy told him that it wasn't the main problem. After all, there were a lot of annoying, ugly, and dangerous zombie monsters around. He started to prove to the man that they weren't little children, and that's why everyone would throw Molotov cocktails. The soldier took another deep breath and shouted at Kang Ji-hoon, calling him an idiot. In the end, the man agreed and said that they would share all the Molotov cocktails between them. However, she did not object and looked out the window and said that everything was fine. She did not turn to face them, and added that they should have left without her. Hongmi immediately attacked the old woman with hugs and her sincerity. She tried to persuade the owner of the restaurant to go with them. The soldier joined in the conversation. He asked if everything would be okay with the owner and added that it would really be better for her to go with them. The old woman interrupted him and said that everything would be okay. They all need to get to the shelter as soon as possible. To which she replied that this place had been her home for 30 years. The owner of the restaurant added that the thugs shouldn't worry. They should leave quickly. Everyone gathered. It was time to leave. The soldier was standing at the door with a Molotov cocktail in his hands and said that he had to check everything first before they left the restaurant. Suddenly, he noticed a monster in the window, walking and growling. He was a potential danger and would most likely attack them if they left the restaurant even after some time. So the soldier threw 2 Molotov cocktails at him. The zombie monster caught fire. The supplies hit the target exactly. Everyone else stood outside the door and watched the monster burn. Hongmi hid behind the man. He turned to the others and said with a serious face that everything was now clear and gave the order to move. It was clear that the soldier was in his element. He continued to command them to prepare everything they wanted to take with them in advance, to have everyone run out at the same time and quickly reach the bus. Kang Ji-hoon was clearly dissatisfied. He didn't like the man being in charge. Suddenly, So-yeon spoke. She started asking if everyone remembered what she had told her classmates earlier. He abruptly closed her mouth and rudely said that he didn't want to listen to anyone's whining. Kim Minju lashed out at him. She yelled at her classmate and said that he was acting too impudent. To which headman Kang Ji-hoon told Kim Minju that she didn't know what she was talking about, since she wasn't with them on the Namsan cable car. So-yeon looked at the floor in fear, thinking about how stupid they were. Her eyes widened. Fear for her friend Lee Yeon-woo was in them. She wondered if Kang Ji-hoon's words were about Lee Yeon-woo or about herself. The girl began to worry. After all, her leg was still injured. Did he really think she was a weakling because of that? The bus driver noticed the girl's condition and turned to her. But it seemed that the man noticed not only her condition, but also So-yeon's leg. So he asked what happened to her. He looked at the leg again to get a better look. The wound was quite fresh and deep. The bus driver looked at So-yeon sympathetically and assumed that she must have been in pain. He was worried about the girl, and he said that even if her leg was fine now, she still had to be careful. She didn't know how to react to this, so she just nodded. She was surprised that her friends didn't worry about the girl at all. Meanwhile, the soldier had already given the order to run. Hongmi and Kang Min immediately ran after him with a box of Molotov cocktails. The owner of the restaurant even came out of the restaurant and said that they had been careful and taken care of themselves. She was a surprisingly nice and kind woman. They ran and thanked her for everything once again. The soldier again ordered everyone to run after him as fast as possible. The last ones were So-yeon and Kim Min-ju. The man continued to give instructions. He said that they should not run close to the buildings, but to stick to the center of the road. He continued that the Molotov cocktail should be thrown to the ground so that the bottle would definitely break, and that at the same time it was necessary to beware of pigeons. Suddenly, the bus driver started to stop the soldier and reach for him with his hand. It seemed that he saw a zombie monster ahead of them, which was eating the unfortunate kitten on the ground. Suddenly, the ugly giant saw a crowd running towards him and growled, trying to scare people. As here, the headman Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier swung their cocktails at the zombie monster. They flew straight to the target and the ugly giant caught fire. They dealt with it quite quickly, and the monster no longer posed any danger. The man looked at Kang Ji-hoon strangely. There was strong anger and rage in the teenager's eyes. The headman Ji-hoon said lightly that it turned out that zombie monsters were nothing. So the boy ran forward, carrying another cocktail in his hands. The soldier shouted at him from behind to think things over and not do foolish things. The owner of the restaurant was watching them carefully through the window. Suddenly, she saw something that made her eyes widen and her mouth drop. She noticed her ginger cat Gimson. He was walking calmly between the houses. Grandma, without thinking, immediately ran out to her Gimson and pounced on him with questions about where he was going. But she stopped for a second. Something about her fluffy pet seemed quite strange. The cat Gimson did not react at all to the hostess, although earlier he immediately ran to her so that the old woman would feed and stroke him. The restaurant owner's eyes widened sharply. For some reason, she began to feel danger from the cute domestic cat, who had never hurt a fly before. But here, the cat answered its caring mistress and meowed politely. And here, the grandmother calmed down and the anxiety subsided. She affectionately called her furry pet to her so that he could eat deliciously with her. This scared the grandmother again, as if she had noticed something very strange. But suddenly, the cat began to cough heavily, as if something was stuck in its mouth and make strange sounds that it had not made before. The grandmother watched her pet with anxiety and shock. She could not believe her eyes. A dove, or rather its remains, began to come out of the mouth of her previously cute furry pet. The eyes of the restaurant owner widened to the size of oranges. She shouted the cat's name, not believing what she saw. Her cat's eyes darkened, and he began to make strange sounds like zombie monsters. The pet's face was covered with a frog egg virus. Meanwhile, the escapees almost reached the bus. The headman Kang Ji-hoon ran ahead because he considered himself independent. Suddenly, he screamed and swung a burning Molotov cocktail. It turned out that he was throwing it at a zombie monster that was in their way. Right in front of the bus, there were several ugly zombie monsters burning. So the headman approached Kang Min and asked him to give him more Molotov cocktails. But the headman Kang Ji-hoon did not listen to him. Suddenly, the bus driver shouted loudly. It turned out that he had found his bus, which had not yet caught fire from Kang Ji-hoon's war games. The transport was the last in line. The driver ran first, breaking away from the crowd. He shouted that Dad would return soon and said the name of his daughter, Jin-hyo. But the man was so blinded by the feeling of victory that was about to come that he did not notice something on the side. He turned to the monster's scream. Just then, a huge zombie monster attacked him from the window of another bus. He was quite cunning and was waiting for his victim, sitting in ambush. The bus driver's eyes widened sharply. He screamed and began to act sharply. The man could not bring his daughter down. He had to survive and come to her. The bus driver jumped away from the zombie, not noticing So-yeon, who was running behind him. He pushed the girl. The chain was started. So-yeon pushed Kang Min back. Now everyone was in danger. The guy was carrying Molotov cocktails in his hands, but due to the collision, he dropped them. They could have broken and caught fire. Elder Kang Ji-hoon even stopped. He saw a zombie monster attacking his friends. Without thinking twice, the guy threw his burning Molotov cocktail at the ugly, huge giant. Kang Ji-hoon aimed really well, and this time he hit the monster clearly and it caught fire. So the people in the collision could stop for a while to analyze what had just happened. So-yeon was very angry with the bus driver because of him, she had again become a problem for Elder Kang Ji-hoon. As the girl expected, the guy came up to them and started scolding them, calling them idiots. As if this were the case, Kang Ji-hoon started screaming like crazy. He scolded Kang Min, calling him names whenever he wanted. It turned out that all the Molotov cocktails had been broken after all, so Kang Ji-hoon kicked the box with his foot in anger. But Kang Ji-hoon never managed to knock over the box with bottles because a soldier pushed him. Suddenly, someone started calling Kang Ji-hoon's elder. His displeased face from the fact that he was put in his place did not even want to turn around at the sound. It turned out that it was the bus driver. He was angry at what some teenager who was 3 times smaller than him said. The man shouted at Kang Ji-hoon and called him a little shit. He demanded that the boy answer for his words. It was good that the soldier held the bus driver, otherwise there would have been a fight. But Kang Ji-hoon turned out to be no ordinary person either. Suddenly, the bus driver shouted something that made Kang Ji-hoon's face change dramatically. But the bus driver didn't stop. He continued to shout at the teenager. The girls Hongmi and Kim Minju began to stand up for their classmates. But it seems that the man didn't know how to admit his mistakes, just like the headmaster. So he became even more indignant at the teenagers. He said that it seemed like they didn't really need the bus. After that, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The man started to make excuses that he fell because someone pushed him from behind, even though everyone saw that it was the opposite. The bus driver didn't stop. He accused everyone of trying to kill him. The man continued to threaten, this time looking at Kang Ji-hoon. He continued to look closely at Kang Ji-hoon and called him a little shit. Suddenly, someone's apology was heard from behind the bus driver. It was So-yeon. She said that the bus driver fell because of her because she fell first and most likely pushed the others. The girl with a very tired face looking at the floor apologized to everyone and took all the blame on herself. Her head dropped even lower. The girl apologized one last time and asked them to forgive her at least once. He looked at poor So-yeon, who was so brave and smart that she was able to take all the blame and end the fight. The girl just stood there looking at the floor, pretending to be guilty so that everyone would believe her. Suddenly, the bus driver just turned around and left. It was the act of a real man to hide under the skirt of a little girl whom he most likely hurt and not even apologize. Passing by the headmaster Kang Ji-hoon, he pushed him with his elbow, although there was enough space, and told the little one to look at his feet. Surprisingly, Kang Ji-hoon remained silent. Suddenly, he had a brain that finally gave him the right commands to act. Hongmi approached the headmaster. The girl turned to her classmate, which surprised him greatly. The classmate looked Kang Ji-hoon straight in the eyes and asked if everything was okay with the guy. But instead, she received rudeness in her direction. Kang Ji-hoon pushed her away and told her to stay away from him and not touch him. So-yeon stood there, adjusting her clothes. Suddenly, someone asked her if she was hurt. The girl finally raised her gaze to look at this man. It was a soldier. He looked at the girl with sympathy. So-yeon replied that everything was fine. She didn't want to complain, although in fact she had hit herself pretty hard and her leg was still making itself felt. She simply thanked him briefly, without looking the man in the eye. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by the sounds of running and screaming. The crowd saw the same old woman, the owner of the restaurant, running towards them. She was shouting words for help, holding onto her hand. The woman turned back and screamed. It seemed that she had seen something she didn't want to see. Everyone was surprised and their mouths were open. Only Hongmi began to wave her hand happily and greet the grandmother. The girl thought that the owner of the restaurant had decided to go with them after all. Suddenly, her joy turned into fear. The grandmother shouted for them all to run away immediately. She ran and shouted as hard as she could, for them all to run away as fast as they could, and as fast as they could. Her face looked very scared. Meanwhile, the bus driver had already started running first, while the others did not fully understand what was happening, but also started running away. Suddenly, the man saw something, which made his eyes widen greatly. They showed great surprise. It turned out that the old woman was running after her cat. The people could not see much, but it was clear that it was carrying something in its mouth. The grandmother noticed that they did not react much to her words about running, so she switched to the mat and still ordered them to run away. Meanwhile, the cat was almost catching up with her. Suddenly, he bent down to pounce on the owner of the restaurant. His face was almost completely covered with frog eggs. He released his white tentacles and they reached the woman's head. That was the end. The good old woman could not be saved. The people saw the little cat knocking its owner to the floor and immediately began to run away as hard as they could. Now they saw and felt the full danger of what was happening. Meanwhile, the owner of the restaurant still thought that it was her fluffy good pet Gimson. He looked down at her, let out his white tentacles and growled. Suddenly, the grandmother screamed even louder. There were sounds of eating. Now the escapees had two new threats. It was the grandmother's cat, which was devouring the face of its owner. The old woman was screaming loudly. She was in pain. A soldier ran behind So-yeon and ordered everyone to run quickly to the bus. They would be safe there. The crowd began to jump into the bus one by one. The first were teenagers Hongmi, Jisoon, and Kim Minju. Meanwhile, the bus driver was already starting the transport. Everyone was hurrying and pushing those who got on the bus first. Suddenly, the bus driver looked at those who got on in surprise. Did he really expect that he would go alone? From the back of the transport, the sounds of zombie monsters were heard. They were approaching. The bus driver began to panic. His heart beat faster, his blood pressure increased. He looked at the photo next to the steering wheel, where he and his daughter Jinyo were. Meanwhile, the rest of the crowd was running away. The headman Kang Ji-hoon was picking up the bottles of Molotov cocktails that were left behind. But Kang Ji-hoon did not listen and was still collecting ammunition. The rest of the escapees were about to reach the bus. They were running as fast as they could. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon noticed that the bus doors were closing. The guy ran to the door and started knocking on it. He shouted to the driver to open it because not everyone had gotten in yet. But the bus driver didn't even look at him. It was obvious that he did it on purpose. Ji-hoon continued to knock on the door and scream. The man said that he couldn't take any more risks for these scumbags. He continued to look at the photo with his daughter. And then, the man touched the gear shift and the bus started moving. He forgot that it was because of these scumbags that his daughter might never see her daddy again. Kang Ji-hoon was angry. He shouted at the driver and knocked on the door. Others ran to him, but the bus had already started moving. Everyone was shocked by such a despicable act by the bus driver. Hongmi noticed that the driver had started moving, but the others hadn't gotten inside yet. She started to stop the man and said that they couldn't leave them there, they could die. Kang Ji-hoon watched all this through the glass of the door. The girl shouted at the bus driver and said that her friends hadn't gone inside yet and asked him to wait. But the driver was very angry, barely holding back his anger. Hongmi was still shouting for him to stop the bus. Suddenly, this crazy guy swung at the poor girl who was trying to protect her friends, hit her and told her to get off him. The headman Kang Ji-hoon saw all this. He was shocked and shouted at the girl. She fell to the ground. Kang Ji-hoon saw the girl holding her cheek. He shouted and asked if she was okay. The boy ran as fast as he could. He wanted to help his classmate, but the bus was speeding up. The girl looked at her friend and cried. Her cheek turned red, and blood was about to flow from her lip. Kang Ji-hoon's face was almost invisible. The bus was going too fast. This was the end. The bus driver watched the teenagers say goodbye and just pressed the gas pedal, accelerating the bus. Kang Ji-hoon saw the face of this scum. He shouted obscenities at him and threatened to kill him. But the transport was already too far away, and the headman could only see his ass, shouting to follow him. The bus driver looked in the rearview mirror, that the rest had stopped and stopped running. He was amused. This was an absolutely evil person, inside of whom there was nothing bright. Kang Ji-hoon stood and held his breath. Now he could feel how Lee Yeon-woo felt when they abandoned him on the Namsan cable car. Kang Min screamed and couldn't believe that they had just abandoned them. They didn't know what to do now. Walking to the shelter was too dangerous. Kang Ji-hoon stood silently. His body was filled with anger. He wanted revenge. If it weren't for the teenagers, this worthless bus driver would never have made it to the shelter and his transport. He stood up and shouted at the top of his lungs how much he hated this man and his entire family. Suddenly, a cat started to approach the group that was discussing something loudly. The cat screamed, so So-yeon and Kang Min heard it and turned back. The others followed them immediately because the roaring had increased because there were more cats. One of the cats that was closer meowed as if greeting the company. As they got closer, you could see some frog eggs on it. The company did not notice this, so they stood silently and watched what would happen next. Suddenly, the cat screamed again, but this time half of its face was already covered with frog eggs. This is what the company noticed. Their faces changed dramatically. They understood that trouble awaited them, and they had to run away from these seemingly innocent cats. The boys and girls noticed that all 4 cats were already infected with this frog egg virus, and they were heading straight for them. The company screamed and started to retreat back. It was necessary to think quickly and come up with a plan of action. Suddenly, Kang Min lit his Molotov cocktail from behind and shouted for everyone to move away, and he would throw the weapon at the cats. But the headman Kang Ji-hoon did not let him do this, and said that a classmate gave him the Molotov and he would throw it himself. So-yeon covered her mouth with her hands at this time. She was very scared and was the only girl among them, and also with an injured leg. A soldier noticed her as she stood. He ordered everyone, including So-yeon, to stand behind him. He felt responsible for these children. Meanwhile, the once pets were getting closer and closer to the company and growling, reminding them that in reality they were no longer cute kittens but bloodthirsty zombie monsters. The soldier picked up a Molotov cocktail, stood in front of everyone, and swung it at the cats, hoping to hit them. The cats sensed danger and got into an attack position and growled. The soldier slowed down. He said that this was the last Molotov cocktail, so he had to use it perfectly. The man prepared to throw it and ordered that when he gave the signal, everyone else should quickly run away. Suddenly, the cats meowed at the same time and looked at their victim. They began to release their white tentacles at the soldier. The man gave a signal. His eyes widened. He might not make it. The cats grouped into one huge zombie monster, and this explosive mixture attacked the soldier. His eyes widened even more. The chances of escape were small, but this way he could delay the zombie monster and the teenagers would have more time to escape. The man threw a Molotov cocktail at the large zombie boss, which was made of 4 cats, and shouted to the others to run away immediately. The soldier managed to break free and ran with the teenagers. The events moved to the shelter. Lee Yan-woo sat in the corner, covering his face with his hand and looking at the floor near a mountain of boxes. The employees distributed supplies to everyone who wanted them. The crowd gathered a lot and everyone tried to grab as much as possible. It turned out that the guy had fallen asleep. His body was still exhausted. He still couldn't come to his senses, but the screams of the people nearby were too loud. So Lee Yan-woo woke up and started to open his eyes. Suddenly, before his eyes was a huge zombie monster that was about to attack him. It had already opened its huge mouth and was preparing to bite him. The guy's eyes suddenly opened. He woke up instantly. Lee Yan-woo jumped up and screamed. But from the oversleeping, he could not stay on his feet, so he fell to the floor, realizing that it was just a nightmare, and now he was completely safe. But the boy landed on his hand, so it hurt. The boy groaned in pain. He looked at his hand. He was surprised that it still hurt, and this pain was very strange, not like from a burn. Suddenly, someone came up behind him. The boy was shaking all over and was screaming in pain. Some hand tried to touch the boy, but Lee Yan-woo reacted too sharply. He attacked the hand with his fists. However, it turned out that they were only his classmates Park Min and Ham Seong-yu. They really scared the boy. He looked at them with his scared eyes and was very angry. Probably, in the eyes of his classmates, Lee Yan-woo just looked like some kind of crazy person. They silently looked at him, not understanding such a reaction. Ham Seong-yu continued to chew. When Lee Yan-woo finally realized that he was not in danger, he apologized to his classmates, still laughing loudly. Park Min continued to look at him. It was unclear from his gaze how he felt about Lee Yan-woo, as well as from his actions. But this time, he pleasantly surprised by taking out some food and handing it to the boy. Lee Yan-woo asked what it was, to which Park Min replied that it was bread that was distributed to everyone. It was nice of them to bring food to Lee Yan-woo. The boy immediately opened it. He didn't even remember the last time he had eaten properly. Just then, they heard someone arguing loudly. The argument was about someone's patience running out and that someone had heard enough. A man demanded that the employees call the manager. The argument escalated. A man in a red sweater and a cap was scolding someone severely, and the employees were trying to calm down the scandal. Park Min was sitting on the phone and asked his friend Ham Sung-kyun if he knew what was wrong with the man. Sung-kyun replied that he heard that they were angry because the employees wanted to help the homeless. He looked at the homeless people sitting in a circle nearby. A couple walked by them, and the girl, not shy, said loudly that she smelled very bad. Meanwhile, the homeless people turned to the employees in yellow shirts and asked if they had any cigarettes anywhere. This was watched by their classmates, and Park Min joked that this virus seemed to be spreading faster. To which Ham Seong-yu asked what his friend was watching, if it was something funny. The guy turned to his phone and looked at it, to which Park Min reacted a little surprised. It turned out that the classmate was just watching some YouTube video about the frog egg virus, but why the guy was smiling all the time was incomprehensible. Park Min turned to Lee Yan-woo. He asked if the guy had noticed that if you look closely, some viruses had cells, while others did not. Lee Yan-woo did not react very emotionally to this interesting observation. But Park Min continued anyway. He said that the funniest thing was that a virus that did not have cells could completely merge with its host. He added that this was what the monsters on the internet called merged. Ham Seong-yu laughed at this name. It seemed that they both found it funny what was happening in the world. But Lee Yan-woo was alarmed by this information. Suddenly, someone interrupted his thoughts. It seemed that someone was looking for them. It turned out that this someone was an officer, and he was looking for only Lee Yan-woo. The man in uniform brought the boy's personal belongings as he had promised. However, the young man had already forgotten about it. He brought Lee Yan-woo to a cell and said that the guy could pick up his things only after he signed for them. Lee Yan-woo did everything and thanked the officer. Finally, the guy could see what was on his phone while he was away. Lee Yan-woo started to turn on his device, but it didn't respond at all. Only a black screen in which the guy saw himself. The officer noticed this and suggested that Lee Yan-woo bring a charger. The guy thanked him for his concern and left. Suddenly, he heard a sound that resembled nausea. He turned around and asked if the officer was okay. But it turned out that it wasn't the officer, but some woman who was vomiting in the middle of the corridor. She was clearly sick. Workers in sanitary gowns, gloves, and masks approached the woman. The victim fell to the ground. She was still nauseous. Lee Yan-woo gradually moved away from the situation that was happening, but watched. The woman said how bad she felt. She was nauseous all the time. The picture was not the best. Suddenly, the guy felt a sharp pain in his bandaged hand. It was like thousands of needles were simultaneously entering his hand and palm. Lee Yan-woo cried out and raised his hand to see what was wrong with it. He said out loud that he had almost forgotten about this burn, but it hurt again. Meanwhile, the woman was still sitting on the floor. The guy crouched down somewhere in the corridor. His thoughts were weighing on him. He remembered Park Min's words about a cell-free virus completely merging with its host. Lee Yan-woo was afraid to even think about it. What if he had contracted the frog egg virus in the burning cable car building back then? The guy decided to go further so as not to arouse suspicion. He had to charge his phone and check it, and at the same time watch the video Park Min had mentioned. As he walked, he remembered what kind of frog egg virus had fallen to them in the Namsan cable car cabin. He clearly remembered that there was a cell virus, but the zombie monsters they all fought. They looked fused, just like the ones in the YouTube video that Park Min watched. It didn't look like they had cells. Lee Yan-woo looked at his hand again. He didn't want to admit it, but the boy had to be honest with himself at least. Eventually, the boy realized that the frog egg virus that he had contracted was on his hand. Meanwhile, while the boy was looking at his hand, he didn't notice Isuri walking behind him. Suddenly, the girl noticed that Lee Yan-woo was staring at his hand intensely and couldn't pass by his classmate anymore. Isuri called out to the boy to find out what was wrong with him. Lee Yan-woo was a little scared when he heard a familiar voice. The boy had to pull himself together and behave normally, to which she received a comprehensive answer of nothing. Isuri spoke with a stony face, even a little tired. She said that it seemed like Lee Yan-woo had wandered in here by accident. She asked further if it was because of his hand. Lee Yan-woo immediately grabbed her. His body language showed that Isuri's words hit the mark and hurt him deeply. But Lee Yan-woo calmed himself down and said that he was just picking up his things. But Isuri was not an ordinary person. She read Lee Yan-woo like an X-ray, so she ignored her classmate's answer and continued asking. She asked again that Lee Yan-woo got this wound because of the fire on the Namsan cable car. But the classmate also said that he was there alone, so the girl asked who could have started such a big fire there. Lee Yan-woo stopped and asked why Isuri was interested in this. He didn't want to answer his classmate's questions, so he changed the subject as best he could. Her face still remained stony. She asked if it was okay to ask her about it. Lee Yan-woo started shouting. It was obvious that the guy was very nervous. He said that he didn't know anything about the fire. Maybe there was a short circuit. Isuri, with the same stony expression, put forward the hypothesis that someone might have deliberately set the building on fire. Lee Yan-woo looked at her as an enemy. He didn't know what to expect from his classmate and what she wanted to do with this information. But this didn't calm Lee Yan-woo. He turned around and shouted at Isuri. He was angry at the girl's indifference. He cursed and asked what her classmate meant by this. But Isuri's answer surprised the boy. The girl said that she wanted to know. She added that she wanted to know if she could trust Lee Yan-woo. This time she looked straight into his eyes. Her face looked more alive. This phrase shocked the boy greatly. He opened his eyes and mouth wide but remained silent. He was choosing the right words and simultaneously thinking about what he had just heard. The boy decided not to blindly trust Isuri. The trauma of betrayal was reflected in him, so now he distrusted all his classmates. His eyes widened sharply and his teeth became numb. The boy looked bad. He fell to the ground, holding his hand. It seemed that it hurt again, but this time even more. But still, the girl was worried about her classmate and changed her stony face. Lee Yan-woo seemed to have moved to another world. During the pain, he was thrown out of reality and did not understand where he was. He held his hand. He again felt that thousands of needles were pricking his hand at the same time. Suddenly, a familiar sound brought him back to reality. This made the boy panic, because along with the sound, memories came to him. Lee Yan-woo understood immediately. But the boy could not believe his eyes. They were in a safe place. How could this happen? When the teenagers turned around, they saw a woman starting to turn into a zombie monster. The orderlies were running away from her in horror. Lee Yan-woo and Isuri stood in a stupor and did not understand what to do. The boy thought that he would not encounter these disgusting zombie monsters again. Meanwhile, someone was watching the news again. They were talking about the residents of Seoul no longer using cranes. Suddenly, a man wearing glasses and a mask started cursing at everyone. It turned out that it was a live broadcast. As it turned out, it was Park Min. He was watching this humorous news and laughing at what was happening. Ham Seong-yu was also sitting on his phone. The announcer on the video swore that he was completely serious. It was unclear whether he was joking or not. He continued to swear and call everyone who watched the news on TV fools. The guy urged everyone to listen to his channel instead of the news. Suddenly, the mockery of this fake news was interrupted by a sharp, loud sound. His classmates turned around at the sound of the noise. The two boys saw how the orderlies one by one started running out of the other part of the shelter and shouting for everyone to run away. However, Park Min and Ham Seong-yu just watched silently and did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Isuri and Lee Yan-woo were in real danger. The woman who was turning into a hideous zombie monster began to rise and growl, which meant that the transformation was about to end. Lee Yan-woo watched in horror. A clear understanding flashed through his head that the pain in his arm was not for nothing. The guy had a bad feeling that the pain in his arm had done something to that woman, and that it was because of him that she had turned into a zombie monster. His heart was beating fast, his blood pressure was accelerating, and his breathing became heavier. Suddenly, an officer came out of the room that was right next to the injured woman. In his hands, he held a charger for Lee Yan-woo. The man in uniform trembled all over when he saw what was happening to the poor woman. He stood in a stupor and did not move. Meanwhile, the woman was already getting up. The officer was clearly in danger, but he could not move from fear. He looked through the crack in the door at what was happening. Suddenly, his eyes widened greatly. He heard a scream and saw something he did not want to see. The woman raised her head and looked at the man in uniform. She screamed at him. The officers started to close the door and asked if she was okay. The woman opened the door harder. The officer's face looked even more shocked and scared. However, the man did not give up. He tried to close the door back, although it was already starting to be covered with frog eggs. Suddenly, the woman started screaming for help. It was a really sincere voice, begging for salvation. She started screaming as if her stomach was on fire. Her voice became more and more rough and no longer resembled the helpless one who was asking for help. She screamed in a non-human scream, so that he would just help her. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo and Isuri watched what was happening. The girl ran without thinking. The guy stood there and continued to look at the painting. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo shouted to the officer to wait. Isuri heard this and stopped. She thought that her classmate would also run. But Lee Yan-woo ran away in the other direction and shouted to the officer that he would come to him right away. But Isuri called her classmate. She did not understand what he was going to do and why he was not running away from danger, but instead was walking towards the epicenter of the events. The girl shouted to Lee Yan-woo to stop, but the classmate shouted in response for Isuri to find someone who could help him and as soon as possible. He told his classmate Isuri that they should help him immediately, but the girl did not understand the heroism of her classmate. She stood for a few seconds in a stupor and could not believe that Lee Yan-woo was really going to risk his life. Finally, Lee Yan-woo shouted that he was already in a hurry and left the girl alone with her thoughts. Isuri shouted at him that he was an idiot and had completely lost his mind. But Lee Yan-woo did not listen to her and ran on. He had to save the officer. The girl turned and noticed an emergency exit plan and a map of the room behind her. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo ran as hard as he could. He had no plan, only the goal was to save the officer. Suddenly, he saw something while running for the rescue. This made him slow down a bit and slow down. It turned out to be a fire extinguisher. Lee Yan-woo took it. It was the only weapon he had. There were thoughts in his head that the guy was too reckless, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he just ran at the zombie monster with that fire extinguisher. He watched as the zombie monster was about to touch the officer. If that happened, there would be no one to save him. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo was again torn away from reality. His hand holding the fire extinguisher suddenly ached again, as if it felt the owner approaching the zombie monster. It felt like the woman who was turning into a hideous monster also suddenly felt Lee Yan-woo. She turned to the boy and turned away from her victim. Lee Yan-woo ran to her and stopped, heaving loudly. He told the madam to calm down and breathe deeply. The monster just looked at him in shock. Lee Yan-woo continued to calm the woman. He said that the man behind the door was not a doctor. But the woman was shocked by the guy's speech. She was outraged that he told her to calm down. How could she be calm when her stomach was literally burning from the inside? The zombie monster started calling Lee Yan-woo a little shit. She said that he had no idea what she was feeling. The woman asked if the guy would be able to calm down if he were in her place. It felt like the zombie monster's patience was about to end. Suddenly, the crazy woman attacked the guy with screams. Lee Yan-woo was shocked by this behavior. It turned out that the zombie monster could not be calmed down with words. He reacted quickly. It was clear that the guy had almost no fear. He pointed a fire extinguisher at the zombie monster and foam poured down on the woman. Lee Yan-woo didn't fully understand what was happening. He looked at the zombie monster and screamed, pressing the fire extinguisher handle harder. Meanwhile, almost everything was covered in white foam. It felt like the fire extinguisher didn't help much, and Lee Yan-woo was starting to understand that. Even the strong pressure that was flying from the foam didn't really stop the zombie monster. It attacked Lee Yan-woo and screamed for him to die. The woman looked very crazy and wished the guy death, as if she blamed him for what happened to her. Lee Yan-woo was frozen. He couldn't say anything or back down. He just watched the zombie monster fly towards him. Suddenly, someone shouted at him to move, idiot! This someone was holding a hose. It turned out to be Asuri. She brought a hose with water and directed the jet directly into the zombie monster's face. The girl shouted at her classmate that his idea was very stupid and foolish. Such a strong pressure of the water stream threw the zombie monster back, and the woman fell on her back to the floor. Lee Yan-woo watched in great surprise as Isuri saved him. The classmate turned out to be smarter than he thought. Suddenly, a frightened officer came out of the door of the room. He was trembling with fear. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo noticed that the man in uniform was holding his hand. He noticed that the officer's hand was covered in the frog egg virus. The officer shouted that this could not be. The virus was spreading too quickly. Lee Yan-woo looked at it with horror. He couldn't believe he hadn't saved his friend from death. The man in uniform began to scratch himself, thereby helping the virus spread throughout his body. The officer looked at Lee Yan-woo, his eyes watering heavily. The man begged to call someone for help, but she didn't have to wait long. Employees with weapons in their hands and yellow suits were already running towards them. They shouted for everyone to raise their hands up. The rescuers pointed their weapons at Lee Yan-woo and Isuri, but the girl raised her hands up and said that they were not infected. A zombie monster growled from behind, so it was easier for the people in uniform to recognize the real danger. Suddenly, one of the rescuers in yellow suits shouted that they had found an infected person and added that his approximate level was S. The men in uniform pushed Isuri and Lee Yan-woo away to get to the danger. In their hands, they pulled hoses with some kind of weapon. An officer also came out of the door. The rescuers said that they had found another infected person. The officer cried with tears in his eyes for them to save him. He begged for help. Suddenly, he heard the phrase, destroy. The last words of the officer were words about help. Suddenly, fire poured from the rescuers' weapons. They were ruthless and were not at all afraid to burn the premises. Lee Yan-woo looked at what was happening and was incredibly hurt. He could not save his friend, the officer. Suddenly, the boy attacked the rescuers with screams. He shouted that they should not have done this. Suddenly, the muzzle of a gun was pointed at the boy's face. Lee Yan-woo did not expect such a turn of events. A man in uniform, apparently a military man, ordered two classmates to follow them. Another rescuer also pointed his weapon at Isuri. Lee Yan-woo's face changed dramatically. He was afraid that the military would blame them for what happened and then burn the boy alive as well. Isuri and Lee Yan-woo were taken out of the building and into some kind of tent. The boy sat on a chair, and the girl walked in circles, unable to find a place. Both were very worried about their future. The girl could not cope with her emotions, so she decided to speak first. She said that it could not be true what happened. Isuri could not believe that people in suits, military burned innocent people alive. The girl continued that even if they were infected, it didn't give the employee the right to burn those people alive. Lee Yan-woo just kept quiet. He covered his face with his hands. The guy was upset because he couldn't save the officer who had become his friend. Suddenly, the guy apologized. He said that it all happened because of him. But Isuri is now angry with the military because of him too. He added that if it weren't for him, the girl wouldn't have seen all this and wouldn't have interfered in this problem at all. But Isuri was outraged by these words. She was angry with Lee Yan-woo for thinking that he was to blame for everything. She shouted that she didn't understand the guy at all. Isuri started scolding Lee Yan-woo for being completely reckless when he went there. The guy simply lost his common sense and sense of fear if he acted so irresponsibly. But suddenly, Lee Yan-woo's hand hurt again and the guy's face twisted in pain. Lee Yan-woo started talking. He said that he went there because that officer was supposed to bring him a charger. But Isuri replied briefly that everything Lee Yan-woo said was nonsense. But the guy added that he was very grateful to his classmate. The girl even turned around in surprise. She didn't expect such gratitude. Lee Yan-woo continued that he himself didn't expect Isuri to come back and save the guy. He raised his head and looked his classmate straight in the eyes and thanked her once again very sincerely. Isuri seemed to be trying to say something. She was picking up words in her head, although she herself did not understand why she did so. The girl simply felt that she had to help, and that was all. Suddenly, people in white suits entered the tent. They were completely covered. Their faces were not visible. A man with a tablet in his hands called the names of the teenagers. He said that he apologized for making them wait so long and thanked them for their cooperation. But the girl received a negative answer to her, as she thought, rhetorical question. The man in the mask replied that first the two of them were supposed to go to quarantine. Lee Yan-woo and Isuri agreed to quarantine, although they understood that the matter was more of a formality and they had no choice but to go. Isuri jokingly told Lee Yan-woo not to come close to her and moved away from her classmate. One of the workers noticed this and called out to Lee Yan-woo. He said behind his back that he just wanted to thank the guy because he really did his job well. But for some reason, Lee Yan-woo didn't stop. In fact, he wanted to get away from them as soon as possible. The man in the mask ordered him to stop. Lee Yan-woo turned to him. It turned out that the guy was called out by the one who was holding a tablet and writing something down the whole time. As it turned out, this man wanted to examine Lee Yan-woo's hand, which was supposed to be burned due to the fire on the Namsan cable car. The doctor asked if his hand was being treated now, but Lee Yan-woo couldn't say a word. After a short pause, the boy said that his hand was being treated. Lee Yan-woo watched very carefully as the masked man cut the bandage on his hand. The doctor thought that the boy was uncomfortable or in pain, and that was why he was acting so strangely. So the man apologized for the inconvenience and said that it was all according to protocol. Lee Yan-woo didn't even listen to him much. He just nodded. His mouth opened and sweat dripped down his face. They were about to see what was on his hand and would probably burn him on the spot. The boy imagined that the frog egg virus was on his hand right now, like when he came to his senses and saw his hand covered in white blisters without cells. But the doctor told Lee Yan-woo that everything was fine with him and his hand. This worried the boy the most. After all, despite the words of the specialist, the boy was still very anxious inside. The man in the white mask looked at Lee Yan-woo with a surprised face. The employee called the boy by name, but he received silence in response. Then the man in the white mask called the boy by name again. Lee Yan-woo finally came back to reality. The scream of the man in the mask scared him a lot, the employee said and pointed to the boy's bandaged hand. Lee Yan-woo took his hand to himself. Then the man in the mask asked if he could look at the patient's hand. Meanwhile, the events moved to the gym, where there were other patients and victims of the frog egg virus. Suddenly, a man in a mask and a yellow shirt entered the room and the frantically frightened people. He said that everyone should immediately calm down and stop running. It turned out that everyone was running to the door leading to the street. But the man stood in front of the door and asked everyone to listen to him and calm down. He said that this door was not even open. But the crowd still did not listen to him. The man who ran first called the worker in the yellow shirt an idiot and told him to get out of his way, because they all, in fact, wanted to live. Suddenly, the door guarded by the man in the yellow shirt opened. The crowd used their strength to push the worker out and open the door. As the people fled, they shouted at the worker and called him a scumbag for deceiving them and not letting them leave the building. All this was watched by people trying to get into the building. After all, it was a safe haven for all the citizens of Seoul. Soldiers with weapons were standing next to them. The man who ran first reached the exit. There, a soldier with a weapon was waiting for him. The maniac shouted for him to get out of his way. But the soldiers stopped the escapees and told them to listen to them carefully and stop. They said that the crowd must have cooperated with them since no one could leave the building. Meanwhile, Park Min and Ham Seong-yu fled the building following the crowd. But Min turned back and slowed down. Something distracted him. His classmate noticed this and asked if he wanted to die. Park Min should have run faster and not been distracted by anything. The guy looked at the gym, which was their shelter. There was not a soul there. Everyone was running away and leaving their things behind. Suddenly, Park Min stopped Ham Seong-yun by the hand. He told his friend to stop, but this angered his classmate because he had to run if everyone was running. But it seems that Park Min was not so stupid. He told his classmates to look more carefully because there were no monsters in the room. So there was no point in running. Ham Seong-yun believed his friend and looked more carefully. His face was filled with surprise, and it was clear that the boy was beginning to understand what was going on. Park Min looked sternly at his friend and asked if he wanted to put himself in danger like he had done in Namsan. He added that if they had escaped, they would most likely have died like those people. Suddenly, people in uniform, probably military, burst into the room. But the people in uniform lined up and said they couldn't let them through. The head soldier added that they had to be searched to leave, according to security protocol. At that moment, a man in uniform next to him elbowed him. But the crowd didn't like the idea. They didn't understand that it was clearly more dangerous outside than inside the vault. Suddenly, a man in uniform said something that made them all very scared and gasped. The military said that from the outside, they would all die. He continued that the danger level of Namsan and the entire district had increased to level 3. It seemed that this was because the number of infected monster people was increasing. The military added that if you compare, the danger level here is equal to the level of the district around the Hangang River, which was the most dangerous place of all the places that were exposed to infection. The words of the man in uniform sent shivers down my spine. He added that the infected person, whom everyone feared so much, was now only ashes because he had been burned alive. In the meantime, the premises were being sterilized, so the crowd could not worry. The authorities were taking good care of them and their safety. Finally, the soldier said that while they were busy with this, he asked that people cooperate with security workers for the sake of a common cause, to reduce the level of danger and risk to a minimum. Other soldiers told the crowd to disperse and trust them. Dissatisfaction was visible on the faces of the people, but at that time they did not know where they would be safer, so it was probably better to stay in the storage room. Suddenly, a wealthy-looking woman apologized to the man standing behind her. It seems that she stepped on his leg. The man turned out to be homeless and had an appropriate appearance. He politely replied that everything was fine, just the woman should have been more careful. But the madam's reaction changed dramatically. She was about to scream. The woman screamed and abruptly moved away from the homeless man. She behaved very politely and held an expensive, well-known brand bag in her hands. The woman showed with her whole appearance that this man was not her equal. His friend, who also did not have his own home, stood next to the homeless man. They both stood in complete confusion about what was happening and what the woman was doing. Suddenly, the woman screamed so loudly that she seemed to have noticed zombie monsters. She shouted who had let the homeless people into the premises and swore. Meanwhile, the men still did not understand the woman's behavior. It was obvious that it was unusual for them to hear and see such a reaction to their presence. The woman continued to scream and behave abnormally. She asked someone to do something and shouted that the homeless men should not approach her, waving her bag like a broom. But the rich woman was attacked in return. She tried to approach the crowd. A man who had no permanent place of residence watched this circus as two women who decided that they were better than the others argued about who should not be approached. Suddenly, the homeless man could not stand it and shouted at the top of his voice, "Ma'am!" and took off his cap, throwing it on the floor. It was obvious that he was very angry. The man began to take off his outerwear and sent people away, calling them bastards. The homeless man took off his t-shirt and called everyone else freaks. The man wanted to show that he didn't look like an infected person. The homeless man demonstratively threw his t-shirt on the floor and asked the voice if he looked like an asshole. He shouted at the rich woman and called her a bitch. She screamed and covered her face with her hand, clearly afraid that the homeless man might hit her or do something similar. But the man shouted at the woman and suggested that everyone take off their clothes to prove that there were no infected people here. As here, the military joined the fight. The woman pretended to be a victim and rushed behind the workers, shouting that the man was crazy. But the homeless man's roof was blown off. He was very offended by being looked at from a height, so the soldiers had to twist him and take him away to calm down. Suddenly, Park Min looked to the side. Something caught his attention. While the homeless man was shouting to be let go, Lee Yan-woo and Isuri entered the room, accompanied by other soldiers with machine guns. The classmates did not notice the chaos happening around them. They walked with their heads down. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo heard someone calling his name. The boy's thoughts were completely elsewhere, so he was surprised when he heard his name. He raised his head at the scream and saw Park Min, who was waving at him and smiling. He asked where Lee Yan-woo had disappeared to, but the boy didn't want to answer, and even less to meet Park Min. Lee Yan-woo's face looked quite scared, and a drop of sweat was running down his cheek. Lee Yan-woo told the soldier who was accompanying them and Isuri that he needed to go to the restroom for a second. The boy completely ignored his classmate's question, to which Park Min and Ham Seong-yu simply opened their mouths in surprise. They clearly didn't expect Lee Yan-woo to behave like this. Meanwhile, Isuri sensed something strange in her classmate's behavior, and stopped when she heard that Lee Yan-woo was supposedly going to the restroom. She made her stony face again and thought about some plan of action. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo was going down the stairs. They reminded him of the stairs on the Namsan cable car, but he tried to distance himself from these thoughts, because something else was bothering him right now. He approached the light to get a better look at his hand. The guy was looking at it very carefully. Lee Yan-woo's face was frightened. His heart was beating fast and his blood pressure was rising. He couldn't believe what he saw and what had happened. It seemed like Lee Yan-woo was about to go crazy. The boy looked at his hand for a very long time. It seemed to him that an eternity had passed. All the emotions of worry and fear, which had turned into inner anxiety, finally spilled out. But Lee Yan-woo could not come to his senses and believe what he was seeing. It seemed to him like a dream. He remembered the words of the doctor who removed the bandage from the boy. The worker then asked Lee Yan-woo if he had not made a mistake, and there was definitely a burn on his hand, because there was not a single trace. From the outside, it might have seemed that the boy was crazy. After all, Lee Yan-woo simply stood near the light and silently looked at his hand, not even moving. Only one question was spinning in the young man's head. How is that? He clearly remembered and felt a severe burn on his hand. But instead, His hand was completely clean. What did Lee Yan-woo feel then? Why did the severe and sharp pain that clouded his mind return every time? These questions drove Lee Yan-woo crazy. One obsessive thought was spinning in the boy's head. Lee Yan-woo didn't want to admit it, so he constantly rejected this idea. Suddenly, the boy fell and felt very nauseous. This hypothesis was so scary that even the thought of it did not give him peace. He was heaving heavily, as if he had run a marathon. His heart was beating fast and his blood pressure was accelerating. Lee Yan-woo thought that he had burned the virus then and it did not have time to reach the brain, so it did not infect the young man's body. Especially since the guy didn't turn into a zombie monster. It was all very strange. The guy had been in the restroom for too long, so he started to go back down, holding onto the railing, because from such a shock, his coordination of movements was disrupted. As he walked, he thought that first he needed to learn more about his condition and avoid any physical contact, although everyone who touched Lee Yan-woo didn't get infected. But the guy was most worried about the annoying pain now. He had to check again if it really arose as a reaction to the virus. Suddenly, Isuri stood around the corner, leaning against the wall. She immediately asked where Lee Yan-woo was and didn't even turn in his direction. The girl was waiting for her classmate and had many questions for him. Lee Yan-woo was scared by such an attack. He was annoyed that his classmate understood too much and was looking for some pitfalls in him, but he had to not pretend that something was wrong. Isuri sarcastically asked if Lee Yan-woo had urinated on the stairs in the hallway because the toilet was not there. Her face had the usual stony expression with a hint of dissatisfaction. But the girl didn't let him answer anything and kept asking questions. Isuri asked why Lee Yan-woo had deceived her. But Lee Yan-woo was behaving well. He simply calmly asked what he had deceived her about, without even looking into Isuri's eyes. The guy didn't want to give himself away. The girl was annoyed by such an answer. She viciously interrupted Lee Yan-woo and repeated his question. There was anger in her voice. But Isuri didn't give up so easily. She followed Lee Yan-woo because he was clearly running away from her and didn't want to continue this conversation. Lee Yan-woo didn't let her finish and interrupted, saying that Isuri should have seen that his hand had simply healed. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo thought that the throbbing pain wasn't from a burn. It seemed to be felt somewhere in the nerves, inside. Isuri responded to the boy's words by asking if Lee Yan-woo really thought she was stupid. After all, there was such a big bandage on the boy's hand, as if there was a huge wound there. It couldn't have healed so quickly. Meanwhile, the teenagers approached the angry crowd. They heard people complaining that they had to be in the same room with some kind of monster. Lee Yan-woo, meanwhile, told Isuri that he had no reason to deceive her. Although inside he understood that there was no reason to trust her. Suddenly, the boy felt that the pain had passed. This meant that there were no infected inside. But he was not sure. This theory was worth checking. Meanwhile, the military continued to disperse the rioting homeless people. His other friends stood up for the man. The situation was never resolved. Suddenly, Isuri touched her classmate on the shoulder to show support and tell her that she could be trusted. But Lee Yan-woo's reaction to this was a bit strange, and only further confirmed the girl's theory that the guy was cheating on her and something was wrong. The girl couldn't stand this one-man show anymore and asked directly what the guy was trying to hide from her and everyone present. Isuri's tone changed. She said that Lee Yan-woo himself understood that she couldn't and wouldn't just stand by when she was so interested in something. She asked again, clearly carving out every word, why the guy lied about his hand back then. Her gaze pierced to the bone. Lee Yan-woo was in a stupor and didn't know what to answer. He only opened his mouth to avoid looking suspicious, but he had no idea what to say to Isuri. The guy had already started a sentence. Suddenly, something made him stop. He felt a humiliating, sharp pain in his arm again. It interrupted him. The guy's eyes widened greatly, and his pupils narrowed on the contrary. Meanwhile, the military suddenly entered the room. They seemed to burst inside, and behind them was a crowd. One of the men in uniform ordered loudly for everyone to disperse and move aside. This distracted both Lee Yan-woo and Isuri. The guy could breathe a sigh of relief, but the girl understood that their conversation had been interrupted and was not happy about it. The young man looked carefully at the crowd. He understood that the pain was caused by someone who came with the crowd. One of them was infected. Although the pain was not so strong, the theory was still confirmed. Meanwhile, everyone was gathered in the hall near the stage to make an important announcement. People sat below the stage and listened carefully. Two men in masks and yellow shirts said that new quarantine protocols had been issued and wanted to explain the details. He continued that everyone present should keep their distance and avoid physical contact so as not to be infected by those whose symptoms of the frog egg virus had not yet appeared. But the phrase about keeping their distance infuriated them. They all started to get angry and say that it was impossible because the room was packed with people. Suddenly, something distracted Park Min. He heard a notification on his phone and looked at it. The others followed suit. Everyone started getting notifications on their phones and they took turns calling. It seemed that the connection was back. Ham Seong-yu shouted to his friend about the class group chat. There should have been a lot of messages from classmates. They had the opportunity to contact their friends and correct them in the direction of shelter. Park Min opened the app and went into the group chat. There were quite a few unread messages. Park Min was horrified by what he read. Goosebumps ran down his spine. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo was quietly sitting behind them, eavesdropping on the conversation. Ham Seong-yu was talking about his classmate Tae-in. He continued to comment on his death. Tae-in was a good guy, even though he had a lot of dandruff in his hair. But other thoughts were also weighing on his mind. He couldn't forget that most likely someone among them was infected. His hand was hurting for a reason. Someone had caused him pain. Park Min suggested counting all the surviving classmates. The guy wrote in the group chat to everyone to send where they were, but some didn't have cell phones. Suddenly, someone in the crowd wearing a blue t-shirt stood up and shouted at the workers in yellow shirts that the quarantine was of no use. He was supported by another man in a hoodie. He stood up and shouted that there were children here too. He continued and threatened that if the workers did not take them to a safe place, then the crowd would complain about them. But the man in the yellow shirt was not afraid at all. He said in a calm tone that he apologized on behalf of all the staff for the temporary inconvenience caused. He continued that the quarantine area was already conducting an investigation into this accident, so those present had nothing to worry about. They were safe, as far as the situation allowed. The man in uniform continued that based on the epidemiological study, an infected rat had entered the premises. Lee Yeon-woo kept thinking about the word rat. He found it quite strange and couldn't believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, the worker continued to calm the crowd and said that the cause had already been discovered, so they would try to make everything safer. He was panicking. It was audible in his voice. Lee Yeon-woo said that there were no rats in the corridor at that time. He asked if Isuri had noticed anything, but the girl behaved calmly, did not even turn to her classmate, and said that they would never and under any circumstances say that they had let an infected person into the storage room. So they came up with another reason. But Lee Yeon-woo continued to panic. He asked if Isuri had also seen that a person who had absolutely no contact with the virus suddenly turned into a zombie monster. Lee Yeon-woo continued, his eyes wide. The guy hypothesized that maybe some people didn't transform right away. It was like an incubation period. Isuri still hadn't turned to her classmate. She asked calmly if he wanted to tell everyone present about it. There was a hint of irony in her words and voice. The girl continued that it didn't make sense because the workers would brush it off as some kind of nonsense. She added that a stupid guy like Lee Yeon-woo would say something like that. These words hurt the classmate a lot. His expression changed dramatically. He had trusted Isuri for nothing. Lee Yeon-woo turned away from the girl and said that there was no point in explaining anything to her, adding that he shouldn't have talked to Isuri at all. The girl began to realize this. She should have been more careful with her statements. The situation needed to be corrected if she wanted Lee Yeon-woo to tell her about his hand. Suddenly, she called her classmate. Her voice sounded kinder. Lee Yeon-woo turned to the sound. Suddenly, Isuri stood up and looked menacingly at Lee Yeon-woo. The boy didn't understand what to expect from his classmate. How the girl threw her charger to Lee Yeon-woo. She briefly and comprehensively told him to take it. This scared the boy a little and surprised him at the same time. He couldn't expect this from his classmate Isuri. The boy looked up at the girl and asked if she would lend him her charger. His expression was quite surprised. He still didn't understand what was happening. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo thanked Isuri for the charger, but the girl at that time showed him her middle finger and turned around and left silently. Just then, Ham Seong-yu overheard their conversation and shouted after Isuri and asked if he could borrow her charger as well. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo silently watched this situation unfold with his mouth open. The guy looked quite surprised. He quickly reached the nearest outlet and plugged his mobile phone into the charger. Lee Yeon-woo couldn't remember the last time he used his phone. Finally, he saw his phone turn on and light up that it was charging. Now he could contact his parents and see what was happening in the class group chat. The guy looked at the black screen of his smartphone and saw his reflection. For a second, he caught himself thinking that he could live without his phone for a whole day and not feel lonely. Lee Yeon-woo stared at his locked phone screen and thought about Isuri's action. The girl's behavior was quite unusual for him. The boy started to remember school, but he realized that he never talked to her in class at all. The girl always sat alone, on the first desk like any good student. Lee Yeon-woo remembered the school project. At that time, he was paired with his best friend, Kim Ju-ben. and Isuri was in a group with 2 girls. They had to work on a joint project. The girl was always stone-faced and did not show her emotions, unless it was excessiveness and envy. To the words of her classmates that the teacher put them together to work on the project. Lee Yan-woo had already noticed his classmates' not-so-nice behavior. He remembered overhearing a conversation about Isuri being a wild queen, and he wasn't the only one who thought she was unfriendly in class at that time. When he remembered this, he thought to himself that he knew his classmates were saying all sorts of nasty things about Isuri behind her back. Finally, Lee Yan-woo came back to reality and thought about everything he remembered from his school days. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo thought that maybe the girl wasn't as bad as he thought she was. Just then, women entered the room and the guy overheard their conversation because she had hooked him from the first phrase. Lee Yan-woo turned to the sound. The women discussed what they had heard quite loudly and emotionally. The madam in the center with the hat on her head asked the woman in the blue t-shirt to repeat what she had just told them. She repeated that the people who had come with her to this vault said that there was already someone present who was immune to the frog egg virus. Lee Yan-woo listened attentively to the women at this moment. Then they began to discuss the people they had come to the vault with. The woman in the blue t-shirt continued that the person who had told her this gossip was skilled in catching monsters and liked to help people. But these people who came with them said that they saw a person who was immune to the frog egg virus. Lee Yan-woo listened to the conversation very carefully. His heart was beating faster and faster because what he heard caused panic in the young man. The lady in the blue t-shirt continued, saying that the infected person took her hand tightly and answered her something. All the other listeners were shocked by the story they heard. But, unfortunately, she did not have time to finish. Some guy interrupted her at the most interesting point. Some young man with dark hair and a frightening smile interrupted and said that if he was in danger, then God would tell him about it. Lee Yan-woo carefully watched what was happening. Meanwhile, the guy continued to charge his phone and waited for it to turn on. The women returned to the conversation about the man who was found to be immune to the frog egg virus. Lee Yan-woo could not come to his senses. The phrase immunity was spinning in his head. He could not believe what he had just heard. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo did not notice how someone approached him because his thoughts and mind were somewhere else now. The teenager was a little scared by what he heard because he was flying in his thoughts. The man turned to him, and Lee Yan-woo turned to the sound. It turned out that it was the bus driver who abandoned the guy's classmates to their fate. He asked the guy to borrow his charger. He probably wanted to call his daughter Jinyo. However, Lee Yan-woo was in no hurry to give him the charger and asked what the man needed again. The guy started shaking his head from side to side and saying that she wasn't here. It seemed that he was looking for Isuri. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo called his mother. His phone finally charged. The guy still lent the charger to the bus driver, and he decided to call everyone at this time so that they wouldn't worry about him. Lee Yan-woo said that his parents should go back to Cheonan if possible because there was no point in waiting for his son. The bus driver overheard his conversation. He asked if he was right in thinking that Lee Yan-woo's parents were far away from him, but the boy didn't answer. He silently turned to the man and looked at him with a slightly surprised look that expressed slight dissatisfaction. The bus driver noticed this and said that he had overheard his conversation and added an apology at the end. It seems that he still had manners. Lee Yan-woo was a friendly teenager, so he replied that it was no big deal. He explained that he was stuck here because of an excursion and his parents had come here, so they were terribly worried. The man sympathized with the boy and suggested that it must have been difficult for them to get to this place. The bus driver added that Lee Yan-woo must have been worried about his parents, just as they were worried about their son. And so it happened. The bus driver said that he also had a daughter, and if he were in the same situation as Lee Yan-woo's parents, he would also immediately go to Seoul to save her. It's a pity that he didn't want to save someone else's children. Lee Yan-woo didn't understand such a sad and more depressive motive in the man's voice, so he just nodded in response. But the bus driver didn't stop. He continued to tell poor Lee Yan-woo about his problems, and he said that his daughter had been sick since she was little. Lee Yan-woo stood silently by and didn't understand how to react or what to say, but fortunately or unfortunately, the bus driver wasn't going to give him a word. Suddenly, the bus driver came to his senses and realized that he had really messed up. So he apologized to Lee Yan-woo and thus closed the topic. But suddenly, the teenager also opened up to him. He said that he was also very sick when he was little. The bus driver's eyes widened sharply at what he heard. Lee Yan-woo began to tell further that he waited for his mother every day when she returned from work in the hospital ward. His gaze was down. It seemed that the boy was sad to remember this. Suddenly, he turned to the man and looked straight into his eyes. Lee Yan-woo supported the driver and said that his daughter would definitely get better. The man laughed happily after these words and said that the boy not only lent him the charger, but also encouraged him and gave him hope. He told Lee Yan-woo that it was his daughter she was calling him. The man abruptly stood up and walked away, happily talking on the phone with his Jinyo, leaving Lee Yan-woo alone with his thoughts. The boy looked at the man and was in a stupor. Later, he would definitely have to find him and ask about these children who were going on a field trip to Namsan. Lee Yan-woo headed to the crowd to find his classmates, including Isuri, to return her charger. The boy's head was still filled with thoughts about the man who had immunity. Suddenly, when the teenager looked up, he saw his classmate Isuri sitting on the phone. Lee Yan-woo walked towards her. The guy thanked her for the charger a little hesitantly and stammeringly and handed it to her. The girl didn't even turn to look at him. Suddenly, Isuri ignored Lee Yan-woo's words and asked if he had seen anything. Instead, the girl turned to him and said that someone had sent a message in their class group chat. She showed it to Lee Yan-woo. It was written by Kang Ji-hoon, the headman. Lee Yan-woo read it and couldn't believe his eyes. His heart was beating wildly at the thought that So-yeon was alive. Although he was very angry with her, his feelings were stronger than anger. The boy's eyes widened greatly. He was filled with hope to see his beloved again because she was next to Namsan. That's quite close. The events moved to the company that the bus driver betrayed and left on the road. Kang Ji-hoon shouted happily that he finally had a connection and could contact his classmates. Kang Min was also happy about this and started taking out his phone to contact the others. Behind the glass walked a huge zombie monster that looked like a giant spider. It turned out to be Gimson the cat. He was chasing the company and felt his victims. They looked out through the glass at what was happening outside. The company had no idea what to do next or how to escape. The events were transferred a few hours ago when they were running away from the cats that attacked them after the bus driver betrayed the company and left. They ran away as hard as they could. Fortunately, the zombie cats did not have time to infect anyone. The first thing they saw on their way to shelter was a mini-market. So without thinking twice, the company decided to hide in it. The headman Kang Ji-hoon ran up first and started to open the door to get inside, while the soldier watched to make sure that no monster would follow him. But unfortunately, the door turned out to be closed. It seemed that there was no one inside, so the company had to quickly find another shelter before the zombie monsters caught up with them. Meanwhile, Kang Min noticed a gas station nearby where they could hide. It was very close, so the company had time. The guy told his classmate Kang Ji-hoon that if he broke the door, then they would not be able to hide in the mini-market from the monsters. He suggested that it would be better to hide in the gas station. The company had already started to leave, but Kang Ji-hoon suggested that they break the door anyway and just take the food. Suddenly, the headman turned around and noticed something strange that caught his attention. He carefully examined the floor of the mini-market. Something on it seemed quite strange to him. Some food was scattered on the floor. So, someone was inside, and most likely covered himself with chairs so that the monsters wouldn't get inside. But Kang Ji-hoon ran after the others and didn't bother to figure out what was in that strange mini-market. Kang Min ran first and said that they needed to get to the premises faster. The events were again moved forward a few hours, where Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon were looking out for zombie monsters outside. They saw a cat that looked more like a giant spider. Fortunately, the zombie monster didn't notice them and just walked around. The company also recognized the monster as Gimson, the cat that had been their savior grandmother's pet. The soldier began to tell scary stories. He said that when they were running away, the man clearly saw that one of the cats that had been set on fire had survived. It seemed to be him. The cat was at the end of the gang, so the fire did not reach him. He looked so powerful and invincible then. This instilled fear in the military. Suddenly, something more terrible happened. The cat reached the corpses of other cats and stopped. The man felt that something very strange was about to happen. The blood in his veins froze from what he saw. The cat began to release its white tentacles and merged with the corpses of other cats, turning into one big zombie monster. Everyone was scared when they heard this information. After all, when a cat merged with other corpses, it was not so scary, but a human monster could do this, and it would be much more dangerous. The cat seemed to sense that they were talking about him and looked at the gas station door and growled. The soldier saw this and said that the zombie monsters were stronger than they imagined and thought. Suddenly, the zombie cat opened its big, ugly jaw and growled. It seems that it noticed the company behind the glass. Fortunately, everything passed. The cat turned away from the glass door and walked on. Kang Ji-hoon asked what it was and why the zombie monster was looking around like that. Suddenly, the soldier's expression changed greatly. He began to understand the behavior of the zombie cat. The man hypothesized that the cat was probably trying to find them in this way. The zombie monster really looked around constantly, as if looking for victims. He felt that they were somewhere nearby, because he was no longer chasing anyone. The soldier said that if the cat chased them to the gas station and stopped, then this zombie monster had a pretty strong sense of smell. But fortunately, the room was completely soaked with gasoline and various lubricants that had a pungent smell. Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier were sitting in the corners. Kang Min was looking out the window and watching the situation. The headman was obsessively trying to do something on the phone. It turned out that he was calling Hong-mi. The guy was very worried about what happened to her after that vile bus driver hit the poor girl in the face. But instead of the familiar voice of his classmate, Kang Ji-hoon heard an answering machine saying that the phone number he called was temporarily out of range. The boy told his friend Kang Min that she didn't answer the phone. A classmate asked him who he was talking for. Kang Ji-hoon was very upset and scared. He had no choice but to write in the class chat about whether someone could contact Hong-mi. Suddenly, the boy couldn't stand it anymore and shouted obscenities loudly, holding his head in his hands. He attracted Kang Min's attention with his shouting. Even his friend didn't expect such behavior from Kang Ji-hoon's elder. Kang Min looked at his friend who was shouting at the top of his voice how angry he was and thought of what to say to support him. The boy recalled that Kang Ji-hoon himself told him that even if the bus left, everything would still be fine. But Kang Ji-hoon looked at his friend from under his forehead and answered in an angry voice that he was not angry for that reason. His look was very confident. But Kang Min did not believe him and laughed right in his face, saying that when the bus left, Kang Ji-hoon's roof was torn off. It seems that his friend was hinting that someone was very much in love. Suddenly, Elder Kang Ji-hoon stood up abruptly and walked to the door, shouting angrily from behind his back for his friend Kang Min to get off. The elder opened the door and left the room where they were all sitting. Kang Min asked where he was going. Did he really want to escape from the conversation so much? The guy entered the other room slowly, looking around carefully. The chairs were overturned. The table was a mess. Kang Ji-hoon reached to open one of the top drawers, hoping that there would be some food there. But instead, he just barked loudly that there was no food there again. It seemed that this was not the first drawer. Did the people who worked here really not leave a single crumb? Kang Ji-hoon thought for a second. One situation was obsessively scrolling through his mind. He remembered the moment when the lousy, disgusting bus driver beat his beautiful and innocent Hong-mi. Kang Ji-hoon's eyes were filled with anger. He could not contain his emotions. He wanted revenge right here and now. The guy again remembered his girlfriend's tearful face and broken lip, and from the anger that had been accumulating in him all this time, slammed the closet door. Suddenly, from behind him, he heard the voice of a military man, so he turned to the sound. The man said that Kang Ji-hoon should break down all the doors, obviously saying this with irony. After that, he added instructively that if the guy was angry, then he would have better go to a corner and get angry there. The military man continued and asked if Kang Ji-hoon had forgotten about that monster that was looking for them from outside. Surprisingly, the headman did not answer anything, although he could and wanted to start a fight. Maybe then he would have released all his aggression, but the guy remained silent. Kang Ji-hoon simply turned around sharply and was about to leave the room, since he understood that the soldier was not going to leave. Suddenly, he was stopped by the man's question. He asked if all this behavior and aggression was because of that girl. Although the soldier did not name her, they both understood who he was talking about. Kang Ji-hoon turned sharply to the man and looked at him from under the forehead with an evil look. But the man was not afraid of him, so he asked again if they had ever been close, including in high school. He remembered how Hong-mi had told him this. Kang Ji-hoon guessed that such precise facts could not be a hypothesis through observation. So he asked the soldier if it was Hong-mi who told him that they had once been close. But the man was silent. He stood with his back to the guy and said nothing. So Kang Ji-hoon wanted to somehow justify himself and said that everyone was close to her, hinting that she was just that kind of person and got along well with everyone. The soldier interrupted him because he did not want to listen to this deception. He asked directly if the two of them had met before. The man casually opened the door of a locker and wanted to get something out of there, making a rather long pause in their conversation, making it clear that Kang Ji-hoon would have to answer his question. But the guy was silent, so the soldier went on the bluff and said that it was Hong-mi who told him when they were making Molotov cocktails together. The man suddenly imagined these memories. He just asked if they were close. The guy turned pale from such information, and drops of sweat were running down his face. It was clear that he was embarrassed that the soldier knew about it. Kang Ji-hoon replied that it didn't mean anything and that it didn't concern him at all. But the soldier's answer surprised the guy a lot. He said that he just wanted to help him. The man turned to look at his friend and added that he would help him find his so-called girlfriend or girlfriend. Meanwhile, So-yeon sat in the room and watched through the glass what was happening outside. Suddenly, someone handed her some hot drink in a paper cup from a vending machine. He offered So-yeon a drink. This someone was Kang Min. He scared the girl a little. She still couldn't get used to what had been happening to her all these days. The guy said that there was instant coffee. This gesture of kindness made the girl happy. She hadn't eaten in a long time, and the hot drink was perfect at that moment. A smile appeared on her face. Kang Min wanted to talk to her classmate. He asked what she saw through the glass, and then added if she was afraid of those cats. But the girl's mood was quite pessimistic. She was looking down. Her gaze was very sad, as if something had been weighing her down all this time, some obsessive thought. She started talking about wanting to do something. It was clear from her voice that So-yeon had something bad in mind. She said that she was a burden to her friends, especially since she was injured. But the guy didn't let her finish and interrupted her. He said that it was enough that they were already together. The girl was silent. It was clear that her classmates' words didn't really encourage her, and all she was thinking about was her stupid idea. Kang Min noticed this mood and had to quickly come up with something more encouraging. He said that she always had a hammer with her, but So-yeon didn't understand what Kang Min was talking about. So he reminded her with a smile about the hammer he gave the girl on the bus. This made the girl smile. It seemed that Kang Min had managed to cheer the girl up and improve her mood. The girl abruptly opened her purse and quickly started searching for something in it. Then she took out a small red hammer and showed it to Kang Min. So-yeon's expression became kinder and gentler. It was like that at school. She laughed and said that hitting herself with that hammer was like committing suicide. The headmaster interrupted the classmates' fun and said that he thought Kang Min was watching over their safety from the outside, but it turned out that he was just being a jerk. Kang Min felt this and realized that he had to support his friend because she was already suffering from what Kang Ji-hoon had said to her earlier. But Kang Min abruptly changed the subject and said that he remembered that Kang Ji-hoon had written to the group chat and asked if anyone had replied to his message. But from the look on Kang Ji-hoon's face, he understood that something was wrong in the group. He exuded anger. Park Min answered the boy and called him a freak. He was indignant that the headmaster had left Lee Yeon-woo alone on the cable car. Kang Ji-hoon shouted to the others and told them to read Park Min's message. So-yeon and Kang Min quickly took out their phones and opened the group chat. So-yeon's face changed dramatically, her heart beat faster. Ham Song-woo added that he and Lee Yeon-woo were in hiding. He asked if their company was in Namsan right now and asked if it was revenge. Headmaster Kang Ji-hoon asked aloud if Ham Seong-woo wanted to die. He was very angry and didn't understand what the two classmates were talking about. Suddenly, they heard a sound from outside. All three of them raised their heads to see what happened. They heard someone scream. The scream seemed to be coming from a convenience store. Kang Min was the first to ask what was going on. The teenagers saw people running out of the convenience store. There were a lot of them. They were running and screaming as if someone was inside. Maybe it was a zombie monster. So-yeon was very scared because she didn't want to run away from someone again, and these people could run to them and bring a monster with them. Suddenly, a large zombie monster ran out of the convenience store, breaking the glass. It seems that one of those people got infected and became a monster. The teenagers saw people running straight towards them to the gas station. Kang Ji-hoon was dissatisfied and indignant that the crowd was running straight towards them. A guy was the first to run to the gas station door. He started banging on the door and apologizing. The man screamed like crazy and apologized. He swore that they were going to open the door for them, but the company had already left. But his classmates were not going to open the door for them right away. Kang Ji-hoon ordered not to do this because the monsters were coming from the mini-market, so one of them could also be infected. The man who ran last realized that they were not going to open the door, so he took a chair that was standing near the entrance. The man swung the blue chair and was about to kick the door down. He was behaving very selfishly. After all, breaking the door would not save them from the zombie monsters, but then everyone would be in danger. Suddenly, a soldier ran up to the teenagers. He ordered everyone to quickly run away from the window because the glass could hurt them. But the man still didn't understand what was happening. When he ran closer, he saw this terrible picture. His eyes were filled with incomprehension. After all, he didn't know who those people were and why they wanted to break down the door. Behind the gang that was going to break down the door, there was a zombie cat. The man with the blue chair didn't notice the monster and continued to threaten to break down the door if they didn't open it for them. Suddenly, he heard growling sounds behind him. This made him abandon the idea of breaking the glass. The robber turned to see who was growling. He already understood with his head that he was in danger. Just then, the zombie monster opened its huge mouth and was about to attack the man and his entire company. It seems that they had not encountered monsters before because the zombie cat immediately attacked him and unleashed its white tentacles, knocking the robber to the ground. The events moved to the room where Kang Ji-hoon and the military were talking about Hongmi. He did not look at the boy. He was looking at what was happening outside. He also added that the elder Kang Ji-hoon should think about who could be a threat to his friends. The man spoke calmly and confidently. The boy did not answer anything. His hormones and teenage maximalism did not allow him to react calmly and simply accept the words of the man who, by all accounts, wished him well. So Kang Ji-hoon simply left, although he promised himself to think about the military's words. He wanted to find his beloved Hong-mi. The man realized that the boy had left. He was feeling different emotions now, but sadness prevailed the most. The soldier saw himself and his beloved in Kang Ji-hoon, whom he, unfortunately, lost. The man looked at his ring. His heart was clenching inside. It hurt so much. Suddenly, he heard the voice of his beloved Ji-sun. She said that such behavior was unusual for her, because before that, he had never worried about anyone. The man said out loud that if his beloved Ji-sun was here now, then she must be laughing at him, that the soldier was in such a situation with teenagers. Suddenly, the man came to his senses and heard someone from outside shouting to open the door. The voice was threatening and very angry. The events were again transferred to the moment when the robbers were attacked by a zombie cat and the teenagers began to run away from the door. The soldier shouted that his classmates were running towards him. He quickly got to his senses. The teenagers ran after him. It seems that the man knew where the other exit was. It was worth running away from the room because now there were at least 5 monsters near them who knew about their existence. When the children ran into the room where the man was, the soldier was carefully examining what had happened from the outside and assessing the seriousness of the situation. The girl hid behind the man in the striped sweater. They watched as their friend was eaten by a zombie cat. The woman asked what they needed to do. Suddenly, they heard the soldier speak to them. He shouted for the two of them to run to him faster. The man could not leave them to die and shouted for them to run to him faster since it was very dangerous outside. But the couple stood in a stupor and did not move. The soldier was waiting for them and kept calling to him. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon stopped the man and said that if he let these two in, they would all be in danger. But the soldier replied that they would also be dead if it weren't for that old woman from the restaurant. He shouted at the boy that they shouldn't have helped these people then. Kindness should be repaid. Kang Ji-hoon looked at him with a serious look. The boy's face showed understanding of how selfish he was. But the couple continued to stand there. The woman covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. Finally, he shouted to his friend Midge to run after him. Then the couple started to run. But the zombie cat noticed this. He didn't want to lose his victims. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth again and screamed at the couple. He released his tentacles at the escapees. The woman covered her face with her hands so as not to see what was happening. They were not as fast as the teenagers. Kang Ji-hoon noticed a fan next to him on the wall. The guy didn't think twice, grabbed it, and threw it at the zombie monster, thus saving the couple from inevitable death. The soldier was shocked by such an act of his new friend. Kang Ji-hoon silently retorted. He noticed that the man was staring at him, so he asked what the problem was. And then he said that the soldier himself said that they were supposed to help these people. But they didn't have time to finish the conversation because the couple had already run into the room, falling to the floor. The soldier looked through the crack in the door to see what had happened to the zombie monster. Maybe he had died and then they could all stay in the room. The man saw that the fan was stuck in the cat. It didn't spin because its paws were stuck in the frog egg virus and mucus. The cat showed no signs of life. Suddenly, the zombie monster raised its head and pricked up its ears. The cat growled as if letting them know that they wouldn't be able to get rid of it so easily. Then the soldier slammed the door shut and held it tightly. He understood that the zombie monster knew about them and would get to them soon. They had to quickly come up with an escape plan. For now, the soldier simply locked the door. The whole company looked at the newcomers in shock. The man, meanwhile, was hesitating loudly and gathering his thoughts into a pile, scrolling through what had just happened. Suddenly, he burst into tears and began to thank his rescuers profusely. He was ashamed that they had not helped them when the company wanted to get to the mini-market. But suddenly, the man's tearful speech was interrupted. Everyone turned to the door, because they heard some sounds from that side. Someone tried to open the handle. It seems that the zombie monster got to them faster than they could have thought. The soldier reacted quickly, so he propped the door with himself, holding it more securely. The man loudly ordered them all to quickly bring something heavy to him. Then the soldier could block the door. But the teenagers froze a little, because they could not move on from the past adventure. The teenagers quickly came to their senses and ran to look for something heavy to prop up the door with. Kang Ji-hoon immediately grabbed the refrigerator and shouted to Kang Min to help him. A few minutes later, a pile of heavy objects was already standing under the door, and loud heckling could be heard. Everyone present tried hard. They propped up the door with a refrigerator, a heater, a water boiler, a freezer, and many other items. The monster definitely could not get in now. For a few seconds, everyone stood silently and looked at the door to understand and hear if the monster would be able to enter them. Suddenly, instead of a zombie monster, they heard a woman crying. She covered her face with her hands. A man named Seongchul Oppa immediately approached her. He tried to calm his friend Miju. He hugged her and said that he would protect her no matter what. But the girl still cried a lot. She could not survive the loss of her friend. It seems that they were quite close. As here, the soldier asked if everything was okay with them. The girl's despair was impossible not to notice. The man expressed his condolences and said that he was very sorry about what happened to their friend. Seongchul simply nodded. He was also grieving, but he lived all his emotions in himself. Here, the soldier asked if the couple were also going to the shelter, and with this phrase, he seemed to be inviting them with him. But, to his surprise, the couple knew about the shelter, and the man said that they were also going there, but wanted to rest a little before reaching the shelter. Suddenly, Kang Min spoke. He said that the distance from the gas station to Seoul Station was less than 1 kilometer. Kang Ji-hoon noticed this and asked what his friend was doing, to which Kang Min replied that he was looking for something useful and continued to look for something. The headman asked another question, whether it was really so important in this situation. Kang Min did not even turn to his friend and just did his job. Suddenly, Kang Min made a victorious sound. It seems that the boy found something after all. He opened a drawer in the desk, where there were various stationery items: scissors, glue, a stapler, tape, and some kind of book. Kang Min shouted happily that he had found something. His voice sounded victorious, as if he had won the lottery. Suddenly, the boy picked up the key and jingled it happily. Kang Min shouted for everyone to look at him and show him his find. It seemed that the boy thought it was a car key. Kang Ji-hoon picked up on his friend's joy and gave him a thumbs up and told him that he was good. Kang Min said that now they were able to get to the shelter more or less safely, and asked if it wasn't great. After all, no one was as happy as he was. Suddenly, the boy felt something strange, some kind of sound, so he looked down to see what it was. Suddenly, all his joy disappeared somewhere because frog eggs that carried the virus began to crawl out from below. They were right next to Kang Min's foot. A zombie monster began to crawl out from under the rubble. It simply turned into liquid and somehow crawled through all the objects and reached the room. The first to react, as always, was the soldier. The man shouted for everyone to disperse, took a chair and swung it to break the window, and escaped from the room and the monster. Everyone started to climb out through the hole one by one. Kang Min and So-yeon were the first to go, followed by the soldier, and the last were a couple of new guys. Kang Ji-hoon was the first to go down to the ground. The height wasn't great, but for So-yeon, it could be an obstacle because of her leg. But everyone managed and were able to jump out of the window. The first guys ran faster than everyone else to find the car and open it. Kang Min had time to react quickly and looked at the keys he was carrying. He looked carefully and shouted happily that it was a Honda because this sign was painted on the keys. But unfortunately, all the cars in the parking lot were Hondas. Suddenly, as the soldier was running by, he noticed something that made him stop for a second. He turned his attention to a large Honda. The man decided that this was the car, so he ran to it and asked Kang Min for the keys. It turned out that the keys really did fit the car. The man got behind the wheel, although he did not say that he knew how to drive, and started the car. The soldier shouted to the others to run to the car and get in. With it, they could get to the shelter quite quickly and relatively safely. Suddenly, he noticed something. What he saw was not good. Behind those who were running, a zombie monster was just flying. Miju's wife was the last to run and complained that it was too far and she didn't have time. The military man immediately shouted to warn them that a zombie monster was running behind them. He shouted that he had the strength because he was sincerely worried about his friends. Everyone turned to see what kind of danger there was. Kang Min almost got into the car in the meantime. Suddenly, a zombie monster attacked someone. Unfortunately, Miju didn't have time to escape and was captured by the ugly giant with its tentacles. So-yeon and Seongchul Oppa covered their ears with their hands in fear. The woman screamed loudly and begged for help. Appa turned to the girl's scream. She was saying his name. Miju was screaming for him to help her. She didn't understand that she was already dead and had to give her friend a chance to escape. For a second, Seongchul Appa stopped and looked at his friend and what the zombie monster was doing to her. But the man ran on. He was crying because he had just lost his second loved one in an hour, but he understood that he had to escape. Meanwhile, the teenagers all managed to get in and get into the car. Suddenly, they were scared by the man's scream. They all turned to him. Seongchul Appa was screaming from the window and telling the soldier to start the car faster. Appa got into the car, thereby crowding the teenagers, because there was not enough space for so many people. Everyone did not understand the man's emotions and just looked at him in a stupor. Suddenly, Seongchul Appa shouted loudly again for the soldier to start the car faster. The soldier immediately stepped on the gas and drove off. Suddenly, they saw a sign that said Seoul Station. Those present in the car shouted happily. It was such a great victory for all of them, because it seemed that they would all be safe soon. Seongchul Oppa shouted happily that they had been saved. Everyone looked at the road with wide eyes, expecting something extraordinary. Suddenly, their happiness did not last long. After all, a notification came to Kang Min's phone, which clearly did not announce good news. It was a notification that now, this Seoul Station was a level 3 danger zone. The teenagers immediately raised their heads to see what was so dangerous in this zone. They could not believe their eyes. The entire city was as if covered with a spider web by this frog egg virus. Surviving here was simply unrealistic. They all had their mouths open, and sweat was running down their faces from fear. Meanwhile, the events moved back to the storage room. A bunch of people were standing in line near the blue tent. Lee Yan-woo was standing at the very end of the line and looking at someone. It seems that he found the guy who survived the encounter with the zombie monster. It was a young man with bright red hair who was immune to the virus. Lee Yan-woo had to approach him and ask him everything. The guy stared at his hero too much. This aroused suspicion. Because of this, the mysterious guy with immunity noticed Lee Yan-woo's intense stare and looked at him in return. Suddenly, the guy's hand hurt badly and sharply. Then he looked at the guy and seemed to feel that this pain was because of him. The red-haired guy's face looked quite strange, as if he understood that he had provoked Lee Yan-woo's pain. Meanwhile, Seoul Station was completely covered in slime and white frog egg virus. Suddenly, one of the monsters stood up and roared loudly. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of wheels breaking on the asphalt, and then a loud and dull sound of a blow. The car in which the company was traveling began to throw from side to side. It was skidding because it had run over a zombie monster. The people inside were not buckled up and were thrown around the cabin along with the car. The soldier shouted for them to hold on better. But fortunately, the man was able to steer the car and simply hit the zombie monster that wanted to attack the company. The soldier looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the zombie monster was lying unconscious. Perhaps he had hit it to death, which meant that they could still be defeated by force. But the adventures didn't end there, and Seongchul Appa shouted to the gentleman that there was another obstacle ahead of them. The driver braked sharply, so all the passengers leaned forward. In front of them stood a bunch of cars that were covered in white slime and the frog egg virus. Suddenly, another monster stood in front of them. It was already bigger than the one the soldier had just shot down. The man understood that they were trapped and didn't know how to get out of it. They had to act quickly and most likely turn around or get out of the car. But the soldier decided to act differently. He sharply pressed the gas and turned the car around. All the passengers in the car fell to the side. The man continued to turn. His plan worked, and he simply knocked down the zombie monster, which most likely intended to attack them. The monster drove along the ground and ended up in the back of the car. It received many blows, but the car survived and did not receive any viruses. They did not have time to stick to it. The soldier turned the car sharply again, but this time in the other direction. The passengers inside were thrown in the other direction. Kang Ji-hoon could not resist and hit his head on the front of the car. Perhaps he was injured or wounded. The soldier turned the car around and drove into the oncoming lane. He almost crashed into the yellow car but managed to slip by. But still, the soldier touched the rearview mirror. But the owner wouldn't be angry because most likely he was no longer alive. Seongchul Appa told the man that he was going in the wrong direction, to which he replied that there was no other way, he had to do what he did. The soldier asked Kang Min, who was in charge of the map, how far they were from the shelter. To which the guy replied that they were almost at the target. They had to keep going straight, and then they would have reached the shelter. Suddenly, Kang Min saw something in the window that made him ask to slow down. He pointed his finger somewhere through the window. All the passengers looked at what Kang Min was pointing at. He pointed at the blue bus that had people in it. The soldier stopped abruptly, and everyone was thrown forward. They all looked closely at the bus with the people to see if it was also stuck because of the monsters. The company saw that the people on the bus were still alive and were showing signs begging for help. Kang Min said that these people were alive and added that he would feel guilty if he pretended not to see them. Suddenly, Seongchul Appa shouted at the soldier. He asked what was happening to him. The man looked at him to understand what was wrong. He shouted at the man and asked why he started to stop. It turned out that Seongchul was very afraid of everything and did not want to take any risks. The man was shouting at the soldier very loudly, his face looking so crazy. He added that they just had to get to a safe place. The soldier looked at Seongchul Appa with great incomprehension. It seemed that their values did not match. Suddenly, the voice of his fiancée sounded in the soldier's head. She was begging him in her memory to go to a safe place. He remembered how his beautiful fiancée had shouted at him on the cable car to go without her because the monster was starting to devour her. These memories were very painful for the man. The last thing he remembered about her was her look. Eyes that were about to fill with tears because the fiancé understood that this was how their farewell would be. Suddenly, the soldier opened the door and just ran. Kang Ji-hoon shouted after him and asked where he ran. The man didn't even close the door behind him and didn't say a word. He just understood that he had to save these people. The soldier ran to the back of the car. There was a rope and some devices. He backed away and looked at these devices and quickly thought of what to do next. He had to act very quickly, because the people in the bus were most likely hiding from the monsters. Kang Ji-hoon shouted at the soldier. He thought that he was acting completely senselessly and was putting everyone in danger. The headman shouted at him, but it was all in vain. The man was going to finish his job to the end. Like here, So-yeon gave the idea that maybe the soldier was going to set fire to it. So-yeon understood this and added that there was fuel in the truck the company was traveling in. Everything was coming together. Meanwhile, the man continued to look for something in the back of the car, not listening to anyone. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't just leave it like that. He had to come up with something and decide immediately. The guy had some kind of plan of action brewing. Suddenly, Seongchul Appa started shouting at the teenagers and pushing them away. He pushed them and shouted for them to leave. The man was going to leave instead of the soldier. But Kang Ji-hoon didn't pay attention to this and simply asked in response if Seongchul Appa had anything that could start a fire. Then Kang Ji-hoon asked him again, this time louder, about whether he had a lighter. Before the man could get it, Kang Ji-hoon had already snatched it out of his hands. The boy was going to get out of the car and go to the soldier. But at the last moment, he turned to the man, looked at him with a threatening look, and told him not to even think about getting behind the wheel. Then Kang Ji-hoon got out of the car and shouted to his classmates to keep an eye on this man, because he didn't trust him. The soldier didn't even look at the boy, but the teenager asked what the soldier was doing and why he wasn't sitting in the car. To which he received silence, so he continued to say that the man had promised him to find and save Hongmi. Kang Ji-hoon continued to say how he wanted to find Hongmi if they stayed here. The soldier began to think about the teenager's words. But the soldier's answer surprised him greatly and made him go into a stupor. The man apologized to him. He raised his head, looked Kang Ji-hoon in the eyes, and said that he didn't expect them to understand him. The soldier simply walked away from the boy. He took a hose and ran to the bus with the people. He shouted to them that he would help the people get out of the bus and save them all. The people looked at him as a savior. He was their last hope. The man shouted that he would pave the way with fire. The people just had to wait a little longer. One of the women who was on that bus was looking at him quite surprised. Suddenly, she screamed loudly, closed her eyes, and covered her ears with her hands. Did the soldier's words really affect her that much? Suddenly, the woman told the soldier to turn back because there was someone behind him. The man had already managed to get scared. Drops of sweat were running down his face, but he still turned back. Above him was a large pile of zombie monsters who had already noticed him. To deal with them, it was necessary to burn down the entire bridge and maybe more. One of the zombie monsters growled, making himself known. One sharp movement and he would be below, and there was nowhere to run. Meanwhile, teenagers So-yeon and Kang Min, who were left in the car, tried their best to stop Seongchul Oppa from getting behind the wheel. So-yeon decided to see how Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier were doing, but this picture did not please her. She loosened her grip a little. The girl shouted to Kang Min to also look at the fact that the monsters had already started attacking the soldier. The teenagers were distracted and did not hold Seongchul Oppa so tightly. So-yeon said that they should have helped the soldier. The man saw what was happening and panicked. His heart was beating wildly. He did not want to risk his life for someone. So he took advantage of the moment when the teenagers let go of him and simply pushed his two friends away with his foot. Meanwhile, the zombie monster was about to attack the soldier. The man looked at him in a stupor because there was nowhere to run. All that remained was to fight and quickly come up with a plan for salvation. Suddenly, some yellow liquid poured on the zombie monster, which did not allow him to attack first. It turned out that the man poured gasoline on the ugly, huge giant in order to somehow save himself. He looked at the monster, which he poured completely with gasoline, and froze a little. Suddenly, the man understood something important. The soldier realized that he had not brought a lighter with him, and now the zombie monster would simply attack him, and then the man would end up dead. Because of his haste and reckless actions, the soldier gave the monster the opportunity to pounce on him. He opened his huge mouth and bent over the man. But the soldier's reaction was excellent, so he quickly jumped away from the zombie monster, and it didn't have time to pounce on him or hit him. The man immediately started running away. The zombie monster fell to the ground in the meantime, so the soldier had some time to quickly find a lighter and finish the job. But unfortunately, the monster recovered quickly enough and was about to strike back. The giant threw his ugly tentacle at the soldier and screamed. Meanwhile, the man was running away, and someone shouted at him to turn around. The people from the bus were watching the fight closely and trying to help their savior in some way. It turned out that Kang Ji-hoon was running towards the man. He was shouting at him because he wanted to give him the lighter. The guy raised it above his head and shouted for the soldier to run to him because the teenager could not keep up with him. The man noticed this and was happy. Half the job was done. All that was left was to set the monster on fire and save the people from the bus. Kang Ji-hoon swung to throw the lighter because time was running out. The guy was sharp, so he didn't worry about it. But the guy changed his mind about throwing it. He said loudly that he would finish the soldier's job. His gaze became stern again and gained courage. Meanwhile, the man was about to be caught by the monster. He was literally a meter away from him. There was not much time. Kang Ji-hoon decided to run towards the soldier. He shouted at him that he was coming towards him, and it looked like he was going to set fire to a giant zombie monster. The man shouted at the guy if he still remembered how to throw a Molotov cocktail. He wanted to remind Kang Ji-hoon that the fire had to be broken first. But the guy told the man to just run away, that he had the strength. After all, Kang Ji-hoon was just the one who worried about them last time. The guy swung hard and threw the lighter on the floor. It immediately broke and started burning. As here, there was a pretty big explosion. The lighter exploded and raised the fire, which ignited the zombie monsters. They lay on the floor and watched everything catch fire. Kang Ji-hoon did everything. He saved the soldier. The friends lay there and loudly gasped, assessing the consequences of their actions. They began to swear and say that they were literally one step away from death. The guys miraculously survived. All the monsters were burning in the meantime. Suddenly, they heard familiar voices and turned to the sound. Someone was running towards them and shouting the guys' names. It was Kang Min and So Yeon. The guy was swearing and loudly gasping. The girl was running after him and was also barely breathing. The company saw their car with gasoline drive away, and inside it was Seong-chul Oppa. The man looked in the rearview mirror and saw the confused faces of his rescuers. He still felt guilty, but he said he didn't want to die. This was the second time the company had saved someone who would later betray them. Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier just watched their car drive by and didn't understand anything. Suddenly, they noticed that fire was coming from the handle from which the soldier was pouring fuel. It caught fire from the fire that Kang Ji-hoon had started. The handle caught fire more and more. Suddenly, the man began to understand what was about to happen. The car in which Seong-chul Oppa was running away was about to catch fire because the cable started to burn further. And since there was gasoline inside, the fire spread quickly. Suddenly, there was a very strong explosion. In just a matter of seconds, the car caught fire. The shockwave was so strong that everyone fell to the ground. So Yeon covered her face with her hands and fell to the ground. No one expected that this could happen. The explosion was so strong that it could be seen even from other parts of the city. The fire spread stronger and stronger, filling the entire space. All the teenagers were lying on the ground. They were thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Suddenly, other people responded to his voice. The soldier heard someone running towards him. Two men in yellow uniforms with machine guns and bulletproof vests were running towards the company. The soldier looked up to see these people. Although his mind was still foggy, he clearly understood that they would finally be safe. Finally, the men in uniform found the company and asked if he was okay. They said they would escort them all to the shelter. The events moved to the shelter. People just sat and each went about their own business. A couple was sitting together. The man was sleeping, and the girl was watching over him and sitting on the phone. Suddenly, the entire shelter shook. It got dark and there was a loud explosion. Everyone started screaming and panicking. People took out their phones and turned on their flashlights. The man who was closer to the window saw a sharp light after dark. He screamed loudly. In the window, the man saw a lot of smoke and fire in the neighboring building. People understood that something terrible had happened. This could not but cause panic. Meanwhile, night had come. There was still no light. It seems that a powerful explosion provoked a power outage. Suddenly, workers in yellow shirts entered the room. The man in glasses apologized to the people on behalf of all the staff for this temporary inconvenience. Lee Yeon-woo, meanwhile, was walking around the room with his flashlight from his phone. But the guy was calm. He was just walking around the storage room and maybe looking for something or someone. Suddenly, the young man entered a corridor that was fenced off with tape. A man in a white uniform and a mask with gloves reacted sharply to the guy and blocked his passage with himself. Lee Yeon-woo was not just in that room. He was looking for something. The guy was thinking about him, about who was hiding behind the mask. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo heard a familiar voice. His eyes widened and his pupils narrowed, even though it was dark. The boy turned to the sound. Then a sharp pain again gripped his hand, which he was holding his phone with. The voice asked if he was looking for it. Lee Yeon-woo saw footsteps. It was a man. He was coming down from above and laughing at the boy. The man came down enough so that his face was visible. He said that he had understood everything a long time ago. It was a boy with bright red hair who was immune. But Lee Yan-woo answered him with questions. The boy asked if it was true what they said about him, that the man with bright red hair was immune. The man didn't even move an eyebrow when he heard this. His face was stony, but Lee Yan-woo was more emotional. He shouted that it turned out that the man with immunity was infected. But the boy didn't have time to finish. Someone from behind scared him and he turned around at the sound. The man with bright red hair stood still, not showing any emotions. It turned out that it was nonsense. So Lee Yan-woo continued talking. He looked at the man with his big, scared eyes. The boy gathered his courage and decided to ask him directly about the fact that the man with red hair was infected with a virus that didn't have cells. The man stared at the boy with a stony face. His emotions were not visible or understandable. But Lee Yan-woo was waiting for an answer. Suddenly, the boy heard laughter. The man simply laughed in his face. Lee Yan-woo looked at him. The red-haired boy covered his mouth with his hands and simply choked with laughter. Finally, he showed some emotions. The man began to apologize to Lee Yan-woo when he saw that it was not funny at all, because for him, these were important questions. The red-haired boy said that Lee Yan-woo was very funny to him. Finally, he stopped laughing and said that he didn't think Lee Yan-woo could ask such a thing, adding that it was very funny. It turned out that the phrase that the virus had no cells made the red-haired guy laugh so much. In other words, believing that a virus without cells was not dangerous is very silly. The virus continued to grow, just very imperceptibly. After a silence, the guy with immunity continued to speak, understanding that Lee Yan-woo had nothing to say. Otherwise, she would not have taken any radical measures to isolate the infected. Suddenly, the guy said something that made Lee Yan-woo's blood run cold, and his surprised eyes rose to his forehead. The guy asked again if he understood everything correctly, and the man said that the teenager had immunity. The red-haired guy said that it was so. He explained that even though the virus was inside them, the boys' bodies wouldn't have changed at all. Lee Yan-woo listened to this and couldn't believe his ears. The red-haired boy asked Lee Yan-woo if the infected part of his body hurt after the incubation period. Lee Yan-woo remained silent and just listened to the red-haired boy. He was talking about how the frog egg virus and the body were supposed to become one, but the cells were already inactive, so they couldn't do it. Lee Yan-woo looked at the boy with his mouth open and a look like he was his hero and only savior. The boy smiled at his new friend. His smile was a little strange and at times frightening. He looked at Lee Yan-woo and just studied him. Suddenly, the red-haired boy showed a second finger, folding his hand like a gun. And then, he pretended to shoot it and added a sound effect in the form of the word bang. Lee Yan-woo was scared by this turn of events. The guy shouted at his friend and asked what he was doing. Lee Yan-woo was genuinely scared by what was happening, to which he replied that Lee Yan-woo should not be afraid, because he was just joking. His manner of communication and voice sounded a little arrogant, as if he knew more than he said. Suddenly, a man in a blue uniform and mask entered the corridor, with a phone in his hands. He turned to the red-haired guy and called him Lee Tane, to which the red-haired guy waved to the man in the blue suit and told Lee Yan-woo that he had to go. When Lee Tane passed by Lee Yan-woo, he leaned very close to the guy. This moment even looked quite intimate and asked if Lee Yan-woo wanted to know something else. Tane replied that if Lee Yan-woo met a monster again, he shouldn't run away right away, and then he would learn a lot of new things. After these words, the red-haired guy laughed and walked away, leaving the frightened Lee Yan-woo alone with his thoughts swirling inside. The teenager turned back to look at Lee Tane. This guy was somehow catching his attention, even captivating him. Lee Tane went downstairs and apologized to the uniformed employee who had made him wait for a long time. He replied that everything was fine. Then Lee Yan-woo went down to the gym where everyone was. It was dark. Two men were looking out the window and shining flashlights at them. They were talking about Seoul Station. It turned out to be Park Min and Ham Sung-gyu. Lee Yan-woo approached them and asked what they were doing. Ham Sung-gyu seemed to be happy even for his classmate, and immediately showed Lee Yan-woo that he had managed to film something interesting on his phone. The video showed a burning building. The guy commented that at first he just filmed Seoul Station burning. It turned out that the guys were talking about monsters screaming in the video because they were burning alive. Park Min commented that he wanted to burn them all. Their classmate Isuri was walking behind them. She called the boys stupid because there was no one who wasn't afraid of death. Everyone was afraid of her, but no one heard her. Meanwhile, a crowd of people stood in front of the window with flashlights on, perhaps a flash from filming in the dark, and watched what was happening outside. Then Lee Yan-woo and Isuri passed each other. The boy saw the girl, but she didn't look at him. But suddenly, the girl asked her classmate if he had read the messages in the group chat. Lee Yan-woo took out his phone and opened the group because he hadn't read any messages. It seemed like there was something interesting there. Park Min overheard Lee Yan-woo and Isuri's conversation and commented that those who betray their friends are not worth a penny. The guy said this with a smile on his face, as if he was supporting Lee Yan-woo. But their conversation was interrupted. Suddenly, two men looking out the window shouted for everyone to immediately check what was happening outside. Outside the window, rescuers were taking a man out of an ambulance on a stretcher. Events began to develop rapidly. Several workers in white and yellow suits were carrying the man. They shouted for everyone to disperse. An employee who had been in the storage room the whole time asked if he was seriously ill. Behind everyone, classmates were standing and watching the new people come in. Ham Seong-yu asked who they were and hypothesized that they were people who survived the explosion. Someone said that they were lucky. Like here, among the crowd of people, they began to notice familiar faces. Ham Seong-yu was the first to notice them and react. He screamed because he couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Ji-hoon, Kang Min, and So-yeon entered the room. They were all covered in plasters, probably from burns from the explosion. So-yeon then told Kang Min that even the hammer was of no use. They were still able to reach the shelter. Lee Yan-woo saw his beloved So-yeon. His heart clenched painfully as if someone was stabbing him with a knife. Then, Kang Min noticed Lee Yan-woo and screamed. They all did not expect to see each other. So-yeon heard her classmates scream and looked up. She saw Lee Yan-woo. It felt like time had stopped for a moment and everyone was walking in slow motion. Lee Yan-woo, Park Min, and Ham Seong-yu looked at the newcomers without a drop of friendliness. They held a grudge for a long time, although it seemed that their relationship had been strained for a long time. So-yeon only looked at Lee Yan-woo. She froze. It felt like her heart had stopped. She didn't know how to behave or react to everything. Lee Yan-woo looked back at her. Suddenly, he realized that this wasn't the person he had once loved so passionately. He was wrong. The boy suddenly remembered how his classmates had fled from the Namsan cable car building and abandoned Lee Yan-woo when he was distracting the monster from them. The boy remembered So-yeon's face. She stopped for a second and clearly noticed her classmate. This escape was intentional. She didn't do anything at the time. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo's body suddenly became aggressive. His eyes were filled with rage because he remembered his best friend Kim Joo-bin and the way he was in the last minutes of his life. Lee Yan-woo suddenly realized that it was because of them that his friend died. Meanwhile, the soldier entered the shelter separately with another crowd. Like here, the bus driver noticed the company he had abandoned back then. His eyes narrowed sharply. His heart beat faster, and the coward realized that he had to run away as quickly as possible. The soldier noticed this out of the corner of his eye. When he turned to look, he saw this unfortunate bus driver already running away. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon was already shouting at Park Min, and the boy was looking at him without orders. They just looked at each other for a while. Kang Ji-hoon held his hand. Then the headman started talking first. He said that Park Min had caused a fuss in the chat, but he hadn't said a word of the truth. To which Park Min answered him by asking what Kang Ji-hoon meant by that. To which Kang Ji-hoon answered him rudely enough for the boy to shut up because he was just Park Min's henchman. Park Min sharply began to prove that this was not the case, which further proved that Kang Ji-hoon had hit the target with his words. Ham Seong-gyu began to shout at the headmaster and call him names. But Kang Ji-hoon said that Park Min should first apologize to his friends for talking about them all in the class group chat. But Park Min answered him with a counter question. He asked why Kang Ji-hoon had such a bad temper. But the guy saw through Park Min and held himself in check, saying that he would have done that before. But Park Min did not give up. He wanted to bring Kang Ji-hoon to his emotions because he knew that aggression was his weak point. Then Kang Ji-hoon couldn't stand it and showed aggression by grabbing Park Min's jacket. But the fight didn't start because Lee Yan-woo interrupted the boys. He went to his classmates and turned to Kang Ji-hoon. Lee Yan-woo asked him if he was the one who left them with Kim Joo-bin on the Namsan cable car. Kang Ji-hoon tried to start saying something and justifying himself, but Lee Yan-woo didn't want to hear anything. The boy interrupted and said that he heard everything when Kang Ji-hoon's classmates left them with Joo-bin. His friend told Lee Yan-woo everything. He said that Kang Ji-hoon simply told the truth without lies or unnecessary excuses. The headman looked at him from under his forehead. Then the teenager repeated his question because Kang Ji-hoon continued to remain silent. Meanwhile, someone was running very fast up the stairs. Loud exhalations were heard. It was the bus driver. He shone the flashlight of his phone and ran up the stairs, looking back to see if a soldier was running after him. The unfortunate coward ran away and shouted to himself that he did not understand how they could all be so lucky that they all survived. The bus driver reached the door. He continued shouting that they could not have gotten here without the bus. Then, the man decided to open the door to hide. But he was in for a surprise. On the other side of the door stood a soldier. He asked the scumbag if he thought the soldier wouldn't find him. The bus driver's face hurt sharply. The soldier looked bad. His face was covered in burns and bandages. This gave him courage and frightened the thin and unfortunate bus driver even more. The man grabbed the traitor sharply by the collar. It was clear that the soldier had so much strength that it was fueled by anger, which was very good that the man knew how to control his emotions. But the man simply wanted to know from the bus driver where the girls who were riding with him in the transport were. He repeated this question several times and lifted the driver up. The soldier's grip loosened a little, so the bus driver was able to break free. He started running away and screaming. Why did the man ask him about it? The bus driver started running over the soldier because he was the one who was supposed to take them with him. These words made the man go into a stupor. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon and Lee Yeon-woo continued to sort out their relationship. The situation was heating up. Suddenly, Kang Min and So-yeon came over. The guy greeted everyone as if they had never fought and were always good friends. Kang Min just shouted words of surprise and that was it. So-yeon remained silent, hiding behind him as if they were a couple. Then, Kang Min shouted Lee Yeon-woo's name. He seemed to be genuinely happy that his classmate was alive. So-yeon also expressed genuine surprise, even though she had read the class chat, which said that Lee Yeon-woo was in the vault. Both classmates had their mouths open in surprise. So-yeon immediately started talking to Lee Yeon-woo. Her voice was shaking as if she was about to cry. She looked at him and apologized. Meanwhile, the guy covered his eyes with his cap so as not to see the girl's expression. It was unpleasant for him. But the girl continued. She said that she was very sorry because she was so scared then. She didn't know what to do. But now she really regretted her action. But her apology was interrupted by Lee Yeon-woo. He abruptly cut everything off and told the girl to stop apologizing. But the guy looked into her eyes and said that he was disgusted to hear her apology. Lee Yeon-woo was as cold as ever. But the guy simply couldn't do otherwise. The teenager continued to talk to Kang Ji-hoon as if the conversation with So-yeon had never happened. Lee Yeon-woo said that if they hadn't thrown Kim Joo-bin on the cable car back then, he would be alive now. The guy looked at Kang Ji-hoon with such a blank stare that everyone was shocked. No one had ever seen Lee Yeon-woo so angry. The guy felt really bad for his friend. The guy started blaming them all for the fact that Joo-bin died there and burned alive because of them. The guy continued to say that he understood that they had to escape from there because it was very dangerous inside the cable car, but he added that Kim Joo-bin could also have escaped with them and survived. Suddenly, their argument was interrupted by a man in a military uniform and a yellow suit. He asked everyone present to write their names on a list. He led the teenagers somewhere and said that he hoped for their cooperation. Then Kang Ji-hoon turned to Lee Yeon-woo and wanted to say something in the end. He asked that Lee Yeon-woo had asked them about why they had abandoned Kim Joo-bin, but instead of answering, Kang Ji-hoon asked Lee Yeon-woo a counter-question about why he thought they had abandoned his friend. Suddenly, the headman asked something that made the boy's blood run cold and his heart break. The boy was silent. Then Kang Ji-hoon said again to Lee Yeon-woo to speak. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon declared that it was Kim Joo-bin who dumped him. Lee Yeon-woo's face immediately changed. His eyes widened and his pupils shrank. His mouth dropped open in shock. Then, Kang Ji-hoon began to talk about what happened on the Namsan cable car. Kim Joo-bin ran to them all out of breath. He started screaming like a madman. Lee Yeon-woo, meanwhile, chased the monster away from everyone. As here, Joo-bin screamed and said that they were all idiots and should have gone without Lee Yeon-woo, not waited for him. After all, according to the guy, they simply had no choice. In the end, Kang Ji-hoon once again summed up that it was all Kim Joo-bin, his best friend. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo's roof collapsed. But then soldiers in uniforms and yellow suits ran up and took Lee Yeon-woo away from Kang Ji-hoon. Lee Yeon-woo screamed and called him a bastard as the soldiers carried him away. Meanwhile, all the new recruits were taken to a blue tent, where they took turns signing their names and giving their contact information. So-yeon couldn't find a place to sit. She looked down, her eyes filling with tears. As if this were the case, the girl cried hard. She covered her face with her hands. She was very sad about what had happened in the past few days. Kang Ji-hoon heard this. In general, it was hard not to hear such a bitter cry of the girl. Surprisingly, the guy was imbued with the girl's feelings. He suddenly began to remember how they ran away. Everything was covered in white mucus, a virus of frog eggs. There were monsters everywhere. It was necessary to act quickly. The teenagers began to jump out of the window one by one. Next in line was Kim Joo-bin. He stayed too long. The guy looked at the height and the amount of danger below and realized that he could not overcome the fear inside him. Kim Joo-bin was breathing very loudly. Sweat was running down his face. Kang Ji-hoon was shouting at him from behind and urging the guy on. Suddenly, from below, they heard the growl of a zombie monster, already sniffing out new victims. This was the final straw, and then Kang Ji-hoon yelled at Kim Ju-ben even harder for not being quiet. Kang Ji-hoon was very hot-tempered at that time and was terribly annoyed by Kim Ju-ben's timidity. He was holding up the line. Then Kang Ji-hoon simply pushed the guy and told him to leave. Ju-ben fell to the ground. The headman called him an unfortunate freak. Kang Ji-hoon didn't even look at him and said that it was his idea to run away from here, and now he was behaving like a coward. The last words finished Kim Ju-ben off. He said that he didn't know how such a wretch could have friends at all. Kang Ji-hoon finally said how poor Lee Yeon-woo was, and then added that Kim Ju-ben should decide for himself whether he wanted to go with him or not. Finally, the boy came back to reality. He began to feel guilty for what he had done and said. Then, the teenager said loudly that it didn't matter. So-yeon and Kang-min looked at him incomprehensibly. After all, everyone had been silent before. Kang Ji-hoon added a little clarity and said that everything was in the past. At that, the topic was closed. The headman then decided to turn to the employee in the white suit with a request. The boy asked them to search the lists for his girlfriend's name. Kang Ji-hoon said this very politely. It was obvious that this was very important to him. The man happily agreed to look for his girlfriend, Lee Hongmi. He flipped through all the pages on the tablet several times. But in the end, the man said that such a name was not on the list. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon heard a familiar voice. Not even one. The two men were talking about Hannah and Kim Min-ju. Then, the teenager's eyes widened sharply. His blood filled with anger, and he looked towards the exit. Kang Ji-hoon and all the other classmates saw a soldier enter the blue tent, followed by the bus driver. The traitor walked behind and looked guiltily at the floor. As soon as he approached the teenagers, they attacked him with shouts and accusations. But it was impossible to shout over such a hysterical girl as this bus driver. Then the soldier stood up for the teenagers. He asked how the man could leave the children alone at such a time. But this traitor again switched to ultrasound in response and shouted that the soldier should not speak to him like that because the man also had a daughter. But according to him, the girls threatened him with small red hammers so he could not do anything. After that, the bus driver looked at Kang Min and asked how the girls found out that there were hammers in the cabin. Then, the traitor finally said that it was not his fault. Of course, he was especially not to blame for beating the child and leaving the others to die. The bus driver looked at Kang Ji-hoon. He was the only one who was silent and did not say a word, although he expected the most reaction from him. As if, the traitor laughed. He asked the headman in a cheerful voice why he was so sad. But the bus driver didn't have time to finish. Kang Ji-hoon interrupted him. He wasn't interested in empty chatter and excuses for this with nothing. He looked the bus driver straight in the eyes and ordered the man to tell where the girls got off. Meanwhile, in the shelter where all the people were, it was time for bed. It was dark, so most of the people just lay down to sleep. Ham Seong-gyu looked at this and told his friend Park Min that he didn't understand how everyone present could fall asleep. He added that he couldn't even close his eyes, to which Park Min congratulated him and said that it meant he was normal. Behind them, Lee Yeon-woo was sitting and listening to this conversation, looking down. The guy was devastated. As if this were the case, Park Min turned to Lee Yeon-woo and asked with a smile if he didn't think he was cool. But the guy didn't even look up. He continued to hug his legs and look down. Park Min said that he was cool because he stood up for Lee Yeon-woo. Then someone approached Lee Yeon-woo. It was Isuri. She called the guy because he didn't react at all. The girl asked if she could sit next to Lee Yeon-woo because, according to her, there were no free seats anywhere. But Lee Yeon-woo was still silent. Did no one understand that he had been through so much? Betrayal, the loss of a friend, and then his own betrayal. She said that she didn't really need Lee Yeon-woo's permission. Isuri sat down, but Lee Yeon-woo continued to remain silent. She began to worry a little about the boy's condition. It seemed that the girl had specifically sat down next to Lee Yeon-woo to somehow support him. After thinking a little, Isuri asked Lee Yeon-woo if everything was okay. It was more of a rhetorical question because it was clear that nothing good was happening. After another silence, Isuri said that because of this, you shouldn't expect much from anyone, even from a friend. She continued that people can adapt to the situation and change, even Lee Yeon-woo. Because of this, Isuri didn't trust anyone. The guy continued to be silent, but it was clear that he was starting to come back to reality a little and was even listening to what Isuri was telling him. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo spoke. He started talking about the events on the cable car. He said that there were people there who begged the guy to open the door to the cabin for them, but instead, he just closed it. Lee Yeon-woo continued that he would never be able to forget their look, which showed all the hatred those people felt for him at that time. Isuri's reaction was quite strange. She looked at the guy with surprise, even a little irritation. Then, she pretended to be dissatisfied that she didn't understand what it was all about. what Lee Yanwoo wanted to say with these words. The guy ignored the girl's angry tone and said that he didn't know what to do if a similar situation happened again. He asked that if such a situation would make her abandon her friends, what was the fear? But the girl remained silent. Then, Lee Yanwoo asked her if she trusted him. But this question drove Isuri crazy. She asked if Lee Yanwoo had even listened to her, because before that, she had said that she didn't trust anyone. Suddenly, Lee Yanwoo started telling her about some secret. This phrase caught the girl's attention, and she listened attentively to her classmate. The teenager asked her that if he told her about his secret, would she be able to believe him then? But Isuri didn't understand what Lee Yanwoo was talking about at all. She looked at him with her stony face. Then the guy started to feel sorry for her. He said he was very lonely. After all, he had no friends he could rely on. Suddenly, Isuri just got up and left. She said that she got goosebumps again from Lee Yanwoo's words. But suddenly, Lee Yanwoo told her not to leave. These words made Isuri stop. She turned to Lee Yanwoo in surprise and asked him what he meant, to which the guy answered her and asked her not to leave again. He said that he would tell her his secret but only for her safety, because it was no longer safe here. Lee Yanwoo said that those people who had just come after the explosion, most of them were infected with the frog egg virus. The guy looked at them. They all looked pretty sick. Some were even coughing and had no strength. Isuri immediately asked what Lee Yanwoo meant, because what the guy said sounded even crazy and did not inspire confidence at all. Meanwhile, a group of new people were sitting on the floor in one of the rooms. Kang Min was sitting on the phone. So-yeon and the soldier were making the bed. Suddenly, the teenager fell demonstratively on the bed and made a sound that meant extreme fatigue. Kang Min said that he was dying. So-yeon was looking for something on her phone, reading the news, and just killing time because there was nothing to do. Kang Min then started complaining that they should have been having fun at this time on their school trip. He asked why everything turned out like this. It seemed that the boy had only now had time to think about what had happened in the past few days and analyze the chronology of events a little. After a short silence, the soldier suddenly spoke. He asked the others if he had always been this stubborn. Kang Min immediately understood who the man was talking about, but still asked if he was asking about Kang Ji-hoon. But nevertheless, Kang Min continued the conversation and continued to talk about how his friend was as stubborn as he was stupid. But the soldier thought about something. He asked if it was really like they had been told. And then, he suddenly asked how their meeting with their classmates went. Kang Min and So-yeon immediately felt embarrassed. Kang Min sadly and briefly replied that it was better not to talk about it and immediately stared at the floor. He was sincerely sad and sorry that everything turned out this way. But the guy contradicted himself again and started talking about how he and his classmates used to fight together, and now they behaved as if they never wanted to know each other. The soldier picked up on this idea and said that, on the contrary, now was the time when they should have helped and supported each other because difficult times united them. The girl could not stand it and went to the window to be alone for a while and look at the night sky. She remembered Lee Yanwoo's words, telling her not to apologize. He was so rude and harsh with her. She remembered his expression at that moment. The guy looked straight into her eyes and clearly engraved every word. The girl's eyes filled with tears. So-yeon was so sensual and emotional. She stood alone by the panoramic window and cried bitterly, covering her mouth with her hands so that no one would hear because it was late. Suddenly, she heard someone walking. So-yeon wiped her tears quickly so that she wouldn't be noticed. Two men were coming down the stairs and discussing something with each other. One of them said that someone had run away and abandoned him. So-yeon quickly lowered her head and turned to the corner of the hallway. The man continued to talk about how he had shouted at someone with all his might to open the door for him. Another person picked up the conversation and called someone a disgusting bastard. For some reason, So-yeon decided to overhear the conversation between the two men. The other person said that this was supposed to be a life lesson for him. These words were so timely for So-yeon. The girl came to her senses a little and decided to go down to the company and try to fall asleep because she needed to gain strength. So-yeon climbed the stairs and wiped her face, which had a few tears left, with her hands. She thought about how scared she was this time. The girl seemed to even voice her thoughts, because she thought everyone was already asleep. Suddenly, she met Kang Ji-hoon. The guy was the first to attack her, asking what she was doing here. So-yeon raised her tear-stained face and looked at the guy. Unfortunately for her, the light was falling in a way that clearly outlined her facial features. Kang Ji-hoon looked at her in response. All So-yeon could say was his name. She was even a little scared to see the headman here. Meanwhile, Kang Min was lying on his bed and looking at his phone, wasting his time because he couldn't sleep. The guy was sitting on some social network when he suddenly noticed something. This made him get up. He said that this couldn't be. The guy was talking about a certain Lee Hong-mi. It turned out to be his classmate Hong-mi. He went to her channel and there was a new video. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He was in a pleasant shock. He shouted with joy that it was really her, a new video of their classmate Hongmi. Although Kang Min was actually very surprised. After all, even in such a situation, his friend Hongmi still posted the video on her channel. Then, someone called out to the teenager. The smell came from where the sound came from. Kang Min turned to see who it was. A homeless man came to the guy. He squatted down to be on the same level as the teenager and asked if he had anything good. But Kang Min was very scared. He shouted and brought his phone flashlight to the eye level of the homeless man. The guy didn't do it on purpose, but in this way he blinded the man, to which he reacted by shouting and asking Kang Min to turn off the light. Then, a military man intervened in the conversation. He put his hand on the teenager's shoulder and asked the homeless man what was the matter. Then other people without a permanent residence joined the conversation. Meanwhile, a strange conversation was going on between Kang Ji-hoon and So-yeon, and everyone didn't want to take part in it. The headman asked the girl what she was doing on the stairs alone so late. So-yeon was a little confused by this question and thought quickly about what to answer. The girl decided to lie and said that she just decided to get some fresh air. Kang Ji-hoon looked at her for a long time, into her eyes. The guy thought about whether he should ask her further or leave everything as it was. But the headman decided not to get into So-yeon's soul and just leave, telling the girl to return to the others. Suddenly, So-yeon also decided to ask Kang Ji-hoon if everything was okay with him. This question made the guy stop and not leave. After a short silence, the girl repeated the question that Kang Ji-hoon had asked her. Then, So-yeon continued, and asked if Kang Ji-hoon was tired of this situation that had happened. After all, now they were all cursing their company. Kang Ji-hoon just listened attentively and said nothing. He wanted to give the girl a chance to speak. She asked him how it all happened. How did it all come to this, that they became enemies? Suddenly, So-yeon started saying that it was all her fault. She blamed herself for everything that happened. Surprisingly, Kang Ji-hoon decided to support her in this. He asked what she thought was her fault. What was her fault? But the girl didn't understand the question and asked what he meant. To which Kang Ji-hoon said that So-yeon was very fixated on this topic. And then the guy asked if Lee Yeon-woo had asked So-yeon for help. The girl's eyes suddenly widened. It was as if she began to understand that there were other sides from which to look at this situation. But the girl started to say that she meant something else. Then Kang Ji-hoon asked if everything was because of them. The girl looked carefully and listened to the guy. The headman angrily started saying that those idiots had blamed them for everything, and in So-yeon's opinion, it was now completely their fault. In Kang Ji-hoon's eyes, hatred was rekindled. He switched to a quiet scream and asked if anyone could stay and help Lee Yeon-woo in such a situation. But the girl started saying again that it was not like that and that was not what she was talking about. So-yeon started to tell her opinion. Kang Ji-hoon looked into her eyes and listened carefully to the girl. Suddenly, she was interrupted. The teenagers heard a loud scream, which clearly did not mean anything good. Meanwhile, in the gym, a man in a mint shirt was screaming loudly. It was his voice that So-yeon and Kang Ji-hoon heard on the stairs. The man was shining a flashlight at his wife. She was covering her face with her hands. Something strange was happening to the woman. Suddenly, a man in a mint shirt and glasses screamed so loudly that the entire shelter heard. Workers in yellow uniforms immediately ran to him. The man fell to the ground and they lifted him up. Then, his wife raised her head and spoke to him. Everyone else looked at the woman. Their eyes widened sharply. They could not believe their eyes. The woman's face was covered with white blisters of the frog egg virus. Her voice changed sharply and she began to scream and call her husband. Then, his wife got up and started looking for him. It seemed that she could not see anything or could see very poorly. People began to panic more and more. Someone shone a light directly at her, so everyone saw a terrible picture. One of the workers shouted and said that the woman was infected. Meanwhile, there was great panic and chaos in the room. People did not know what to do. After all, there was nowhere to run. Everyone started running wherever they could and saw. There was no plan. Even the workers in yellow shirts were panicking. People were shouting that they were infected here. Meanwhile, an adult man was lying on the floor, unable to understand what was happening. The man was actually asleep, and the noise from the shouting and running woke him up. He didn't know what was going on, so he didn't rush to get up and just yawned. He only managed to ask why everyone was making so much noise and yawned again. The man reached for his glasses because he couldn't see at all without them. When he put them on, he shone his phone and saw that everyone was panicking and running. Suddenly, the man heard strange sounds, as if someone was growling like an animal. But as far as he remembered, animals were not allowed in the storage room. Then, the man saw a woman above him, turning into a monster. Her face was completely covered with white blisters of the frog egg virus. The woman screamed and opened her mouth, which had not yet turned into a zombie's mouth. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon and So-yeon opened the door to the second floor and rushed inside with screams. The guy ran to his friends to tell them that they had to run away again, and the company had only just managed to rest and feel at least minimal safety. Kang Ji-hoon ran over and asked if his friends had heard the same sounds. The soldier said that it was worth figuring out what was going on, but the guy shouted that it was too dangerous and there was no time for talking. Suddenly, behind him and So-yeon, he heard a loud thud of feet and someone abruptly opened the door to their second floor. They turned around and saw a man running towards them, all out of breath, asking if anyone else was on the floor. Several more people followed the man. They all stopped at the entrance. He didn't filter what he said and shouted that there were only homeless people on that floor. Then the homeless people started to get angry again and say that the man was no better than them. And the fact that they didn't have a home didn't make them any worse than the others. Suddenly, the man closed the door. From that side, someone was heard ordering him to do so. The homeless man went to the closed door and started shouting that it had happened. He said that he had been suffering so much all this time. He grabbed the door handle, but it was closed. He turned it several times in different directions, but it was all in vain. It turned out that the man on the other side of the door was holding the handle by force and telling other people who were approaching the entrance that there were homeless people on the other side of the door and that it was no less dangerous. Then, another homeless man joined the door, and together they kicked the door, breaking it down and shouting for help. The company watched in fear what was happening. They realized that the door was closed and said that they should go to another exit. Suddenly, So-yeon heard something that caught her attention. The girl turned at the sound of the noise. Her face changed dramatically. Suddenly, the girl saw Lee Yeon-woo, Isuri, Ham Seong-yu, and Park Min running from the other side of the balcony. Among all of them, she noticed Lee Yeon-woo first. The guy was not giving her peace, or rather, a feeling of guilt towards him. Lee Yeon-woo seemed to feel her eyes on him, so he paused for a moment and looked in their direction. The guy looked So-yeon straight in the eyes. He didn't panic at all and just walked with a calm step. So-yeon noticed this and also paused. They walked and looked at each other. The teenagers couldn't take their eyes off each other, as if they were attracted by something, but at the same time strongly repelled. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in the first aid room. Strange sounds and screams were coming from it, as if someone was being killed. A guy was holding a phone and amid devilish screams was just watching the comments under some YouTube video. Just then, a siren went off. This guy with the phone was Lee Than. He just smiled when he heard the siren and realized that someone in the shelter had been infected again. Then, a man in a uniform that completely covered his body from head to toe ran up to him. But the red-haired boy only smiled slyly. He didn't worry at all. He was having fun with everything that was happening. One of them was covered in white blisters of the frog egg virus. He was screaming and shaking all over. Then, Lee Than said that it wasn't his doing. Lee Than began to say that he didn't know how to spread the virus in any way, and he explained that these guys had simply already entered the incubation period. Suddenly, Lee Than stretched out his hand and pointed it at one of the men in blue suits. Suddenly, the man who had just been covered in frog egg virus cells and was screaming in pain suddenly became completely clean and didn't feel anything in his body. Then Lee Than laughed happily, but something about his smile was not good. Suddenly, he directed his power at the man sitting in front of him, and he suddenly became covered with frog egg virus cells. The blue uniformed worker, who had just been infected with the virus, began to cover his entire body with this nasty virus and beg for mercy. Lee Tae straightened his arm, and the uniformed man shouted that this could not be. He could not believe what was happening. The red-haired omnipotent guy crouched down next to the blue uniformed man. The employee began to tell the guy that, in truth, he was looking for one drug. Lee Tae heard this and laughed loudly in his face. The guy understood very well what the man was hinting at and what kind of drug it was. The red-haired boy laughed out loud. He asked if they wanted to know how the young man got immunity. The staff thought that Lee Tae had used something to do so. Meanwhile, in the shelter room, Ham Seong-yu and Park Min saw Lee Yeon-woo stop and look at something with unusual emotions. Then, Ham Seong-yu asked if they had seen them too and pointed to the group of traitors running from the opposite side of the balcony. The boy shouted loudly that it was them. No one expected to see them. Then, Ham Seong-yu shouted happily to his classmates on the opposite side. Kang Ji-hoon and Kang Min paid attention to him. Suddenly, the boy started shouting and calling them freaks. He asked how they were still alive and called them children to boot. The others heard this. Kang Min shouted the name of the classmate who had called them names. No one liked what was happening. So-yeon did not expect such behavior from the boys at all. Everyone froze and looked at each other like animals in a zoo. Suddenly, Kang Min heard something below. It was the growling of zombie monsters that had already transformed during this time. There were a lot of them below. The shelter was no longer safe. Not at all. Then, the company ran sharply. They did not feel safe for long, not for long at all. Lee Yan-woo and Isuri stood in a stupor. The monsters were not on their side, but they were still scared by what was happening. Lee Yan-woo shouted that it was no longer safe here, as if to make it clear that they should immediately run away. Suddenly, the boy felt a very sharp pain in his arm again. It was so strong that the teenager almost lost consciousness. Lee Yan-woo twisted so hard, and Isuri, who was standing behind him, noticed this. The girl asked if everything was okay with the boy. Lee Yan-woo could not get up. He breathed loudly and deeply to calm down and come to his senses. The guy looked at the people below who were turning into zombie monsters and thought to himself that he didn't want this to start again. Ham Sung-yu and Park Min were shouting from behind Isuri that Lee Yan-woo was scaring them. They were wondering what was happening to the guy and if he was contagious. Lee Yan-woo was holding his hand and moaning softly in pain. His consciousness had shifted somewhere again. He didn't feel real now. Meanwhile, more and more people were turning into zombie monsters below. The floor was literally covered with the corpses of these poor people and the white mucus of the frog egg virus. Lee Yan-woo kept looking at his hand, and the people below, screaming in pain as they turned into ugly zombie monsters. Then, Isuri approached Lee Yan-woo. The girl put her hand on his shoulder to support him and asked him something. Isuri asked if it was true that Lee Yan-woo got hurt when he was near the virus. She asked it twice because the guy was silent and couldn't speak because of the pain. But he didn't have time to answer because terrible screams and footsteps of people were heard. A whole frightened crowd ran towards them. They ran to the company and shouted for help. Lee Yan-woo and Isuri raised their heads to see what was happening and why there was so much noise. Suddenly, they saw a terrible picture. Zombie monsters began to reach the second-floor balcony and almost caught those people who were running towards them. Then, the teenagers stood up abruptly and started running. Even Lee Yan-woo overcame his pain to escape and not be crushed by the crazy crowd. The classmates shouted and cursed that the frog egg virus had managed to penetrate them as well. They didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo saw something that made him stop. Something strongly attracted his attention. He saw that a company of traitors was running straight towards them. They were supposed to meet. There was no way out. It all resembled some cruel and unfunny joke. All the companies on both sides stopped and just looked at each other for a while. No one wanted to break the silence and speak first. Although inside, they understood that it was worth uniting to survive. Then, Park Min spoke first. He shouted indignation that they had met again and had to be in the same room together. So Yeon looked down. She was very ashamed of everything that had happened. She could not look her classmates in the eyes because she was afraid that they would judge her again. But Lee Yan-woo was not ashamed and looked at So-yeon. He felt that the girl was ashamed, and therefore the guy was very interested in watching her behavior. Suddenly, the crowd was approaching. They shouted and ran after the teenagers. Then, crazy people started pushing and shoving the company, trying to get ahead. They behaved like crazy people. But here, someone stood up for the teenagers so that they wouldn't be crushed at all. He shouted for people to calm down and behave normally. It turned out that it was a soldier who shouted that they had just come from where the crowd of madmen was trying to get to. But the people were so scared that they didn't want to hear anyone or anything. It turned out that behind the soldier, there was a huge zombie monster that was about to get him. He was already on the second floor. They had to think of something quickly, otherwise they wouldn't survive. The soldier took everything under control. He stopped the crowd with his hand and told them to move back. Meanwhile, more and more people were getting infected with the frog egg virus below. This room resembled a mass grave. Everyone huddled in a corner and just trembled. At this time, no one thought about quarrels and truces. The bravest men huddled in a corner and screamed in fear like children. Meanwhile, below, the zombie monster seemed to grow and turn into one big monster, trying to reach the top with its tentacles. Lee Yan-woo fell to the ground again. He could not ignore the pain for long. It was getting stronger. The more monsters there were, the stronger the pain became. He looked at his hand, as if he wanted to find the answer to all his suffering in it. The pain was getting worse. It was simply unbearable. He asked himself if he would be able to survive after all this. Because even though Lee Yan-woo didn't turn into a zombie monster on the Namsan cable car, he could have died from the pain. Suddenly, someone shouted and pointed in the other direction. Everyone else looked and reacted by shouting. It turned out that there was also a virus on the door. Now people definitely couldn't get out. They were all doomed to die if they didn't start doing something quickly. Suddenly, someone was closing the fire. Everyone else turned to the sound. It was Lee Yan-woo. Although he felt extremely bad, and as if he wasn't from this reality, his self-preservation instinct worked well, and the guy figured out how to save them all. He was breathing very loudly and deeply, and paused between words, but he was able to command them to quickly get the fire out. The soldier was the first to react to this, but he was scared by the teenager's appearance. He didn't look very healthy, but still, he decided to trust Lee Yan-woo because he had no other ideas. The man ordered that they first try to light a fire. Then, at least the zombie monsters wouldn't come close to them. While the soldier was trying to find a lighter, So-yeon paid attention to Lee Yan-woo's condition. She looked at him worriedly. The guy was still breathing heavily and told them to start a fire using a rug lying on the floor. So-yeon couldn't just watch her classmate suffer. Even though he hated her, she now understood that she had to do something. So-yeon dared to say words of support to Lee Yan-woo, but she didn't have time. She was interrupted by Isuri, who approached her friend again and asked louder and more confidently if the boy was okay. The boy barely spoke, but he managed to say Isuri's name. So-yeon watched all this, even moving a little closer to her classmates. Isuri told Lee Yan-woo that cold sweat was dripping from him like a river. He turned pale and had a very unhealthy look that was hard not to notice. They both looked at Lee Yan-woo's hand. She was shaking all over with pain. Then the boy looked down again at the monsters and people who were turning into zombie monsters. Lee Yan-woo realized that he felt something very strange and unusual, which he had never felt before. The sensations were from the very tips of his fingers. The guy assumed that he felt what the monsters around him felt. Meanwhile, the soldier and the other had already lit the carpets and successfully scared away the zombie monsters around with this. The two men were talking to each other. One of them asked if everything was okay with his friend, to which he was answered to give him something quickly. So-yeon, meanwhile, realized that she was the third one left in their conversation, so she had to switch to something else. She decided to ask him what he did. The guy was even a little scared from the surprise. So-yeon approached her classmate. They were standing right by the railing at the edge of the balcony. Kang-min was a little flustered by the question, but decided to be honest and answered that he was just watching. Of course, So-yeon was surprised by this answer. Kang-min continued and said that they had all just been running away from these zombie monsters the whole time, but if they kept doing it like this, it would never end. Meanwhile, Park Min and Ham Seong-yu were actively looking out the window. They were indignant that the army was still not there. No one rushed to save them. Meanwhile, the tent where they were providing aid and where Lee Tae was being burned by the military. It seemed that it was not safe because there were monsters in it. Inside were workers in blue uniforms. It seems that these were the ones that Lee Thane was mocking. A military worker was telling someone on the radio that, at checkpoint number 3, the virus had already spread, but they had successfully burned down the quarantine zone. Suddenly, he added on the radio that they were going to start setting fire to the shelter. They weren't even going to rescue people from there who were probably not infected. Meanwhile, the people inside were successfully burning down this shelter themselves. On the floor of the room, there were a dozen zombie monsters that were actively transforming. Meanwhile, on the balcony, they were shouting for everyone to move to the wall and move aside as quickly as possible. The tent caught fire very badly. The fire was at the height of the buildings. The people inside were also already suffocating from the smoke and stench emanating from the fire and the burning carpets. There was a risk of smoke poisoning. They ran to the window and saw the tent burning. This did not add hope. Suddenly, something terrible happened. The floor of the balcony began to crack. A zombie monster crawled out from inside it, like a plant stem sprouting from the ground. Tentacles of mucus and frog egg virus approached the people in search of new victims. The crowd began to panic and scream, because the zombie monster was very close. They needed to get out of the room to save themselves. Someone shouted that everything should be burned. Another said not to go crazy because then the whole building would catch fire with them. Others said that they should have waited a little longer and the military would have saved them. They didn't know yet that no one was going to save them, only to burn them alive. Park Min was nervous. His heart was beating faster and the guy was breathing loudly and deeply, not controlling this process. Suddenly he noticed Lee Yan-woo and Isuri, who were sitting quite calmly on the floor and talking about something. Lee Yan-woo and Isuri were talking about the fact that the guy had already met a man who was immune. He was talking about Lee Tae-in. Isuri, like the guy, didn't believe these words at first because such a phenomenon was not common and generally seemed quite strange. Lee Yan-woo continued that it seemed that this man knew a lot about this virus and the incubation period, like for an ordinary volunteer. Isuri was somehow annoyed by this information, and the girl got angry. She asked where this guy Lee Yan-woo was talking about, but the teenager did not know this information, unfortunately. But he continued to say that they did not understand anything because while the virus was inactive, no symptoms appeared. And if it suddenly activated and spread steadily, then they would not be able to do anything. Lee Yan-woo looked down. His eyes were completely sad and the pain did not subside, but it seemed that the guy himself had gotten used to it. Tears or sweat were pouring from his eyes. Suddenly, the boy remembered that even the last time he came face to face with a person whose virus had already spread throughout his body, he had not felt such pain as he did now. The boy returned to reality and looked at the people in front of him, or rather, at the man in the shirt who was sitting on his knees. Lee Yan-woo looked at him and said that he felt pain again, even though he was not near the activated virus. The guy was like an X-ray. He could see through the man. The guy looked at the floor again. So many thoughts were swirling in his head. He couldn't handle them on his own. Lee Yan-woo wanted to talk to someone so he wouldn't have to carry this burden himself. Park Min was watching their conversation, but it seemed like he didn't hear them. Suddenly, he called out to his classmates. Ham Seong-gyu also joined in to watch. Now the classmates were looking at Lee Yan-woo and Isuri together, who looked quite close. Park Min told Ham Seong-gyu that it was quite strange that from that moment on, they were always together all the time. Meanwhile, Kang Ji-hoon opened his friend Lee Hong-mi's channel and noticed her new video there. This made him a little angry. It seems that the guy was worried about her, that even though she was in danger, Hong-mi still recorded and posted a video for her channel. Kang Min heard this and said that he had already watched the video, but the connection there was not clear. This phrase motivated Kang Ji-hoon to take action. He shouted that it was enough to sit here. It was clear that the headman wanted to get out of the room. Kang Min immediately understood his friend's intentions because he knew him well. Then, Kang Min took his phone and turned on the flashlight on it. The guy pointed the light down to a section of the floor that was clean. There wasn't even any white slime on it. Suddenly, all the monsters nearby immediately flocked to that section. It looked really nasty. Kang Min commented that the zombie monsters reacted to the light and immediately gathered together. Soyeon joined the conversation and asked Kang Ji-hoon what they would do if they left the shelter. Kang Min supported Soyeon's opinion and said that they wouldn't see anything from the outside. The guy continued to look at the zombie monsters gathering around the light. They looked like a whole herd about to bow to some kind of totem. Kang Min carefully watched everyone and studied their behavior. Suddenly, a man in a brown shirt, who was looking intently out the window, suddenly screamed loudly with emotion. This attracted the attention of the others. The man said that he saw soldiers behind the glass. They were walking with machine guns to the shelter. The man in the shirt turned to everyone and joyfully announced that the soldiers were coming here to save them. The women began to cry because they hoped to be saved. People began to shout and knock on the window so that the soldiers would notice them. One of the workers raised his head and really saw people in the window. They shouted that they were upstairs and asked the soldiers to save them quickly. People started shouting happily that they were noticed, so they were saved. Suddenly, Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon noticed something and turned around and stared at something together. It was Park Min and Ham Seong-gyu staring at the boys in return. Suddenly, the boys told them to stop staring at them so abruptly. The tension was building. And then, Ham Seong-gyu showed his middle finger. He felt really cool at that moment, as if he had done something important and worthy of attention. Kang Ji-hoon reacted to this calmly, surprisingly, but added that he didn't care. Park Min then noticed something strange. This caught the boy's attention. He looked at Lee Yan-woo, who was sitting on the floor and holding his hand. It was clear that the boy felt sick again. Isuri was also not with him. Meanwhile, the man and woman hugged each other and cried. They were happy that they were safe. Suddenly, the woman looked down and saw Lee Yan-woo, who was screaming in pain and his hand was shaking all over. The woman could not leave it so easily and approached the boy to ask what happened to him and if he was okay. Suddenly, she saw something terrible. Her eyes widened greatly and her pupils shrank. The woman screamed very loudly in fear. This made others pay attention, and everyone was already looking at what was happening to Lee Yan-woo. The guy raised his head. Everyone was horrified by what they saw. The teenager's eyes were white, without pupils. He was shaking all over for no reason, and sweat was pouring down his body. Then, the woman screamed that Lee Yan-woo was infected. The woman began to constantly repeat and shout that he was infected here. Lee Yan-woo, meanwhile, didn't even hear it. He could hear individual echoes of her screams. The guy had a fever and no one was there to help him. The woman looked at him and shouted loudly that Lee Yan-woo looked exactly like the monster from the first floor and that everyone should move away from him. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo began to regain consciousness. He looked at the woman who was screaming and staring at him. Although it took him longer to regain consciousness, he was still able to see the crazy woman. Everything was blurry in his eyes. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo noticed something terrible. Even in such a bright light and condition, the guy noticed that a monster was sneaking up behind the woman. The ugly, huge zombie screamed, which meant that he had found his victim. Lee Yan-woo, through the pain, restraining himself, stretched out his good hand to the woman and shouted for her not to go there. But the woman screamed for Lee Yan-woo not to touch her and backed away from the guy. She screamed at him and called the teenager a crazy psycho, but he only wanted to help her. The woman was so scared that she didn't even look at what was in front of her. She just ran away. When a woman realized that she should look ahead when running, she saw something more terrifying than a teenager who was just shaking. In front of the woman was a real huge zombie monster. He was growling at her and was 2 seconds away from an attack. The chances of salvation were minimal. The frightened woman did not even have time to react to the end, as the inevitable happened. The zombie monster released its white, ugly tentacles at the woman. She did not have time to escape or even just scream. Everything happened so quickly. In a matter of seconds, the poor victim was already lying on the floor, all wrapped up in the ugly white tentacles of the zombie monster. Everyone else present watched this. Her husband screamed in fear and pain from the loss of his dearest person. Meanwhile, the woman was already in the clutches of the ugly giant. She screamed in pain from the infection. The soldier quickly reacted to what had happened and ran to help. Someone had to solve this situation. He pushed the poor woman's husband away and picked up the burning carpet. Then, the man swung and threw it at the monster. His strength was enough to throw the heavy carpet, which was burning at the same time, quite a distance. Meanwhile, Lee Yun-woo got to his feet but was still breathing heavily. Events were developing quite quickly. He did not have time to follow them. They shouted at him to react to this and turn to face them, and then they would understand whether the guy was infected or not. Park Min first started to resent and betray Lee Yun-woo. He said that he didn't like his classmates from the very beginning and aroused suspicions. Cold sweat was running down his face. Park Min was worried because he had touched Lee Yun-woo more than once and was close to the guy. The teenager was breathing loudly. He was still coming to his senses and trying to overcome this pain. Ishuri looked at Lee Yun-woo with a stony and rather dissatisfied face. She was starting to have doubts about what her classmate was telling her. In the end, Lee Yun-woo gathered his strength and was able to defend himself by saying that everything was not as they thought and that the boy was not infected with the frog egg virus. Ishuri did not get over her insult and asked Lee Yun-woo to tell them how he understood that people were infected. Lee Yun-woo replied rather rudely to her that it was none of Ishuri's business. The boy was able to get up completely and come to his senses in the meantime. But Ishuri was a stubborn girl and stated that she demanded that Lee Yun-woo tell her and everyone about it. Lee Yun-woo simply exploded then. His nervous system could not withstand such a load. The company of traders was shocked by Lee Yun-woo's behavior. They all didn't expect the boy to react like this and yell at his supposedly new friends. His eyes looked so crazy. Lee Yun-woo added that they should all watch themselves instead of blaming him. The teenager said this with emotion and knew that he would soon regret it. Ishuri got the gist of his words. Her expression immediately changed and her eyebrows furrowed. Then, Lee Yun-woo's eyes widened sharply. The boy suddenly realized what a stupid thing he had said with emotion. He should have been more careful, because the boy knew too much. Ishuri continued that she had concluded that from his words. She could see from his expression that he had said too much. Suddenly, Ishuri's face changed dramatically. From a stony, faceless expression, it became scared. The girl understood from Lee Yun-woo's reaction that there was an infected person among them. She turned to her classmates and asked Lee Yun-woo if it was true and there was someone infected among them. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Park Min. He looked quite scared from what he had just heard, somehow even more than the others. The boy started talking to divert suspicion from himself. He asked Lee Yun-woo who it was. The boy stared at everyone and looked at his classmates. Park Min looked at Lee Yun-woo confusedly and asked again, because the boy was silent, why he was staring so much. Then Park Min asked what it meant. His voice began to tremble. Lee Yun-woo looked into Park Min's eyes with a calm expression and said that the boy was infected. Cold sweat was pouring down from the teenager. He was scared. Suddenly, Park Min pounced on Lee Yun-woo and grabbed his t-shirt. He called him a bastard and was very indignant. But Lee Yun-woo was as calm as possible and did not react to Park Min's actions in any way. He only asked if his classmate understood his words. Lee Yun-woo looked up at his classmates and said that he did not know about it until he felt sick. And now he decided that he should tell everyone about it. But Park Min was not confused and said that it seemed to him that Lee Yun-woo started blaming everyone only because he himself was under suspicion. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon burst into the fight. He separated the boys and attacked Lee Yun-woo, indignant at his actions. The headman told Lee Yun-woo to stop. He asked who the boy thought he was to start blaming Park Min for the infection. Lee Yun-woo did not raise his head. He looked at the floor and asked Park Min if he really thought Lee Yun-woo was joking with him. After that, the teenager raised his head and looked into Park Min's face. Lee Yun-woo spoke very seriously and confidently. He looked his classmate straight in the eyes and said that he had expressed himself clearly and clearly. He added that he did not know how much longer Park Min could ignore him. The classmate looked at Lee Yun-woo with intense hatred. His eyes were simply burning with anger. Suddenly, soldiers in suits and with fire hoses in their hands entered the room, thereby interrupting the fight between the teenagers. At that moment, everyone turned to the sounds coming from the first floor. Suddenly, one of the soldiers gave the command to start the arson. Just then, the screams of zombie monsters were heard, burning alive. The entire first floor became so hot from the strong fire. It felt like the lights had been turned on again, because it also became very bright instantly. Suddenly, he heard the soldiers say that they were going to the second floor. That was where they all were. This made the soldiers stop. On the other side of the door stood two men in uniform with fire hoses. One of them said that the target had been found. Did they really want to burn all these innocent people alive? The woman meanwhile screamed and begged for help, while the monster wrapped its white tentacles around her. The victim thought that the soldiers would save her. They watched her and how the zombie monster ate the poor thing and directed the muzzle of the fire hoses at her. She screamed and begged for help. She looked at the soldiers with her eyes full of fear and sincerely hoped for salvation, although inside she understood that her death had come. But the soldiers could not do anything. One of them gave the order to burn, and then the men started a fire that completely enveloped the woman. She could not be seen at all, only screams. The screams were hellish. You would not wish such a thing on anyone. Other people watched this. They were scared, because they were worried that the same fate would befall her. The woman's husband screamed. The love of his life was being burned alive before his eyes. A few minutes ago, they were hugging and crying with happiness that they would soon be saved. The man was devastated, so he started yelling at the soldiers and calling them monsters. He was indignant and asked what they had all done. The soldiers did not pay attention to this. It was clear that this was not the first time this had happened to them. They were simply doing their job. Suddenly, the man said again on the radio that they had found several carriers of the infection, hinting at everyone who had survived and was on the second floor. Suddenly, the barrel with the fire burst into flames. Fire began to pour from it like water. The soldier was the first to notice this because he was closer than anyone else. His gaze changed dramatically. He realized what was about to happen and reacted quickly. The man shouted for everyone to run quickly and run away with all their might, whoever could. People began to react, although not everyone understood what was about to happen. Suddenly, the entire balcony on the second floor was engulfed in fire. The soldiers simply ruthlessly decided to burn these innocent people. They did not know for sure whether these people were infected. The teenagers ran as hard as they could while the entire building was engulfed in fire. Suddenly, everyone present began to understand that the government did not care about them at all. Kang Ji-hoon said that the soldiers were right. They thought that the people had come into contact with zombie monsters. The headman was indignant about this. It was unfair to them. Kang Ji-hoon shouted that this was some kind of punishment. Like here, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that soldiers with fire hoses had also entered from the other side of the entrance. Kang Min saw this and shouted. He knew that he would probably die now. They would all just be burned alive. A group of homeless people were sitting in front of the soldiers. They pointed the barrel of a hose at them and were about to open fire on them. Like here, one of them told the soldiers to stop. The man raised his hands up, as if to show that he had given up, and shouted that they had done nothing to deserve being burned alive. The homeless man asked the soldier what was wrong with them and why they were doing this. Kang Min saw that the homeless people were not going to run away and hoped and believed that the soldiers would help them. Suddenly, something lit up the soldiers' faces. They could not see anything. Then, Kang Min shouted for the homeless people to run away and pointed the flashlight at the soldiers. All the other teenagers were hiding behind the boy. The soldiers in uniform shouted at Kang Min to turn off the flashlight and called him a freak, covering their faces from the light. Suddenly, monsters started to slide down from above. Kang Min continued to point the light at the soldiers while they aimed their hoses at the zombie monsters and burned them. A soldier ran to the teenagers. He was genuinely worried about the bottom and asked if everyone was alive. Having reached there, the man pushed some doors with his elbow to get out of this hell faster. After all, they would not be left alive, but the doors simply did not give in. Then, the soldier began to use his feet to kick them down. The man was nervous because he had to act quickly. Behind them stood Park Min and Ham Song-gyu and watched as Kang Ji-hoon and the soldier tried to kick down the door to get out of the room. Suddenly, Park Min turned to his friend. He told him that the boy would be saved only if he got out of the building. Park Min continued that, from the window outside, he saw a point where people were gathering. Suddenly, Park Min suggested to his friend that they get rid of everyone else and head to that point together. To which Ham Seong-yu was surprised, but answered positively because he wanted to get out of this building alive. Suddenly, the homeless people started running towards the teenagers and shouting to Kang Min to wait. The man asked to go with them. The soldier was a little surprised by this request. The homeless man shouted that they should take them with them because the company definitely did not know Seoul like the back of their hands. After these arguments, the idea of taking the homeless people with them did not seem so absurd to the soldier anymore. Suddenly, the company heard that soldiers with fire hoses were running behind them. One of them shouted to the other workers that he had found the escapees. The man in uniform added that they had found people who were possibly infected. This meant that they were about to open fire on the company, so they should immediately run away and get out of this room. The soldier understood this and shouted to the others to start running away immediately because they needed to be saved. At that very second, a lot of fire was released on them, which caused everyone to fall with its wave. The fire was visible even from the window of the building. There was a lot of it. Meanwhile, the news showed that peaceful public protests against the government had begun. According to Jeon, Si, and Bong, the first report was received from Yangjong in Mapo-gu 15 days before the blockade of Seoul began. Anonymous sources obtained relevant documents confirming the systematic concealment of information by the government, but the government said that this was impossible. As for the fake news that incited conflicts, the government's clear response was to support its position. People were watching all this. It seemed that they were sitting in another shelter. It looked exactly the same as the shelter where the teenagers were. A man in a white shirt and stubble was walking through the crowd, carrying a hot ramen that had been cooked. A girl was looking down. She had short dark hair and looked very upset. The man sat down next to the woman and complained that the line to the cafeteria was so long. He offered the woman ramen and called her his lover. It seemed like they were husband and wife. But she didn't want to eat. She didn't even look at the steamed noodles. The woman said she couldn't think of anything else. The man hugged her and told her she should eat. He asked how long she planned to starve. The woman started crying and said she couldn't reach Lee Yan-woo. She was waiting for a call and said she was just going crazy because of it. The father immediately began to calm his wife and said that perhaps the boy was tired and was sleeping now. Suddenly, the news showed such news that everyone began to listen carefully. Their attention switched to the information that the correspondent was talking about. The news showed a room that was a shelter for teenagers. The man began to talk about the terrible fire that had occurred last night, which destroyed the evacuation center of Seoul Station. They also said that the fire broke out due to the fault of refugees who did not follow the rules of quarantine conditions. They deceived everyone. Lee Yan-woo's parents listened to all this. The mother's eyes became the size of oranges when she heard that previously there were a very large number of victims. The woman shouted her son's name. The puzzle was formed and she decided that the boy did not answer the phone because he died in the fire. Meanwhile, the teenagers were all sitting in some kind of dormitory. It was a room with a lot of beds. Everyone got together and didn't talk about their quarrels. The homeless man was also there. He must have been the one who brought everyone to this place. Some were lying on the bed and sleeping, some couldn't sleep and were thinking about something else. But in general, there was silence in the room. The man entered the room and went to the window. He said that Seoul was closed. A soldier came up behind him. The homeless man asked him if he thought the man should just sit in the room and wait for some miracle. Some soldiers were walking downstairs in uniforms that resembled the uniforms worn by the workers in the shelter that burned down. The soldier told the homeless man that these children had come from the village for a tour of Seoul and had nowhere to stay. The soldier asked what he wanted to ask the homeless man for a favor, to which the man told him not to worry because the homeless man already had a debt to the soldier for saving them from the burning shelter. He told the soldier that they could stay as long as they wanted. It turned out that the premises where the company was located were the homeless man's. Meanwhile, the soldiers in yellow uniforms asked someone for cooperation and added that it was for their own safety. They told the people that they must have escaped from the shelter earlier that night, so the soldiers did not burn them alive. The soldiers asked if they had contacted the cells at night or if anyone close to them had. But the frightened people kept quiet. Some were not sure if they were infected, and some were afraid to tell the truth. The soldier started talking about how they might have felt sick or upset or other people around him. Suddenly, Park Min raised his hand from the crowd. The man asked what he wanted to ask him. Park Min said that he had run away and asked what he should have done, and then added that his friend had signs of infection, and then asked if he had attacked him. Would the soldiers worry about it? Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo stood in front of the window on the stairs alone. The guy wanted to be alone and think about what had happened that night, analyze what he felt. He took his hand again, although it no longer hurt this time. Lee Yan-woo suddenly remembered the woman yelling at him that the boy was infected because he looked like that. The teenager's breathing quickened again. Memories came flooding back one after another. Then Lee Yan-woo remembered how Kang Ji-hoon said that he immediately aroused his suspicion and then asked if Lee Yan-woo was infected. The word kept going around in the boy's head. He was thinking about how he could be sure that he wasn't infected. Meanwhile, Park Min was talking about a friend of his who was a uniformed soldier. He started talking about how as soon as he got into the vault, he realized how suspicious he was. A blue mask was put on the boy, probably so that he wouldn't spread the virus. The boy continued that his friend looked very shocked and sometimes even flinched when he spoke to him. He continued that one day a woman noticed his condition and immediately said that the boy was infected. The soldier looked at the boy and sincerely believed him, adding that it was a very sad story and that the boy was a real devil. Then another soldier in uniform approached them. The man who was talking to Park Min asked the officer if they had checked the boy's words. They discussed that if they believed the public opinion about the super virus carrier, it would undermine their trust and responsibility. Park Min heard this conversation and thought about Lee Yan-woo. The boy was very angry with him for daring to say that about Park Min then. The soldier and the teenager left the ward. The man in uniform told Park Min to follow him. Then, the man asked if the guy had definitely not come into contact with the infected person. To which Park Min said that he had stayed away from Lee Yan-woo from the very beginning because he thought he was too strange because of his behavior. This conversation was overheard by Lee Tae-in. The guy was standing in the front in the crowd and was also wearing a mask. The soldier told Park Min to go to the waiting room. Lee Tae-in turned to see who was talking about Lee Yan-woo. He immediately realized that it was about him. The soldier led Park Min to the waiting room. Some of the buildings were still burning. Meanwhile, the company was still in the dormitory where the homeless lived. Kang Ji-hoon jumped up on the bed and started scratching his head and screaming as if there were nits. The headman turned to the audience and asked why everyone was itching so much. He continued to scratch his body. Suddenly, the boy heard someone laugh at his behavior and asked if the boy was bothered by the severe itching. It was Kang Min. He advised his best friend to be more careful with the pillows. Kang Min said that all the blankets and pillows in this room had nits. Kang Ji-hoon jumped up and screamed indignantly. Meanwhile, Kang Min checked his phone, but it was almost dead. The boy went to the light switch to check if the light was working, but it turned out that there was no electricity. He asked what they needed now. Kang Min said that his phone was dead. Kang Ji-hoon asked again if there was no light. Ham Seong-gyu was eavesdropping on their conversation. Suddenly, the boy laughed at them and called them morons. The two friends returned his provocation. Ham Seong-gyu looked down and laughed at them. He asked if the boys could have done anything or were they so stupid and incapable. Then Ham Seong-gyu looked up at his classmates and took out a power bank. And then added that they could forget everything they wanted, but they couldn't forget about an extra charging station for their phone. Ham Seong-gyu made fun of his classmates and asked ironically if they had shared with them, but the boy forgot that he was without his friend and was in the minority. While Ham Seong-gyu was choking with laughter, Kang Ji-hoon and Kang Min noticed that the boy was without his faithful friend Park Min. The boys asked why Ham Seong-gyu was alone. From this question, the boy began to get very nervous and cold sweat began to drip from his cheek and his voice trembled. He said that he did not know where his friend was because they had separated when they came here. Ham Seong-gyu began to say that in any case, they were not close and they were not friends at all. Then, a soldier entered the room and overheard their conversation. The soldier decided to knock on the door so as not to distract the others from the conversation and not to scare anyone. Kang Min and Kang Ji-hoon turned to the sound. The man sat on the bed and said that he had examined the entire room. All the teenagers had gathered around him by then. Only Lee Yan-woo was missing. The soldier talked about how the room seemed to not be in such a bad condition. He began to talk about what was in the room. On the first floor, there was a waiting room for the homeless. There was an office on the second floor, but there was no one there. It seemed that all the workers had already evacuated to a shelter. The soldier then dismissed the hypothesis that the third floor was for sleeping. And downstairs, most likely, there was a dining room, so there must have been food there. The teenagers hadn't eaten since last night, so food wouldn't have bothered them. He then added that maybe the homeless would still come here, but it was perfectly safe to stay inside. Suddenly, the man was killed. He turned to look this impudent person in the face. It was Isuri. She apologized for saying that, even though they had just met, but the girl said that it didn't make any sense. She asked if the soldier really thought that the room was safe, because even the shelter wasn't that safe. In general, nowhere in Seoul was safe, and they weren't allowed outside its borders. Then she added that the homeless were also going to go here and there. Isuri said that the man should have closed all the doors, otherwise they would have been infected too. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon intervened in the conversation. He said that the girl could not worry about the homeless people because Lee Yan-woo was with them. The guy looked the girl in the eyes and asked if Lee Yan-woo was not more dangerous. But Isuri began to defend her friend and asked if Kang Ji-hoon knew anything about Lee Yan-woo to say that about him. Then, Kang Ji-hoon asked again, stammering, if Lee Yan-woo was infected. After all, Isuri's words sounded very confident and she wanted to believe the girl was never stupid. Suddenly, the girl screamed. She broke down that she herself did not know this information for sure. She said that everyone should stop asking her about it because she had no idea what it was really like. Suddenly, the girl asked them themselves if Lee Yan-woo wasn't their friend. She added that if they were so curious, they could have asked Lee Yan-woo about it themselves. Isuri continued that it was all quite strange. After all, it was like they had abandoned the guy in Namsan that time. But Kang Min didn't let the guy explode and scream and calmly asked Isuri not to make fun of them. The guy took on the role of the elder and started saying quite intelligent things. He said that they would try to understand the situation that had happened. But Isuri didn't understand this tactic. She just laughed and said that no one would want to unite and cooperate with anyone. She added that no one would want to team up and work in pairs with him. The girl showed that she was clearly mocking and ridiculing the guy for everything they had done. Kang Min exploded and started arguing with Isuri. She provoked the company, but only he was the one who behaved. Suddenly, a military man joined the conversation. He started to get up and said that the teenagers had stopped arguing. He told them to think again about where they should stay. But first, he suggested that they all go to the dining hall and look for food. Kang Min and Isuri went first. The guy asked the girl if it was necessary to behave like that in such a situation. Kang Ji-hoon and Ham Seong-yu watched this. The boy asked his classmate if Kang Min and Isuri had been close before. So Yeon, meanwhile, just watched what was happening. The girl didn't say much and spent more time somewhere in her thoughts. So Yeon went to the restroom to wash herself and tidy herself up a bit. She didn't feel safe anywhere now. Constant stress and anxiety. She raised her head and started remembering what happened that night when they escaped from the burning bunker. As she was escaping, she noticed something. This memory made her tremble with horror. There was a person in the fire that the soldier was directing. She screamed in pain. She was alive and felt everything that was happening. The girl was shocked then. Seeing someone being burned alive was unbearable. From these memories, the girl fell to the ground and held on to the wash basin. So-yeon wished so much that these memories would be erased from her head. Suddenly, the girl began to shake with horror. So-yeon did not want the enemy to see with their own eyes what she had seen yesterday in the shelter. Having come to her senses, the girl decided to find company and climb the stairs. But her head was still full of thoughts. She thought about how the others hadn't gone crazy after everything that had happened. It seemed to her that they were being bullied because of her. She thought in her head that she really couldn't do it anymore. It was all very difficult for her. The girl looked down as she walked. So-yeon didn't notice that Lee Yan-woo was coming down the stairs in front of her. It seemed that the teenagers were avoiding each other and didn't want to meet in any way, even by chance. When she saw that someone was standing in front of her, she immediately raised her head and was horrified. So-yeon didn't expect to miss Lee Yan-woo. Her face strongly betrayed the girl's surprise. Lee Yan-woo looked into her eyes as if he were taller than her. The guilt that was oozing from So-yeon gave Lee Yan-woo a sense of power over her. The girl decided to speak to the guy and stammered and barely said the guy's name. But he didn't even stop. He just went further down, pretending that So-yeon wasn't there. And the girl tried to say that everyone had gone down to the dining room, but couldn't finish. No one listened to her, and she understood that she shouldn't stoop so low. Lee Yan-woo wasn't ready for reconciliation. The girl stopped. Her legs didn't want to go from such a meeting. She understood that Lee Yan-woo had to return sooner or later because there was nothing on the top floor except the exit. But the guy didn't turn around. He kept walking and didn't even turn around to look at the girl, although before he only admired her beauty when he had the opportunity. Then So-yeon turned around to see what Lee Yan-woo was going to do. But what she saw surprised and even shocked her. Lee Yan-woo was heading straight for the exit, and he had a briefcase on his shoulders. Why did he have a briefcase in the room? He didn't stop and confidently approached the door and then simply opened it. Then the girl immediately rushed to him to stop him. She didn't want to lose the guy again. The girl grabbed the guy's hand and shouted for him not to leave, not letting the guy even open the door even a centimeter. She shouted at Lee Yan-woo and asked why he needed a backpack. She bombarded her classmates with questions about how it was very dangerous outside and that he shouldn't have gone. But Lee Yan-woo began to resist, to which So-yeon clung to him even more with both hands and begged him not to leave her. But Lee Yan-woo shouted for her to let him go immediately. The guy was behaving very aggressively and strangely. He was suddenly overcome by incredible anger and irritation. Suddenly, the guy pushed poor So-yeon and shouted for her to leave him alone. The girl fell and screamed, because she had no idea that Lee Yan-woo would do that. So-yeon fell and almost cried from the insult. She was in pain both physically and mentally. She had just been humiliated. Once again. Suddenly, Lee Yan-woo screamed again. He was talking about something that he didn't know. The girl turned to look at her classmate. He looked at what he had done and screamed in anger. He was angry with her, angry with himself for hurting her just now. The guy said that he didn't know if he was safe or not, and that's why she shouldn't have approached and touched the guy. So-yeon was silent and just stared at Lee Yeon-woo in horror. She didn't recognize her classmate. It turns out that she didn't know the guy at all. In difficult situations, you start to understand who is who. Meanwhile, the company was looking around the cafeteria. Kang Ji-hoon was sitting at the table, while Kang Min and Ham Seong-yu were looking for something. It turned out that the guys were trying to figure out the stove. Ham Seong-yu was indignant that it wouldn't turn on at all. Kang Min said that the stove should have turned on and it probably needed electricity. Ham Seong-yu asked what they were supposed to do then. Meanwhile, behind them was Kang Ji-hoon, who was looking at something carefully on his phone. The guy was looking at cards. From the side, it looked like he didn't even blink and was just staring at his phone. Meanwhile, Kang Min asked if Ham Seong-yu had a lighter, to which he was told that where could a high school student have a lighter from? Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon turned sharply and looked at the door. The boy asked aloud why the others didn't come down. It seemed like there were only the three of them in the cafeteria. Suddenly, the boy heard a beep coming from his phone. He looked at the screen, but the number was unknown. Kang Ji-hoon still decided to pick up the phone and spoke. From the other end, he heard a female voice that seemed quite familiar to him. The girl asked if it was Kang Ji-hoon. Suddenly, the boy recognized this familiar female voice. His pupils widened sharply, and his heart suddenly beat faster. Kang Ji-hoon jumped up sharply and asked if it was his classmate Hannah. Meanwhile, on the first floor, So-yeon was getting up after a fall. Lee Yeon-woo looked down, but towards So-yeon. Still, he was ashamed that he had hurt his classmate. The girl tried to talk to him normally again. She said that she didn't understand the boy's feelings. Everyone was worried now because the situation was unusual and dangerous. So-yeon added that going out alone was not an option anyway, because it was too dangerous outside. Lee Yeon-woo turned away from the girl and just looked at the street. She suddenly said that since he wasn't infected, he should have stayed inside with all of them. But the boy didn't react to her. He clearly decided that he had to leave to figure himself out and not put anyone in danger. Lee Yeon-woo looked down and just opened the door and started to go outside, leaving So-yeon behind. Suddenly, he heard some sounds from the street. This made him look up. Then, Lee Yeon-woo saw that the next batch of homeless people had come inside. They were three men with different looks. One of them, seeing Lee Yeon-woo, asked who he was and what he was doing here. Suddenly, the boy felt that pain again. His whole body seemed to shake and his heart was beating wildly. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Ham Seong-yu heard Kang Ji-hoon talking about Hannah. The boy turned around to see what was happening and what was the matter. Kang Ji-hoon was talking actively on the phone and asked Hannah where they all were. Hannah said quietly, covering her mouth with her hand, that they were hiding in some building. In fact, the girls were trying to return to them. The girl explained this on the phone. Meanwhile, Hongmi was sitting behind her. She was hugging her legs with her hands and looking down. Suddenly, she heard that Hannah was talking to Kang Ji-hoon. This information made her happy. Then the classmates started saying that they were now in some alley and there were a lot of signs of travel agencies and companies. The last thing the girl said was that their phones were almost completely discharged when suddenly the connection was interrupted. Kang Min and Ham Seong-yu had already approached Kang Ji-hoon and asked what happened to the girls, to which the headman replied that their phones had died. The guy quickly tried to call the girl again, but when he answered the phone, he heard that the number he was trying to call was unavailable. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo and Isuri were already sitting together. It seemed that the guy had changed his mind after all. Maybe because he felt the danger from the homeless and wanted to warn others. Isuri suddenly suggested that they go together. Lee Yeon-woo immediately turned to the girl. He didn't expect to hear that from her. She repeated that if Lee Yeon-woo wanted to go out, he would take her with him. She didn't even look in his direction. She had a stony expression on her face again. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo said something that made Isuri look at him. The guy agreed to go with her. There was even some romance in it. He looked at what was happening outside and said that they would definitely escape from this building, but not now. Lee Yeon-woo added that they would first observe the situation before running away. But Isuri didn't understand what Lee Yeon-woo meant. She asked him if it was a refusal on his part. The girl added that it hurt her pride. Lee Yeon-woo explained that something was bothering him. He could feel the presence of the infected and whether it would be okay to run away alone. What if these people became truly dangerous? Isuri grimaced. Lee Yeon-woo was saying things that scared her again and made her shiver. She suddenly grabbed the guy by the shirt and jerked him, telling Lee Yeon-woo to follow her and stop talking like an idiot. She dragged him up the stairs. Lee Yeon-woo screamed for the girl to let him go. Isuri finally let go of the guy. He asked her what she was doing with him. Suddenly, her tone changed and she said that it seemed like Lee Yeon-woo had misunderstood her. The guy's face changed dramatically. Yishuri started saying that out of everyone present, only Lee Yan-woo was suspected of being infected. She added that the guy made her feel special because he could tell the difference between the infected. Lee Yan-woo didn't like that tone of communication, so the guy interrupted her as much as he could. Lee Yan-woo said that he was the one who saved them back then and didn't understand why the girl was exaggerating. She suddenly called the guy a fool and said that she just knew the location of the fire hydrant and the emergency exit. Otherwise, how could she help him escape? The girl added that she would never act if she had any doubts. Lee Yan-woo felt the deception in her words. Then he asked if he could just leave the girl here if he had any doubts. This development of events did not suit the girl. She openly showed her indignation. Lee Yan-woo said that the girl should understand the feelings of being left behind in danger. He said he didn't want anything like that. Those were the last words the guy said. After that, he simply turned away from Isuri, without even looking the girl in the eye. Then, the guy just left. He was going down the stairs and probably intended to escape from the building. Isuri barked loudly and said how she had had enough of it all. Lee Yan-woo continued to go down, expecting the girl to do something. He thought to himself, if he had overdone it. He thought about what happened when the homeless people came inside. They ran together then. Lee Yan-woo protected her. He wanted it unconsciously, without realizing it. He started to remember the beginning of the school trip and how in love he was with So-yeon, how he kept looking at her. Suddenly his dreams were interrupted, and the boy returned to this terrible reality again. 3 homeless people stood in front of him. One of them pointed a finger at Lee Yan-woo and said that he was the boy who ran away from them when he saw them. Lee Yan-woo understood that from the outside, it did not look like it was in reality, so he began to explain to these men why they had run away. Suddenly, the man in the cap told Lee Yan-woo to come to them. He added that they all felt very insulted and called the boy an idiot. But the homeless people surrounded him, not giving him any passage. Another said that Lee Yan-woo still had the nerve to snap at them. Suddenly, someone got into their fight. This someone told the gentleman to be more careful. All 4 turned to see what was happening and who was saying it. It turned out to be Isuri. The girl with a stony face was looking at what was happening. She suddenly said that Lee Yan-woo had symptoms of infection and that even among their company they tried to avoid him. The homeless people immediately started screaming and getting scared. The men ran upstairs screaming in fear that they had not touched him. Isuri's plan worked and Lee Yan-woo had one whole face left. The girl saw that Lee Yan-woo was just staring at her and told him to stop doing that. She explained that she didn't help because he was nice. Then, she looked at Lee Yan-woo straight into his eyes and said that if he was going to leave, he simply had to take Isuri with him. Meanwhile, the teenagers were sitting in the dining room. So-yeon joined them. Behind the door, in the next room, there was a homeless man and a soldier. They were looking out the window and discussing something. The homeless man asked if the soldier wanted to leave the room for a while, to which he received a positive answer from the man. But the homeless man decided to ask again if the soldier was sure of his intentions because it was very dangerous outside. Bezotko continued that he had heard that a significant part of the frog egg virus had been destroyed thanks to the fire at Seoul Station, but there was another danger. Bezotko continued that this army had exterminated all people without a permanent place of residence in the area, under the guise of a warning about the virus. Bezotko said that the man should have understood this himself. He asked if the soldier wanted to go that far and gave him advice to value his life as well. And then he began to talk about a woman who really wanted to become a teacher. And although this woman never passed any tests, she still remembered her unfulfilled dream while working in the private sector. Suddenly, the soldier said that this wonderful woman had always wanted to teach children, and then he added that she was his fiancée. The soldier started talking about his beloved. He wanted to finally talk. And when he asked her why she did it, the fiancée replied that she just liked to please children. Suddenly, the soldier said something that shocked the homeless man. Then the soldier decided to join his classmates and tell them about his plan. He said that he had learned from a man about an area with a bunch of private offices. The man put together the information from the driver and this one and found the location. There were Molotov cocktails in Kang Ji-hoon's briefcase. The soldier distributed them based on past bitter experience so that the bottles would not explode all at once. They also prepared special clothes. The soldier was going to go with Kang Ji-hoon because it was his idea and desire to save Hong-mi in the first place. The headman turned to his friends and cursed the girl and said that she had only caused trouble. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon told his classmates not to worry at all and that their team would be back in less than an hour. The team was leaving the room. Kang Ji-hoon was looking down as he walked. Suddenly, his gaze went up. He noticed someone, which made him stop. In front of the team were Lee Yan-woo and Isuri. The boy had a briefcase on his shoulder, which raised questions. The classmates just stared at each other. Suddenly, they looked at each other, looking straight into each other's eyes. It was clear from their eyes that they had a lot of questions for each other, but they weren't going to talk. So the teenagers just passed each other, and each went their own way. Suddenly, Kang Ji-hoon stopped. After all, he had something to say, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. The headman told Lee Yeon-woo to forgive him. Kang Ji-hoon began to sincerely apologize to Lee Yeon-woo. The guy turned his head in his direction in surprise. He didn't expect to hear such a thing from a traitor. The headman suddenly remembered something. A memory from the Namsan cable car flashed in his memory. When he and Lee Yeon-woo went down to the floor where the girls were. They were in danger then because the zombie monster was about to grab them, and then his beloved Hongmi would also die. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo wasn't scared. He ran to distract the monster and thereby saved the girls. Then everyone survived. These memories made Kang Ji-hoon's heart beat faster. He was very worried about his Hongmi, although he didn't show it. Then, the headman simply said that he owed Lee Yeon-woo for his action. Ishuri, meanwhile, heard someone in the room arguing and talking about someone bringing someone here. The teenagers didn't say anything to Kang Ji-hoon. They just all continued on their own. Lee Yeon-woo turned to look at his classmate and consider the sincerity of his words. When Lee Yeon-woo and Ishuri entered the room, they saw a picture of a soldier telling So-yeon that she couldn't go with them. The man held So-yeon so that she wouldn't go out the door and said that the girl couldn't go because it was dangerous. Lee Yeon-woo looked at So-yeon, so many emotions raging inside him, but there was absolute disinterest on his face. So-yeon screamed and begged the soldier, adding that she couldn't sit idly by while her friends were in danger. Suddenly, Ishuri interrupted their conversation. She ironically asked how So-yeon could help them and be useful. Her face was not just stony, it expressed dissatisfaction. The girl continued that anyone would die if they encountered a zombie monster, to which the girl replied that she would do anything. But Ishuri said that this was not the case and that her classmate would only get in the way. She added that she had already said many times that even this room was dangerous, but So-yeon simply did not want to accept and understand it. Ishuri added that it could be that Hongmi would bring the virus with her, and it would be 10 days before Seoul opened. The soldier suddenly supported Ishuri, adding that no one should have left this room for the sake of everyone's safety. So-yeon looked at the soldier in shock. She knew inside that she was powerless, but she wanted to save her friend so much. The soldier said that they would not be able to do anything if the virus appeared in this room, so the man asked the teenagers to protect him in their absence. Finally, the soldier spoke to the homeless man. He asked the man to take care of these children. Lee Yeon-woo was thinking about what So-yeon had just said and looking down. He was walking past the girl and thinking about who he and Kim Joo-bin were to her back then. Suddenly, the boy raised his head and looked at his classmates. He was overcome with anger and hatred again. Then, Kang-min was about to say something. Suddenly, Ishuri interrupted him rudely and told him to give her a chance to think. She started to command that everyone should listen to her first. All the other teenagers looked at Ishuri and for some reason listened attentively as if she was the one in charge here. She looked at Kang-min and said that the classmates had something to do now and that it was important to remember. Meanwhile, another homeless person, who was from the new group, approached the homeless person named Hwang. Suddenly, everyone started panicking and shouting. He told Hwang to quickly run after him. When the homeless person ran, he saw that there was some kind of fight between two other homeless people downstairs. A man with blonde hair was holding a broken bottle and threatening another man with it. Then, Hwang ran up to the man to calm him down and take the bottle from him. Meanwhile, Ishuri was telling something about her experience when she was able to prevent the virus, but not kill it completely. Meanwhile, Hwang suddenly felt very sick. His eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. It turned out that the homeless man with white hair had stuck a broken bottle right in his stomach. Blood immediately poured out of his body. Everyone else just laughed and stood there watching as poor Hwang was maimed. They wanted to kill him. Suddenly, someone called Hwang Dong-chil by name. The man turned at the sound. He was a healthy man with broad shoulders and a white t-shirt with a cap. He said that Hwang should have solved the problem peacefully. The homeless man looked the man straight in the eye and called him a freak. After these words, all the other homeless men started hitting Hwang and calling him names. The man fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Ishuri said that the only ones who made all the plans work in the end were the people. Ham Seong-yu intervened in the conversation. He asked why they should have been careful with other people, judging by Isuri's speech, and then added that it was all nonsense. The girl reacted to the guy's words with impudence and indignation. Suddenly, So-yeon turned to her classmate and asked why she was telling them all this suddenly. It looked like something was about to happen, and So-yeon was scared. Suddenly, Isuri said that a lot of infected people had just arrived. So-yeon's face changed dramatically. It became scared. Ishuri told them not to ask how she knew this information, but added that even in this place they were infected and then they could have ended up. Ham Seong-yu and the others were very indignant at what they heard. They told the girl to stop being a fool and not to mock them. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted. Someone entered the room and called out to the teenagers. They were homeless people. A fat, tall man in a white t-shirt and cap called the teenagers rats and told them to come to him. Something terrible was brewing. Meanwhile, the news was about a public gathering for justice, which was holding a press conference again. At this conference, Shim Guiyong, as the vice president of CCOJR, provided information on the state of military training to defeat the virus due to the emergence of a non-mutated virus. According to the document, using the word cell, which probably referred to the mutated virus, the government took measures to contain the spread of the virus as they were classified from Class A to Class D. Meanwhile, the authorities still did not give any comments on this matter. Meanwhile, chaos was brewing in the city. 2 people were running away quickly. They had burning torches in their hands to protect themselves from monsters, and in this situation, possibly from the army. It turned out to be Kang Ji-hoon and a soldier. They were hiding behind the wall of a building from the army ahead of them. There were a bunch of soldiers on the bypass. They had to somehow get through them to find Hong-mi and the girls. Kang Ji-hoon asked what the soldiers were burning and put forward the hypothesis that they were infected. The man said that it seemed true. They ran on, and Kang Ji-hoon said that they might as well have just turned around and run home. It turned out that the torch was with the soldier. The team was running between buildings and alleys to somehow get around the army. The man told the boy that they had to be careful because the virus could spread. Kang Ji-hoon looked at the soldier, and suddenly memories connected with the man began to surface in his mind. The boy remembered how the soldier had said at the gas station that he wanted to help Kang Ji-hoon find his friends. Suddenly, the class president addressed the man as Mr. They all usually called him that. Kang Ji-hoon wanted to ask him something. But then the soldier got annoyed and told them to stop calling him that, and that there really wasn't such a big difference between them for him to be a mister. Then the soldier said that his name was Hajiman, but they could just call him Jiman Hyung. Then Kang Ji-hoon said it felt strange to call him Hyung, and then he decided to joke about his name, Hajiman. The man replied that the boy's name wasn't any better. Then Kang Ji-hoon decided to finish his thought and said that he hadn't expected Hyung to actually help him look for Hong-mi. He added that he was a bit surprised. The soldier was slightly offended by such distrust from Ji-hoon and asked what he took him for, since Hyung had promised to help. The man added that besides, he wasn't the only one who had been surprised. Kang Ji-hoon didn't understand why, so Jimin Hyung said he hadn't expected the class president to go out and save Hong-mi, since he'd been so close to her. He added that usually kids his age didn't do things like that, so Jimin Hyung was really curious who she was to him. From that question, Kang Ji-hoon kind of froze. He hadn't expected such bluntness, and in general, anything about romance was locked up deep inside him. He started to defend himself and snapped at Hyung that it was a stupid question. Suddenly, the man interrupted him and told him to wait. In front of them, there was a huge number of monsters. The whole road was strewn with them, so there was no way they could pass safely. Jimin Hyung said there were too many monsters ahead of them, so they had to find some way to go around. The man turned around to say something to Kang Ji-hoon, maybe for the last time. But the boy was already standing there with a lit Molotov cocktail in his hand, ready to defend himself. Suddenly, there was an explosion and the screams of zombie monsters. A huge blaze could be seen from the tops of the buildings. There was a convenience store near them. The way to it was clear. The soldier went inside and said it was good that there was a convenience store here, because that way they could grab some water. He added that the kids might end up with nothing to drink. Kang Ji-hoon was standing by the door on watch. He asked Hyung if everything was okay with Hong-mi. The soldier answered that it should be, and then asked if the girl had called the class president. Then Kang Ji-hoon himself returned to the intimate topic, repeating the soldier's question about who Hong-mi was to him. He started telling how, when they were in middle school, he had been a delinquent, and you really could tell just by looking at him back then. Kang Ji-hoon began to recall and talk about his dark past and the not-so-great crowd he used to hang out with. There had been 5 boys. One of them rode a blue motorcycle. One member of the group said he thought Kang Ji-hoon had dropped out of school. The class president laughed and called the guy an idiot. He said that back then he hated school and felt empty every single day. It was during that time that he grew closer to Lee Hong-mi. The boy was standing at a traffic light, waiting for the light to turn green. That's when Lee Hong-mi noticed him and asked if Kang Ji-hoon also lived somewhere nearby. The girl was standing with her mother. Hong-mi's mother asked who Kang Ji-hoon was. The girl answered that he was her classmate. Then Hong-mi started telling her mom that Kang Ji-hoon was good at sports and added that he had been really cool at the last school festival. Kang Ji-hoon blushed. Hongmi's mother immediately took an interest in the boy and asked Kang Ji-hoon to be her daughter's friend, adding that he was very handsome. When Lee Hongmi heard that, she got nervous right away. She hadn't expected her mother to put her on the spot like that. But Kang Ji-hoon replied that of course he would be her friend. Up until that moment, he had never really talked to Hongmi before. The two of them said goodbye and left. From then on, at school, she always talked to Kang Ji-hoon, every single day. The boy started to feel truly happy then. His life regained meaning, and being at school didn't seem so awful anymore. Graduation day came. Parents congratulated their children who had studied well and brought them flowers. Kang Ji-hoon was standing, leaning against the wall in the hall, staring at his phone. Suddenly, he heard someone talking to him. This someone said they had heard that Kang Ji-hoon's parents hadn't been able to come, and that the boy must have been very sad because of that. It turned out it was Lee Hongmi's mother. She smiled at Kang Ji-hoon and held flowers in her hands. The woman genuinely wanted to support him so he wouldn't feel sad. The woman said she was sure his parents would gladly have come, and she gave the flowers to Kang Ji-hoon, saying they were a present for him. She congratulated the boy on finishing school. His face changed instantly from the surprise. Hongmi's parents asked to take a picture all together. Hongmi and Kang Ji-hoon stood side by side, and her parents stood on either side of them. Kang Ji-hoon told the soldier that her parents were very kind people and treated punks like him well. He added that he could only hope that this happiness wouldn't suddenly collapse. The soldier listened to the boy attentively. He understood that this was important to him, because it might have been the first time Kang Ji-hoon was opening up to someone like this. The man walked up to the boy and put a hand on his shoulder as a sign of support. He promised that Lee Hongmi was fine. The team started running. It was time to go and look for Kang Ji-hoon's friend. Suddenly, they heard that someone had found them. The group raised their hands. The soldiers said they had found the ones responsible for the fire. The boys were in danger as the soldiers pointed their flamethrowers at them. Meanwhile, in the shelter, the teens were still talking to the homeless people, who clearly didn't want to befriend the kids. Ishiri told the homeless men that two of their friends had gone to the shelter to bring them various supplies. The white-haired man who had injured Juan with a broken bottle asked what his boss was doing and said they should just finish these teenagers off. The chubby guy in the cap yelled at him and said they didn't have any food supplies at all. Then the boss threatened the kids that if they were lying, they would kill them all. With a calm face, Isuri asked, or rather stated, that the man was acting like that because people kept tricking him. Then she said they would give them half of their supplies if the homeless guys didn't touch the children. She spoke so confidently that it felt like it was the homeless people who had to be afraid of her and follow her orders. Then the homeless men threw the kids into some room behind glass doors. They said their friends had better hurry up, because if there was no food on their table by evening, they would do the same thing to the kids as they had done to him. The man in the cap pointed at the floor. Juan was lying there. He was barely conscious and barely breathing. The boss walked out and told the homeless man in the hat and red jacket to keep an eye on the teens. The kids quickly crowded around their friend Juan. The man was covered in blood. Those bastards had beaten him badly. Kang Min bent down over the homeless man. Juan was alive and barely breathing. The boy said he'd thought the homeless guy was a former boxer. That's what he had told them. Ham Song-yu shouted in outrage that he had no idea what they were supposed to do now since no one was actually going to bring any supplies. He yelled at Isuri, asking why she had said that to the men. Ham Song-yu added that at this rate they were all going to die. Isuri replied by asking if the boy had any other ideas. Then Lee Yan-woo stepped into the conversation. He said that basically it would be better if the infected just started showing symptoms already. Lee Yan-woo turned to Isuri and said that those who were infected would start showing symptoms before Kang Ji-hoon and Ji Min-hyung came back. Meanwhile, the homeless guys were sitting in another room laughing at the teens. Suddenly, the second homeless man, the one in pants with a camouflage pattern, started coughing heavily and trembling all over. His friend asked if he was okay, because he'd noticed his strange condition. He looked at the man and asked if he was feeling all right. Suddenly, the infected man started vomiting on the floor. He was shaking all over. The friend lying on the bed saw this. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in shock. He suddenly realized that his friend was infected and about to turn into a zombie monster. Meanwhile, the teenagers were coming up with a plan of action. Isuri said that if the mutated virus appeared inside the building, everything would go sideways and the homeless people would run out of there. Isuri summed up that they too might make it through all this, as long as they planned everything well. She said they were really lucky because she always failed all her tests and exams. At that moment, So-yeon was watching Isuri very closely from under her brow. The girl noticed it and asked her classmate if she wanted to say something to her, but So-yeon stayed silent. On the contrary, that question, which sounded more like an attack, really scared her. She didn't want any trouble or conflicts with her classmates. With a serious face and a bit of roughness, Isuri asked So-yeon why she was looking at her like that and added at the end that the girl should stop doing it. So-yeon immediately started apologizing and got a bit nervous. Isuri's mood scared her. Ham Sung-yu stepped aside from everyone else to think. Out loud, he said he shouldn't have come here for his classmates. He was swearing, and it was obvious he really regretted it. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the boy's phone. He read it on the lock screen, and what he saw shocked him. He hadn't expected that at all. It was his friend Park Min. He had written a simple hi to Ham Song-yu in the messenger. The boy's heart suddenly started pounding, and cold sweat began running down his face. He didn't answer his friend and just cursed Park Min out loud. Ham Song-yu's behavior was quite strange, since they had agreed together to go to the location he knew about and escape. Kang Min was explaining that the virus with the new incubation period had already begun to spread and nobody knew what awaited them. The boy went on, saying that they were now in the basement cafeteria. They weren't able to escape, but they could still use fire. He pointed to the gas stove standing nearby and added that luckily, Ham Song-yu had a lighter. In the worst-case scenario, they could just burn everyone. Kang Min said that if the virus started spreading, they would have to figure out how to light a fire. Meanwhile, Lee Yeon-woo was listening and found the gas stove. He looked closely at it and drew some conclusions. Lee Yeon-woo suddenly said that lighting the gas stove was not a problem. Everyone turned to him. The boy added that the problem was that they all had to be a lot more careful because the infected caught fire very quickly and the flames spread extremely fast. Finally, Lee Yeon-woo added that since they were all in the basement, it would be more logical to set things on fire from above. Then, with irony and mockery, Ham Song-yu asked what the boy suggested they do. Suddenly, he switched to yelling and aggression. He asked Lee Yeon-woo why he was still here with them and called his classmate a little piece of shit. He added that besides the bums, they also had an infected Lee Yeon-woo as a problem. Kang Min stood up for his classmate and told Ham Song-yu not to be an idiot, since they all shouldn't be suspecting each other and fighting. Then Lee Yeon-woo himself joined the conversation and said they shouldn't worry because he would leave before they even found out whether he was infected or not. He turned to Isuri and asked if she still wanted to go with him. The girl didn't understand what he was doing, so she just stayed silent for now. Then Lee Yeon-woo said he should have left back when she had told him, before they all got stuck here. Then he said he'd been stupid enough to try to save her after they had abandoned him. So-yeon lowered her eyes. She felt ashamed again, thinking he was talking about her. After that speech, he turned back to Ham Song-yu and suggested his classmate should just shut his mouth. He looked him straight in the eyes. In response, he heard Ham Song-yu swearing at him and asking whether Lee Yeon-woo really thought that just because they'd talked a few times, it meant they were friends now. Lee Yeon-woo looked straight into his eyes without any fear. On the contrary, he was that angry at him for everything he'd done. The boy said he had just told Ham Song-yu to shut his mouth. Suddenly, Kang Min stepped into the conflict. He tried to calm them down and said this was not the time to start a fight. Kang Min turned to Lee Yeon-woo and said he understood why the boy despised all of them, but there was no time to sort things out. Lee Yeon-woo looked at Kang Min. It wasn't clear what he was thinking at all. His classmate went on, saying that right now they had no choice but to help each other. Suddenly, Isuri supported Kang Min's words, adding that they should stop arguing all the time. She shouted that they needed to work towards something. But she didn't manage to finish. Kang Min interrupted her and asked her to let him speak. He apologized and politely asked everyone to listen to him. The boy said that this thought had been stuck in his head from the very beginning, back when they were on the cable car. He had been thinking about how this virus had appeared and what it actually was. Kang Min said it was a virus that kept growing until the host died, and the cell division never stopped. Summing up, he said he had arrived at the following idea. He looked at his classmates with his crazy eyes and said that the virus would be very similar to cancer cells. Kang Min quickly started explaining before they had time to laugh at his hypothesis. He said he had checked all the types of cancer cells known to them, and they were all similar to each other. Ishuri reacted skeptically to her classmate's speech and sarcastically asked if Kang Min wanted to burn the zombie monsters with radiation. He got the joke, but answered seriously. The boy asked if the teenagers had ever heard of high-frequency thermal treatment. He started talking about it, realizing they were probably all hearing about this for the first time. He said it was one of the ways to treat cancer, killing cancer cells with heat, usually heating them up to about 40 degrees. Ishuri asked again if Kang-min meant that they all had to pay attention to temperature. The boy smiled, happy that his classmates understood his idea. Ishuri started thinking and developing Kang-min's idea. Out loud, she wondered if they could use water for that. The girl added that water wouldn't cause a fire, they wouldn't all burn, and with it, they could easily destroy the virus. So-yeon was watching her intently. Ishuri went on, saying that if they wanted to take control of the situation, they really could try using water at different temperatures. So-yeon suddenly thought about how at school Ishuri looked like a cold bookworm. The girl would sit at her desk reading all the time, never talking to anyone and having no friends. Kang-min started rejoicing and saying that they were finally all on the same side. He gave Ishuri a high five and she told him to go die. Meanwhile, So-yeon kept thinking about Ishuri. The girl's confidence made So-yeon trust her and rely on her until she realized she herself was helpless. Suddenly, everyone screamed at the strange sound they heard behind the door of the room they were in. They turned and saw the two homeless men who were supposed to be guarding the teens. One of them had fallen down, and the other was dozing on a chair. The homeless people upstairs heard the noise. They thought the teens were trying to escape and starting a riot. Ishuri asked Kang-min if that had been a scream. She wanted to make sure she wasn't the only one who heard it. The boy confirmed the screams. Kang-min suddenly shouted and asked if it had already started and whether the homeless people were turning into zombie monsters again. Lee Yeon-woo reacted quickly and shouted that whoever was closest should hurry up and lock the door. They had to bolt it before the homeless people started coming downstairs. The boy looked at the group, but So-yeon decided she had to do it herself. She didn't want to be helpless and wanted to show she was useful to the group. The girl suddenly yelled that she was going to run and lock the door. But unfortunately, So-yeon wasn't tall enough and couldn't reach the lock at the very top of the door. She realized that and turned back to Ishuri, saying she couldn't reach it and needed something like a chair. But Ishuri was already holding one in her hands. She was so annoyed. So-yeon couldn't think when someone was yelling at her, so she stood there stunned for a few seconds. Then Ishuri yelled at her again and told her to climb up quickly. So-yeon climbed onto the chair and started closing the door. The girl really reacted strangely to Ishuri. Meanwhile, Hwan, the homeless man, was lying unconscious on the floor. No one was paying attention to him anymore. The teenagers were running around looking for things they could set on fire, since they didn't have enough water to use that. Kang-min was rummaging through all the drawers in the kitchen, trying to find some kitchen utensils. The boy said they could tie them together with napkins, soak them in oil, and use them as a wick. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo heard strange sounds in the room. It scared him and made him turn around. He saw the homeless man Hwan suddenly start to get up. The teens hadn't even thought he'd survive such a beating. Lee Yeon-woo walked up to the man and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, the homeless man looked to the side. Something had caught his attention. Hwan didn't respond to Lee Yeon-woo's words. The man began to get up and said the teenagers had to run and get out of the building as quickly as possible. Lee Yeon-woo was still offering Hwan his help. Suddenly, the boy heard strange noises coming from the door. He lifted his eyes and couldn't believe what he was seeing. The homeless men ran up to the door and started banging on it, trying to break into the teens' room. The man in the red jacket shouted to the teenagers that there was an infected person out there. White slime started sliding down the stairs, catching up with the homeless people. Suddenly, they began pounding hard on the glass and screaming, begging the teens to open the door and let them in. It was so funny from the side. Karma always comes back. Lee Yeon-woo looked at them, not knowing what to do. There was little time, and he didn't want to decide for everyone. Meanwhile, things were no better for Kang Ji-hoon and Ji Min-hyung's team. A group of soldiers was heading somewhere. The boys weren't among them. The men were holding firearms and calling out that the path ahead was clear and very quiet. That was frightening in itself. Suddenly, a zombie monster screamed from above. It stuck to the window of some building and roared loudly, announcing its presence. One of the men said it was just a target for a moment. He ordered them to open fire. Since the zombie monster was alone, only one soldier fired at it with flames. The others didn't even care and didn't look that way. Suddenly, Ji Min-hyung could be seen behind the soldier. The man in uniform asked him if this was really the place they had been looking for. Then Kang Ji-hoon appeared next to Ji Min-hyung as well. The boy said he was sure, because his friends had called him. The girls said they were hiding somewhere in a private office building. The soldier said they would continue searching the area. Over the radio, he said there were 4 schoolgirls who had managed to survive and claimed they were hiding in one of these buildings. The man said they would rescue them and bring them back. Ji Min-hyung did not like those words. He told Kang Ji-hoon it seemed the men weren't planning to take them along. Then someone told the unit of soldiers to be more careful. The man went on to say that they had found a cluster of level A virus, and that first they needed to burn it. It was basically white slime gathered in one of the alleys between the houses. Another soldier said it would be better to wait a bit. He ordered everyone to approach carefully, because it was dangerous here. Then the man agreed and confirmed his words again. He added that viruses were classified by their size and density. For example, most level A viruses were larger than a human and could sometimes reach sizes over 3 meters. Kang Ji-hoon and Ji Min-hyung listened carefully to the soldier's speech. Then the soldier wondered if maybe that virus at the station had been one of them. Ji Min-hyung decided to tell the army how he had seen infected cats merge into one and become bigger. The soldier couldn't believe what the man was saying. They hadn't encountered anything like that before. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers entered a building, but they reported that unfortunately the girls weren't there. 2 more men joined them and also said that the girls weren't there. Suddenly, one soldier noticed that the door to one of the rooms was already open. He decided to tell his partners so they could check this suspicious room together. But Kang Ji-hoon reacted faster. He ran up and saw that the door was open. This really motivated him and fired him up for a new search. The soldier went in and carefully inspected the room. He said the traces showed that there had been people inside, but no survivors were found. Kang Ji-hoon himself carefully inspected the room again, trying to find at least some hint that Hongmi had been there. Suddenly, the boy cried out her name. Then the soldier said there were tracks over there as well. He walked out through another exit. The group came out into some passageway, and the soldier stated that it looked like someone had gone this way after the fire. But unfortunately, no tracks were found. They all kept walking. The man added that someone had definitely gone through this alley. Kang Ji-hoon clearly understood the soldier's words and decided not to waste another second. Suddenly, the boy broke away from the group and ran down the alley his Hongmi had probably taken. Kang Ji-hoon ran as fast as he could. He wasn't afraid of anything or anyone. He just wanted to see Hongmi as soon as possible and save her. The soldiers shouted after him that he was an idiot. The boy knew that himself. He understood that he was acting completely recklessly. Suddenly, memories surfaced in his mind. Kang Ji-hoon remembered how they had been at school, and Lee Hongmi had told him she had learned a really cool English word. Kang Ji-hoon was sitting at his desk, more like lying on it, and Hongmi was sitting in front of him, asking if he knew the meaning of the word destiny. The boy replied that of course he knew. It was a video game he used to play. Hongmi looked at Kang Ji-hoon and said that it meant fate. But Kang Ji-hoon clearly wasn't in the mood. He said that was all cool, but the girl should fail. He added that he was very sleepy, so she shouldn't wake him. Hongmi looked at the boy, offended. It was unpleasant to hear that. After that, Kang Ji-hoon woke up and stretched loudly. Suddenly, he saw something on his arm. It caught his attention. On his arm, the word destiny was written. Apparently, Hongmi had written it and left, just like Kang Ji-hoon had told her to. The boy kept running when suddenly he saw something that made him stop and turn back. There was a handbag lying on the ground. It looked like it was Hongmi's bag. That meant she had been there and had run into this alley. The boy looked at a large old building. It was an apartment house that looked pretty shabby. The events shifted back into Kang Ji-hoon's memories. The boy was standing on the threshold of a building. He stared at his apartment and thought to himself that he didn't understand from what point he had started to hate the moment he opened the door and stepped into his home. Kang Ji-hoon looked at the completely empty apartment. No one greeted him. The place was soaked in an atmosphere of emptiness and loneliness. That very emptiness made him feel hollow inside. Kang Ji-hoon walked in, tossed his briefcase down, and wanted to go to his room. Suddenly, he noticed some money and a note on the table. It said, "To our beloved son." It seemed to be from his parents. Then the scene shifted to a gaming room. 2 guys were sitting at computers and playing games. One of them was shouting gamer slang and directing the match. The room was dark, so it was late at night. All of a sudden, Kang Ji-hoon leaned back in his gaming chair and complained irritably that they had played terribly. Then the boy went to a mini-market that stayed open late and bought something to eat. Kang Ji-hoon bought ramen and a soda and ate right there in the store. He thought about how pointless his days at his old third-year school were. They felt like they would last forever. Suddenly, through the shop window, Kang Ji-hoon saw someone walking by with a school bag and wearing a uniform, clearly from school. It turned out to be Hong-mi. She spotted him through the glass and looked surprised when she saw him. Kang Ji-hoon was chewing when she noticed him. Suddenly, the girl shouted and came closer to the window to get a better look at Kang Ji-hoon. She was happy to see him. In truth, he was happy to see her too. She made his pointless day brighter and gave it a bit of meaning. They walked home together. Hong-mi said that lately they had been running into each other a lot. She talked non-stop. Kang Ji-hoon couldn't even get a word in. She asked what he had been doing there. Then she said they often had a 2-for-1 deal, and added that if he had waited for her, she would have given him hers too. Suddenly, Hong-mi got weirdly excited and shouted. She was very emotional. That was part of what made her special. She was surprised that a small shop, run by an old woman, was still open. Hong-mi stopped and said the shop usually closed by 7 because everything got sold out. She was practically drooling. She said that Taeokbokki, the woman behind the glass maid, was incredibly good. Kang Ji-hoon asked if Hong-mi really loved that street food that much. A few minutes later, a whole plate of different snacks, Taeokbokki included, was sitting in front of Hong-mi. She immediately started eating, stuffing her mouth full. She was so talkative that even while eating, she couldn't stay quiet and kept chatting. She told Kang Ji-hoon it would be nice to buy ice cream, but only one. He looked at her with a hint of disgust and commented on how much she ate. She answered by offering him something else to try again. Hong-mi brought the food right up to Kang Ji-hoon's mouth, and he shouted that he was talking at that moment. She apologized, but still asked why he ate so little. Hong-mi burst into loud laughter. She looked at Kang Ji-hoon's face and something about it cracked her up. Turns out he had ketchup on his cheek. She laughed and asked if she could take a photo of him. It was time to part ways. She said she was really full, and as she left, she said next time she'd buy them something sweet. And at the end, she added that they would definitely see each other at school again. Kang Ji-hoon stood there watching Hong-mi leave, following her with his eyes. He wondered why she wanted to treat him next time. A new day came. The classmates were sitting in math class. The teacher was solving something on the board. Kang Ji-hoon sat at the back desk, bored. He wasn't solving anything or writing, just propping his head up with his hand. He wasn't interested at all in what the teacher was explaining, or what square root the equation would produce. Something else had his attention. He had been watching Hong-mi the whole time. It was clear she wasn't looking at the board either. Something else had caught her focus. With a tense, almost frightened look, she stared at the wall clock and bit her nails. Kang Ji-hoon wondered what she was watching so intensely. She was tracking the clock. When the big hand passed the 5, the bell rang. Hong-mi immediately stood up and started packing. The teacher said the rest had to be done at home. Then the girl yanked the door open and sprinted into the hallway. She ran first at full speed without looking back. 2 boys ran behind her. She shouted that today's menu didn't have chicken wings. Kang Ji-hoon watched the spectacle as the teenagers fought outside the cafeteria. He thought to himself that lately at school he had been noticing Hong-mi more and more. Watching it all, he thought how noisy they all were. His face showed annoyance at what he saw, but inside he still wanted to keep watching Hong-mi. The scene shifted back to Kang Ji-hoon's old friend group. They were discussing a friend's new purchase, mostly the price. Some motorcycle thing cost 1.5 million won. The guys teased him for paying that much. The owner defended himself, saying the cover protected against water and even radiation. But the friends joked that they thought the guy on a scooter just wanted to become a courier. The owner kept defending it, saying his reliable source gave a special price, and they just didn't understand the power of that investment. The guys kept mocking him. Kang Ji-hoon sat apart, staring at the floor, clearly not interested in the conversation at all. A friend noticed and addressed him. He asked if Kang Ji-hoon had forgotten about today's thing, adding that he'd seen some photos and they were really hot. Without lifting his head, Kang Ji-hoon said he wasn't sure he'd go because he didn't like crowds. The friend started persuading him and said he'd already told them about him. Then the 3 of them were walking somewhere through a crowd in an alley. Kang Ji-hoon walked behind while his friends walked ahead with their arms around each other. One friend said he'd found a store where they could 100% buy cigarettes. Another joked it was because he had a round face. They laughed and chatted. They were having fun together and didn't notice Kang Ji-hoon trailing behind alone. He didn't even raise his head. He didn't care what they were talking about. His mind was stuffed with personal thoughts. Suddenly, something made his friends pay attention to him. Kang Ji-hoon said he was going home. When they turned around to look at him and start talking him out of it, he was already walking away and waving at them. It turned out Kang Ji-hoon was supposed to treat them today, but he didn't go. His friends called him irresponsible. He rushed to the place where he and Hong-mi had met last time. He wondered whether he'd see her again, or whether he'd just been overthinking it. Kang Ji-hoon pulled out his phone to check the time and saw it was almost 9, but Hong-mi still wasn't there. So he decided to go into the mini-market. He confidently opened the door and greeted the cashier. Suddenly, he turned sharply because he noticed something that grabbed his attention. It was Hong-mi, crouched down and picking out sweets, just like she'd promised. She turned too and saw Kang Ji-hoon. She stood up and walked over. She immediately started talking a lot again and asked if he wanted to look at the store's promotion. Then she poked him with her finger and asked what had happened to him. She asked if he'd run here because he was sweating heavily and soaked. Kang Ji-hoon's eyes widened. He didn't want her to know the truth. Kang Ji-hoon did everything to pretend he hadn't run here because of Hong-mi. He said he usually ran anyway. He had to train, and then quickly added that he was starving, just to change the topic. Hong-mi understood but pretended to believe him and just smiled. Then she asked if he liked the toast sandwiches. A few minutes later, they were both devouring 2 toast sandwiches. She said they were delicious. Kang Ji-hoon said only a little, though the way he ate said otherwise. He kept looking at Hong-mi. He couldn't get enough of her. Kang Ji-hoon thought about how nice it felt to eat with someone. And not just anyone, Lee Hong-mi. With her mouth full, she smiled and chewed loudly. To him, she looked adorable. Then Hong-mi suddenly offered Ji-hoon another pork toast. He joked that Hong-mi was a little pig. She shot back that it was a special pork toast. That day, Kang Ji-hoon ate a lot. They walked out of the mini-market eating ice cream. Hong-mi asked why he acted the way he did at school. Kang Ji-hoon didn't understand, so she explained. He slept every day, and she'd never once seen him talk to classmates. Kang Ji-hoon looked upward. He immediately asked who had been saying that behind his back, but Hong-mi replied she hadn't wanted to tell him that. Kang Ji-hoon came home while looking at something on his phone. He was smiling. For once, he came home and didn't feel empty inside. Suddenly, he raised his eyes and saw something very strange. Things were scattered across the floor, broken dishes, photos, and empty alcohol bottles. His mother was sitting nearby. She asked what time it was. Seeing her like that, Kang Ji-hoon immediately ran to her to find out what was going on. Her head was hanging down. Suddenly, she asked why he had decided to drop out of school. She knew because his teacher had told her. Kang Ji-hoon's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. He didn't expect his mother to find out. His mother sat on the floor, her head drooping forward as if her neck couldn't hold it. She wore an oversized shirt. Without lifting her head, she asked if it was true. Kang Ji-hoon started making excuses, saying it wasn't what he really meant, but he couldn't finish. Something made him stop. Suddenly, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. He was shocked by what he could make out when he got closer. In his mother's other hand was an open bottle of pills. Her hand was so weak she couldn't hold it, and half the pills spilled onto the floor. Kang Ji-hoon rushed over and started collecting them, yelling that she had promised not to take them anymore. They'd been hidden, but she still found them. Suddenly, she grabbed his face and began saying something incoherent. Then Kang Ji-hoon saw her face, and the sight made his skin crawl. Her eyes rolled upward, and drool ran from her open mouth. She said everyone had been forcing her to suffer. Then she said something that stabbed Kang Ji-hoon straight in the heart. Through tears, she said he was the one who had driven her to this. She even asked if he understood. She added that Kang Ji-hoon was the only one who had made her what she was right then, sitting in front of him. A few hours later, he was in the hospital's emergency department, waiting for his mother. His gaze was lowered as he processed everything that had happened. 2 doctors were working on her, trying to revive this so-called mother. They inserted a tube into her throat. Kang Ji-hoon remembered the last time he saw his father. His father had told him to protect his mother at any cost. But since the divorce, his mother had been in intensive care countless times. For Kang Ji-hoon, seeing her like this had become normal. That's why he could never forgive his father for abandoning them both. Now Kang Ji-hoon had to carry that burden alone. It was unbearably hard, because he was still just a kid. It was dark. Kang Ji-hoon walked home along his usual route with his head down. Suddenly, he lifted his head and saw someone. Hongmi was standing there, as if she'd been waiting specifically for him. She raised her head and looked her friend in the face. She stood under a streetlight holding some books, waiting for him to come closer. Hongmi immediately asked where he had been the whole time. She had been waiting so long. Kang Ji-hoon only answered with a question. How did she know his address? Hongmi said she got it from the teacher. She bombarded him with questions about why he hadn't come to school. The teacher had said they couldn't reach him. Kang Ji-hoon didn't even look at her. He told her to leave and added he wasn't in the mood to talk. He didn't finish the sentence. She cut him off. She grabbed his hand and begged him to stop and not walk away from her. But he reacted badly. He jerked away and pulled his hand back, asking who Hongmi even was to him. She asked why Kang Ji-hoon was so angry and said he wasn't like this usually. Kang Ji-hoon suddenly mocked her and called her stupid. Her expression changed instantly. She didn't deserve that. He looked down and asked what Lee Hongmi even knew about him. Then he asked if she really thought they were friends. Kang Ji-hoon said she wouldn't even want to look him in the eye if they weren't classmates. Suddenly, he turned back to her, looked her in the eyes, and told her to get off his back and stop ruining his mood. Hongmi told him he was being cruel to her. She added that she came here because of him, because she was worried about her friend. He didn't take his eyes off her, thanked her for caring, and then told her to leave him alone. He was already swearing. Kang Ji-hoon watched Hongmi walk away. It hurt him too, because he genuinely liked being around her, and he felt happy in those moments. But he was afraid to get close to her, so he felt he had no choice but to run from his feelings. Meanwhile, in the present, Kang Ji-hoon ran into the building and shouted the girl's name so she would hear and come down to him. Others joined in. The army opened fire, and Kang Ji-hoon lit a Molotov cocktail to clear the area. Then hell broke loose. The place was scorching. There was an insane amount of fire. Kang Ji-hoon kept calling for the girl. The soldiers up front shouted for everyone to fall back, and then even more fire was unleashed. At times, it was impossible to breathe because of the smoke and the stench from the burning corpses of zombie monsters. Suddenly, Ji Han-hyun noticed something on the other side. One of the soldiers shouted about an exoskeleton. It looked like he'd spotted something in the flames. Everyone turned toward the shout and saw a nearly dead soldier on the floor. He was yelling that there was an exoskeleton inside. He had been fighting an unusual zombie monster they called an exoskeleton. The others watched as he desperately tried to fight the zombie monster. Suddenly, the soldier noticed something, barely visible from a corner at the end of the corridor. He saw a monster's claw. It was approaching them, and the fire didn't scare it at all. Ji Han-hyun's eyes widened and his pupils narrowed. He knew something terrible was about to happen. Then the whole monster crawled out of the corner. It moved along the ground like an animal and looked skeletal. You could see the outline of every bone. The monster emerged and snarled. It was clearly about to attack everyone. They had to react fast to survive. It was a massive zombie monster, around 3 meters tall, towering over people. It looked like it had spikes along its back. Even armed soldiers were scared of the beast. Fear and shock showed in their eyes behind their masks. The huge zombie monster stood over the soldier's corpse and growled. Suddenly, one soldier screamed, "Sojun!" Probably the name of the poor man the monster was about to eat. The man raised his rifle and started shooting at the monster. It only enraged the zombie monster. The bullets and shots seemed to mean nothing to it. Then the grotesque giant whipped out thick tentacles to attack. In seconds, it lunged at the soldier. He didn't even have time to react. It roared in his face, staring straight at its prey. The other soldiers watched in shock. None of them knew what to do. Suddenly, the zombie monster roared and opened its mouth wide. Its jaws were enormous and packed with teeth. It looked horrifying. The soldiers turned to Mr. Park and said they had to leave immediately before the monster ate them all. But Mr. Park said they first needed to call for reinforcements. Ji Han-hyun saw it and understood he had to run right now. Someone shouted that they all had to escape another way. Meanwhile, the giant zombie monster started eating its victim. Then it noticed the others were fleeing. It wouldn't let its prey get away. Ji Han-hyun was the last to run, so he saw it and knew what was coming. He said they needed to get out of the building as fast as possible. Suddenly, another monster, different this time, charged after them, roaring to announce itself. One soldier blasted it with fire, trying to burn the creature alive. Suddenly, the man realized their fuel was out, so they were all in danger now. The soldier told his superior that they'd run out of fuel and were in danger. But Kang Ji-hoon still had a burning Molotov cocktail. Suddenly, the soldiers shouted that the zombie monster that had just eaten their friend was coming down the stairs from above. It was chasing them. Mr. Park realized they had to flee the building immediately. He moved closer and sprayed fire at the monster. But the giant zombie monster didn't seem to care. It kept charging to attack him and everyone else. Mr. Park turned to the others and told them to run. He would lure the monster away from them. Without hesitating, the others took off at full speed. The soldier with the flamethrower ran in another direction, and the giant zombie monster chased him, giving the others a chance to escape and find shelter. The group spotted an open space ahead. They could rush into that wing of the apartment building and survive until reinforcements arrived. 4 guys, 2 soldiers, plus Kang Ji-hoon and Ji-han Hyun, ran into a room and locked the door behind them. One soldier immediately grabbed the radio and called base. He said this was the 3rd squad reporting. Kang Ji-hoon and Ji-han Hyun's group panted loudly, catching their breath after everything. Suddenly, Ji-han Hyun asked the soldiers what that thing had been. The soldier looked at him and stayed silent, as if waiting for the question to be more specific. Still panting and speaking in pauses, Ji-han Hyun finally asked how the army knew about that monster. The question annoyed the soldier. He snapped back, asking if Ji-han Hyun was seriously asking the army, whose job was to eliminate monsters and the virus, about a zombie monster. Ji-han Hyun explained he'd already seen many monsters, but never anything like that. He hadn't even met anyone who had seen such a zombie monster. As Ji-han Hyun spoke, the soldier started taking off some gear. Apparently the suit was uncomfortable. He had already removed the fuel backpack from his shoulders and set it on the floor. He continued that it was hard to deal with them because the viral cells had already penetrated the bones. The soldier added that, on top of that, they were completely out of fuel. Everyone looked down at the backpack. It was totally empty. Ji-han Hyun took off his mask and asked whether zombie monsters could mutate into other forms besides the exoskeleton they had just seen. The soldier answered yes. He said there were also zombie monsters that could merge with other corpses and turn into one enormous monster. That's why the army always tried to burn infected bodies, so monsters that didn't burn couldn't fuse with them. Kang Ji-hoon suddenly removed his mask and asked why they hadn't told them any of this earlier, especially since the soldiers knew. He was angry, furious. He said that if they had told them earlier, he would never have come here. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that then his friends wouldn't have ended up like this. His face turned hard with rage. He stared at the soldier and sincerely blamed him for everything. The man in uniform looked at him, not understanding why Kang Ji-hoon was so angry, but he still didn't respond to the provocation. Suddenly, someone interrupted their conversation and addressed the officer. It was another soldier, who said he'd been informed that reinforcements were about to arrive. They had already been dispatched. The officer said that was great news and added they would all wait here until they were rescued. Then he suddenly asked them to explain something. In this whole discussion, Kang Ji-hoon didn't understand just one thing. Kang Ji-hoon looked the officer in the eyes and asked what would happen to his friends, because the team still hadn't found them. The soldier answered seriously that it would be better to give up, because it was simply impossible. Suddenly, a phone rang in the room. It was an old-fashioned phone that ran off the building's power. The ringing cut off the argument that was about to erupt. Everyone turned toward the phone. They didn't expect anyone to call them. They looked stunned. They froze a little, and no one dared to be the first to walk over and pick it up. But in the end, the soldier approached and decided to answer. Maybe it was something important. On the other end, someone first coughed loudly, then stammered a greeting. The voice sounded old and sick. It turned out to be a very old man, ill and bedridden. He asked whether the boys had just entered the neighboring room. He apologized and said he had accidentally overheard their conversation. Then the old man said something that made Ji-han Hyun's eyes widen and his brows shoot up. He asked if they were looking for a group of girls. Ji-han Hyun couldn't believe his ears. He asked the old man again what he had just said. Meanwhile, in the shelter where the rest of the teenagers and the homeless men were, the man wearing pants with a military-style pattern was already covered in frog egg virus blisters. The teenagers made homemade wicks and were already pouring oil on them to light them. Lee Yun-woo held the wick, Kang Min poured oil on it, and Isuri lit the whole setup. Lee Yun-woo waited until everyone said it was ready and the wick was burning. Then he threw it like a torch. He swung his arm and aimed straight at the homeless man who had almost completed his transformation into a zombie monster. Lee Yun-woo hit the target and the homeless man caught fire and screamed in pain. Then the other teens ran up. Ham Song-yu and So-yeon held fire extinguishers. Someone behind them shouted to stay ready and put the fire out before the flames spread. So-yeon asked whether the homeless man was already dead, so they would know whether it was safe to spray him. Ham Song-yu snapped that he didn't know either, so he just started spraying the corpse. So-yeon followed his lead and pressed the fire extinguisher handle too. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo's attention shifted to something else. Then his arm suddenly started hurting again. Lee Yeon-woo was afraid of another episode. His classmates would definitely think he was infected. He noticed a door that wouldn't leave him alone. He understood the source of the pain was hiding behind those blue doors. Lee Yeon-woo went over and turned the handle to see what was inside. Suddenly, he realized this pain felt different from before. When he opened the door, he couldn't believe his eyes. The entire room was coated in the white slime of the frog egg virus. He immediately decided to go inside with a lit homemade torch and figure out why the pain felt so different. Kang-min also entered the room after Lee Yeon-woo. On the floor, they could see another homeless man lying among heaps of white frog egg slime. It looked like he was the one who had caused the virus to spread. The boys suddenly heard someone crying. They stared at the scene, so terrified that goosebumps ran down their backs. In the corner sat another homeless man. His body looked like it had fused to the wall. Only his head wasn't covered in the white slime. It was truly creepy. The homeless man suddenly begged the teens to help him right now. He could barely speak. Every word cost him enormous effort. Then he said something that made their skin crawl again. He asked them to kill him right now so he wouldn't suffer and wouldn't be able to infect other people in the building. Ham Song-yu ran up to them, grabbed the torch immediately, and rushed to set the man on fire, carrying out his dying wish. He had already swung back, ready to throw the flaming wick at the zombie monster. But Lee Yeon-woo stopped Ham Song-yu and asked him not to burn the homeless man. Ham Song-yu was shocked by Lee Yeon-woo's request, but he didn't argue and didn't set the man on fire. Lee Yeon-woo didn't even look his way. He told everyone to wait. He stepped closer and noticed the man had no distinct cells. It was a fused form of the virus. What shocked Lee Yeon-woo most was that the homeless man could still speak, even though his body was completely covered in viral cells and the transformation had already begun. Instead, Lee Yeon-woo kept walking closer to the zombie monster. He was still a homeless man, and he could still talk. Suddenly, the man let out a terrifying roar. It was a scream of pain. He was in unimaginable agony from the transformation. At the same moment the homeless man screamed, Lee Yeon-woo felt a sharp pain in his own arm. Now he was certain. The pain in his arm was the same kind of pain he felt when encountering a fused zombie monster. Lee Yeon-woo began questioning him. He told the homeless man, "If you can hear me, answer a few questions." He immediately added that he had fire, so the man should answer without jokes. Suddenly, the man looked at him strangely, as if he recognized him. The homeless man asked if Lee Yeon-woo was the first to enter the room. It seemed like the man could sense him, almost as if he had called Lee Yeon-woo to him. Ham Song-yu shouted for Lee Yeon-woo to stop talking and just burn the homeless man, cursing at his classmate. But Lee Yeon-woo ignored him. He needed answers. Suddenly, the homeless man screamed again and begged Lee Yeon-woo to kill him with fire so he wouldn't feel this pain anymore. Lee Yeon-woo tried to calm him down and promised he would help. But first, the man had to answer a few questions. The question surprised the man. He laughed and looked at Lee Yeon-woo. Then the homeless man suddenly understood something. He looked Lee Yeon-woo in the eyes and said the boy was infected too. Lee Yeon-woo froze. The classmates behind him couldn't hide their horror either. The homeless man said he could feel the virus in Lee Yeon-woo's body, just like Lee Yeon-woo could sense the frog egg virus in other people. He shouted at Lee Yeon-woo because his body was still normal. He couldn't understand it. Why Lee Yeon-woo still hadn't turned into a zombie monster. Lee Yeon-woo defended himself and told him not to joke like that. He wasn't infected. He repeated his question again and demanded an answer. The homeless man started explaining, unclearly but still, saying there was a tumor in his head. He said he'd already answered, then screamed again for Lee Yeon-woo to burn him. Lee Yeon-woo was starting to lose his patience. He said he would help him, but the man had to answer properly. The question even irritated the man. He said the virus was still talking to him, so that was how he knew everything. Then he looked again at the already terrified Lee Yeon-woo and said the boy had heard that voice too. It should have been a question, but it sounded more like a statement. At that moment, Lee Yeon-woo really did start hearing a voice in his head. His own, but no other voices. He thought maybe the homeless man meant the pain in his arm. Lee Yan-woo didn't say his thoughts out loud. Suddenly, the homeless man laughed and said Lee Yan-woo had understood correctly, as if he'd read his mind. He added out loud that Lee Yan-woo clearly heard those voices too. Lee Yan-woo stared at his arm and wondered if pain in his limb could be a way the viruses communicated. Isuri stood behind him. She trusted him, but hearing the zombie say all that, she started doubting her classmate and feeling deceived. The homeless man said he didn't know how Lee Yan-woo had managed to stop the transformation. Then he added that inside his body, the virus was still growing and spreading. The homeless man said he could feel the same thing inside Lee Yan-woo's body. It was unclear whether it was the man speaking or the virus speaking through him. Suddenly, the man said Lee Yan-woo would become just like him. His voice turned crazed. The man's head dropped hard to the floor. He added that when Lee Yan-woo transformed, he would definitely start eating people. Then he said something that made Lee Yan-woo's skin crawl again. He said the boy would eat all his friends. Anger took over. Lee Yan-woo shouted that the man was talking nonsense and told him to shut up. The homeless man lifted his head and looked at Lee Yan-woo. He laughed at him and asked if the boy wanted to argue with him. Then the man screamed that Lee Yan-woo wouldn't be able to avoid fusion. It felt like the virus inside him was speaking now, threatening Lee Yan-woo. Lee Yan-woo's eyes widened at what the homeless man, or the virus, was saying. He was already confused about who was really talking. Lee Yan-woo screamed for him to shut up and stop talking nonsense. In a burst of emotion, he swung the torch and threw fire onto the man, burning him alive. The homeless man's body ignited fast, flaring up in flames. He stopped threatening Lee Yan-woo and stopped saying those things. Lee Yan-woo started panting loudly. Those few minutes had been extreme stress. His heart was pounding wildly. Suddenly, he realized someone had been watching him. He turned around to look at his classmates. While he had been talking to the homeless zombie, all of his classmates had entered the room and watched the whole time, listening to what the homeless man said to Lee Yan-woo. Lee Yan-woo's eyes widened. Even though part of him wanted to leave them, he was still scared his classmates now thought he was infected. Then Hwang, the homeless man everyone thought was dead, walked into the room. He looked at Lee Yan-woo. Maybe he had heard everything the teens were saying. He studied Lee Yan-woo, analyzing him. It seemed like he wanted to ask him something. After that, the teens and Hwang moved back to their temporary shelter. Hwang commented on the brain tumor the burned man had had. He said it was normal for homeless people. People without a permanent home often had all kinds of illnesses. Hwang added that when they got sick, they still had to sleep outside. Someone said the man must have been poor since he was forced to sleep on the street. Isuri listened, but out of the corner of her ear, she noticed something. She turned her attention to Lee Yan-woo. He slung his backpack over his shoulder again and headed for the exit with his head lowered. Hwang asked whether that meant the part of the body with the tumor was completely non-infectious. He chuckled and said it was very interesting. Then Hwang said it was time for him to go. He turned to Lee Yan-woo and called out to him. Everyone looked his way. Hwang approached Lee Yan-woo and asked if the boy could help him. Lee Yan-woo, of course, agreed. As Lee Yan-woo was leaving, he glanced at his classmates from the corner of his eye. He knew exactly what they were thinking, and he knew that the moment he stepped outside, they would start talking about him. They all stood there looking down. Only Isuri was brave enough to look Lee Yan-woo in the eyes. It was painfully awkward. He understood everything without words. Lee Yan-woo knew he had to leave, because his classmates would fear him and wouldn't want him with them anymore. Hwang asked Lee Yan-woo to simply escort him to the cafeteria. Hwang could barely walk because of the many injuries the other homeless men had caused him. And sure enough, once Lee Yan-woo closed the door behind him, Ham Song-yu started raging and discussing what the zombie monster had said. He practically yelled that Lee Yan-woo was infected. Ham Song-yu didn't like him, so he easily believed every word the zombie monster said. He swore it was now an official statement and that all of them were in danger. He added that they had almost died. Ham Song-yu declared that from now on, if any classmate went near Lee Yan-woo or touched him, he would punch that person in the face. So-yeon felt guilty. She already constantly thought she was useless and a burden. And now she had touched Lee Yan-woo, so she might be infected too. Suddenly, Isuri asked Kang-min what he thought about Lee Yan-woo. Kang-min was staring out the window, and Isuri, as always, wore a stone-cold expression. Kang-min couldn't resist teasing her and made an ironic remark that it was very unusual for her to ask his opinion. Then he suddenly turned serious. He said he wasn't sure. But based on his hypothesis about cancer cells, it simply shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria, two homeless men were lying on tables inside the room. Suddenly, someone called out to them, and the men lifted their heads. It was Huang and Lee Yan-woo supporting him because Huang was limping. Huang said the homeless men looked happy. The two homeless men were genuinely shocked to see Huang alive. One of them even started stammering. Huang called them idiots and asked if those rats were trying to get on his good side now. They immediately began apologizing to Huang and blaming their boss, calling him an idiot. The other one thanked Huang for opening the doors. Without him, none of them would have survived. Huang didn't react much. He just said he was glad they finally understood. Then he asked where the others were. One man said they didn't know where everyone was, only that the shelter had some supplies. Then he said the boss and the other homeless men had gone there. For some reason, this information shocked Lee Yan-woo. His face clearly showed it. Meanwhile, in the shelter's tent, there were many soldiers. One saluted another and reported something. On the floor, homeless men knelt with their hands on their heads. The soldiers all held weapons. The boss and another homeless man complained that they should never have come here. One said he was terrified. He could be shot at any moment. Suddenly, one of the soldiers said that strange people kept coming to the shelter. The homeless boss heard this. The uniformed man reported to his commander that he was the one who had been talking about those homeless men. Meanwhile, the classmates kept discussing Lee Yan-woo and what they should do about him. Then So-yeon spoke up. She stared at the floor, looking guilty. She said that even if it were true, how could they just label Lee Yan-woo as infected like that? She added that Lee Yan-woo hadn't shown any suspicious symptoms so far, so they had no right to brand him so easily. And believing a zombie monster was unreasonable. But Ham Song-yu had a different opinion. He exploded and shouted that Lee Yan-woo had plenty of suspicious symptoms. He was practically shaking with rage. He yelled that almost everything about him seemed suspicious. He shouted at So-yeon that he'd promised to hit anyone who touched Lee Yan-woo. Ham Song-yu added that he wasn't joking at all. So-yeon's expression changed instantly. So-yeon decided to confess. She said she'd been with Lee Yan-woo for a while, and so far she hadn't noticed or felt anything wrong. If Lee Yan-woo were infected, something would have happened already. But Ham Song-yu just laughed at her. He looked down, adjusted his glasses, and told Park So-yeon that it had already happened. Something was going on. He glanced at her from under his brows and added that this was exactly why So-yeon shouldn't defend Lee Yan-woo so fiercely like she was doing. Suddenly, the teens heard a strange sound of wheels. All four turned to see what it was. Kangmin and Isuri moved to the window since they were closest to it. Outside, they saw several military vehicles pulling up. 4 of them. Kangmin was stunned. He didn't think this was good news. All the vehicles parked near the building where the teens were hiding. Soon, soldiers in uniform started getting out, carrying assault rifles. Kangmin swore under his breath. Ham Song-yu and Kang Min peered through the doorway, asking what they were supposed to do. The army had recently tried to burn them alive. Now they'd come straight to the very place where everyone was hiding. So-yeon and Isuri stayed by the window and suggested escaping through it. But the boys, trying to run, said the window was too narrow and they wouldn't fit. The girls suggested breaking it. Ham Song-yu, of course, yelled back that the girls could break it themselves. Kang Min remembered they had emergency hammers. He definitely gave one to So-yeon. She started pulling it out of her bag. Ham Song-yu kept getting in the way and yelling at them to hurry up. The 2 boys had 2 hammers each. They started smashing the window to climb through. Suddenly, So-yeon remembered something important. Her eyes widened again, and her heart started pounding. She felt a wave of déjà vu. She suddenly gathered her courage and screamed for everyone to stop. Then she asked why they were forgetting about Lee Yan-woo. Kang Min froze and looked back. Ham Song-yu kept smashing the glass. So-yeon looked down toward the stairs and said Lee Yan-woo wasn't there, hinting that this was a problem. She added they needed to find him. Otherwise, if he stayed alone, the soldiers would spot him. Ham Song-yu heard that, and a vein bulged on his face. He was furious. Suddenly, he screamed at So-yeon. She turned to him and saw this. Ham Song-yu drew back and swung at the window. He decided not to be careful anymore and to smash it completely. The glass shattered instantly, fragments flying downward with a loud crash. The soldiers would definitely hear it, and they were already running toward the noise. Ham Song-yu didn't hesitate for a second and climbed out the window to escape. He didn't even turn back to So-yeon to ask whether she really wanted to draw attention for the sake of some Lee Yan-woo, who was already suspected of being infected. Ham Song-yu added that the soldiers would then capture all of them without exception. Finally, the boy turned back to the girl and asked whether she was ready to take the risk and bear responsibility for it. In the end, Ham Song-yu added that someone had to survive anyway. After that, the boy jumped out of the window. Kang-min followed him immediately. He ordered So-yeon to leave quickly because the soldiers were getting closer and closer. They didn't have much time left. But the girl didn't move an inch. She screamed and didn't understand what she should do. So-yeon didn't want to abandon Lee Yan-woo again and betray him, especially since he was already under suspicion. Suddenly, someone spoke to So-yeon. It was Isuri. She asked if the girl was okay. She said that So-yeon didn't have enough courage to take such a risk. Isuri was rude. She spoke clearly and even with a hint of humiliation. She told So-yeon to calm down because it was impossible to help the others. After those words, Isuri climbed out of the window. So-yeon just stood there, watching her classmates escape. They shouted at her to hurry up and run, but So-yeon stood still. She couldn't make up her mind and didn't know what to do. She wanted to help her friend Lee Yan-woo, but she didn't want to die either. Her classmates were right. So-yeon was not brave at all. Suddenly, Isuri realized that her classmate had stayed behind and hadn't climbed out the window. She came back to see what had happened. She saw So-yeon in the window, just standing there and watching her classmates run away. Isuri shouted at So-yeon that she was crazy and that she should have escaped together with everyone else. The girl clenched her fist. Inside her, a storm was raging, tearing her apart. She stared at the window. Just a few seconds, and So-yeon could have escaped with her classmates. But the girl understood that it would be the same as before. She didn't want to betray Lee Yan-woo again. It broke her heart. She remembered when her classmates had escaped from the Namsan cable car. At the very last moment, she looked back toward the building. In the window, she saw Lee Yan-woo, whom they had all simply abandoned. She suddenly became certain that she couldn't make the same mistake again. So-yeon had to go to Lee Yan-woo and escape together with him. Suddenly, memories from a school trip surfaced in her mind. Back then, So-yeon overheard her classmates putting on makeup in the bathroom and talking about how she was deliberately trying to act cute. They mocked her. So-yeon heard everything. It hurt her deeply. She heard one of the girls say she hoped So-yeon would die, and another classmate laughed at that. These memories caused her terrible pain. She lowered her head and, for a moment, sank into herself. Suddenly, she heard someone run up and ask what had happened. It was Lee Yan-woo. The boy ran up from downstairs and said he had heard the sound of breaking glass. So-yeon was very happy to see him. He looked at the girl. She looked awful and was completely alone. He noticed the broken glass and asked why she was alone and where the other classmates were. So-yeon shouted that they had to escape from the building as fast as possible. Right now. Suddenly, her facial expression changed sharply. Her eyes widened while her pupils constricted. Behind the boy's back, So-yeon saw an army of soldiers enter the building with rifles, aiming their weapons at the teenagers. Lee Yan-woo noticed her expression and turned his head to see what was there. His face instantly filled with fear. For a second, he thought this was the end. The events shifted to a shelter, a tent surrounded by barriers and guarded by a soldier. Inside was Park Min. He was sitting on a chair, wearing a mask, and texting someone on his phone. In the messages, Park Min said he had fallen into a trap. He asked how the other person was doing, and the reply was that everything depended on Park Min. The boy wondered why soldiers with weapons were guarding him, or whether they were guarding themselves from him. Suddenly, Park Min heard someone asking the soldier at the entrance whether he was keeping an eye on him. Park Min turned toward the sound and suddenly realized that they also suspected him of being infected. Suddenly, a terrifying sensation struck him. He felt pain throughout his body, and his consciousness seemed unreal. Park Min screamed in pain. Of course, the soldier on guard heard it and reacted immediately. 2 soldiers entered the tent. The boy was shaking all over, but he pulled himself together and said he was fine, even though his voice said otherwise. Cold sweat ran down Park Min's face. He was shaking violently and didn't understand why the pain had suddenly started. His arm went numb, and he felt sharp pain in the middle of it. Suddenly, Park Min remembered how Lee Yan-woo had told him in the shelter, while they were escaping, that he was infected and that the virus was about to mutate. Park Min couldn't believe it. He couldn't be infected. The boy fell off the chair onto the ground. Looking down, he told the soldiers he was fine. Park Min was afraid they would burn him immediately. He nervously insisted that everything was fine and that he just needed a little rest and sleep. Park Min gathered his thoughts, looked at the soldiers, and managed to force a smile. But they noticed the cold sweat running down his face. The teenager looked extremely unwell. He told them they could leave and that there was nothing to worry about. Of course, they didn't believe him. The men aimed their pistols at Park Min. The boy fell back and began crawling away, begging them to wait and not kill him. Park Min screamed for them to stop, insisting there was nothing strange about his behavior and that he wasn't infected. His heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. He knew he was about to die. One of the soldiers aimed his rifle at the boy and said the other should go report the situation to the commander. Park Min suddenly realized this was the end. The soldiers didn't believe him. Suddenly, a boy entered the tent and interrupted Park Min's execution. It was the red-haired boy, Lee Tane. He entered and asked the soldiers if he could examine Park Min, adding that he wanted to find out what was wrong with his friend. He behaved arrogantly, as if he were all-powerful. He walked in and approached Park Min, who stared at him in fear. The red-haired boy said it wasn't that bad, then added that he needed to talk to Park Min. There was a smile on Lee Tane's face, as if the whole situation amused him. A soldier began to protest, asking who this guy was and why he had entered. He threatened that if Lee Tane didn't leave immediately, the soldier ordered them to leave. Another soldier objected, but his partner called him an idiot and repeated the order to leave. The red-haired boy simply smiled at the soldiers. But there was something frightening and unpleasant about that smile. Overall, the man was rather repulsive. Then Lee Tane stepped closer to Park Min after the soldiers left the tent. The boy lay on the floor, not understanding what had just happened or how the soldiers had obeyed so easily. The red-haired boy spoke first, since Park Min was in shock and couldn't say a word. Lee Tane asked whether they had met before. Park Min stayed silent, so the man continued questioning him while pulling the chair back into place to sit down. Lee Tane asked what was happening to his body and whether he felt nauseous. But the defiant Park Min wasn't about to make new friends so easily. He asked Lee Tane who he was and how he knew about him. In his mind, he kept thinking about the fact that Lee Tane wasn't wearing a mask. The fear in his voice amused the red-haired boy. A smile appeared on his face, more like a snarl. Lee Tane said he was the one who could help Park Min. Meanwhile, he had already sat down on the chair the teenager had been sitting on earlier. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo, So-yeon, and 3 homeless men were sitting on the floor with their hands on their heads as if they were about to be executed. Several soldiers stood near them. One pointed at the group and ordered his partner to contact headquarters. The soldier added that he should find other suspects through communication with headquarters. The partner acknowledged the order and left. Lee Yan-woo and So-yeon were terrified. Cold sweat ran down their faces. Lee Yan-woo asked the girl whether the others had really just run away. So-yeon took it as a rhetorical question and asked in return what they were supposed to do. But the boy didn't answer. He felt terribly sick. He knew that if the soldiers noticed how he reacted to zombie monsters, they would kill him on the spot. No one would investigate further. Lee Yan-woo tried to calm himself mentally. He thought that if none of them were infected, everything would be fine, and they would survive. Suddenly, someone spoke to the soldiers. His manner of speaking left much to be desired. It was a homeless man wearing a hat and a red jacket. He stood up and angrily shouted at the soldiers, asking what was going on. Another homeless man tried to calm his friend, who was more aggressive than he was, but the man in the hat turned to his friend and told him to let go of him. The homeless man continued shouting at the soldiers. He asked why they were intimidating civilians. Then he started swearing and called the soldiers bastards. One of the soldiers raised his rifle and aimed it at the homeless man. That didn't stop him. The soldier gave the man a final warning and ordered him to step back immediately. But the homeless man didn't listen and continued insulting the soldiers. He started a sentence that sounded like a threat, but didn't finish it. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out. So-yeon even covered her ears, expecting the noise. The soldier began to comment on his actions, explaining to his partner that they had permission to shoot. If a suspected infected person approached, they were allowed to shoot for safety reasons. Lee Yan-woo even pulled his hands away from his head in shock. No one expected the soldier to shoot an innocent homeless man just like that. It was someone else's life. What gave the soldiers the right to take it? Then the partner asked whether, if all the suspects were infected, the soldier would shoot them all. There was no answer. The soldier understood the question was unnecessary. He turned his head and saw the homeless man's corpse lying dead on the floor. Blood was pouring from his head. There was a lot of it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the soldiers. One of them aimed his rifle at Lee Yan-woo and asked where he had been with his friends. For some reason, Lee Yan-woo's reaction surprised the man, and he asked why the boy had flinched. Stuttering, Lee Yan-woo replied that he didn't know why it had happened. It was obvious the boy was terrified to death. The teenager feared they would shoot him and began making excuses, insisting he really didn't know why he reacted that way. Another soldier laughed. He found it amusing that the teenager was afraid of armed soldiers who could easily shoot innocent people because they saw them as an imaginary threat. But Lee Yan-woo couldn't think about anything except the rifle barrel still aimed at him and the homeless man's corpse lying nearby, bleeding. The boy's eyes widened sharply, while his pupils constricted. Cold sweat streamed down his face, and his heart was pounding rapidly. Lee Yan-woo heard the soldier's finger move onto the trigger. He slowly began to pull it. The man asked whether the teenager couldn't have simply answered the question. Lee Yan-woo was so frightened that everything turned white before his eyes. He couldn't think about anything except the rifle barrel that was about to fire. He froze in shock and remained silent. Suddenly, the boy screamed and lowered his head, clutching it with his hands. He was terrified. The soldiers watched in shock. The man with the rifle asked what was happening to Lee Yan-woo. But the boy didn't respond. His consciousness wasn't fully there. He didn't understand what was happening and just kept holding his head. The soldiers asked again what was wrong. Everything blurred before the boy's eyes. He could only see their legs, and faintly heard the man with the rifle ask whether he was really that scared, and that's why he was acting this way. Lee Yan-woo didn't understand what was happening to him. It felt as if his head was about to explode. His vision was still blurred. So-yeon watched all of this. In fear, she covered her mouth with her hands. She asked whether Lee Yan-woo was okay and what had happened to him. The soldiers left the teenagers alone, realizing there was no point dealing with them right now. One soldier asked his partner what they should do with them and suggested putting everyone into quarantine. But the man never received an answer. He turned his head to the other side of the street. There were several more soldiers standing near some building. The soldier turned his head because something strongly caught his attention. He told his commander to turn around and look at something. Fear could be heard in the soldier's voice. He was frightened by what he had just seen. The commander turned around irritably and aggressively, but his anger instantly turned into fear. When the man turned his head, he saw a huge army of zombie monsters crawling out onto the road. There were a lot of them, and all of them were running toward them. Possibly the zombie monsters had heard the sound of the gunshot and gathered because of it. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Pak Min and Lee Tae-in were talking. The boy didn't believe that the red-haired rescuer could help him. Lee Tae-in smiled and asked what was wrong. From Pak Min's facial expression, he could tell that he didn't believe him, so Lee Tae-in decided to ask him directly. Then the man smiled even wider and asked whether Pak Min needed help right now. Lee Tae-in suddenly said that he helped people like Pak Min. He added that he meant the infected ones. A chill ran down the teenager's spine. How could the red-haired guy know that he was infected? Pak Min pulled himself together and said that it was wonderful. The boy suddenly started to get up and said that Lee Tae-in had appeared so suddenly and started saying such unbelievable things. There was mockery in his voice. But the red-haired guy stayed in character and kept smiling at Pak Min. He only asked what the boy meant. Pak Min stood up and shouted at the guy. He asked whether he was working together with the soldiers. Then he asked if Lee Tae-in really believed that Pak Min wouldn't have figured it out. The teenager was very aggressive. Even if Lee Tae-in really was with the military and didn't know for sure that the boy was infected, Pak Min's behavior clearly gave him away. Lee Tae-in puffed out his cheeks, his mouth full. Pak Min continued talking and threatening him with his father, saying that he was the head of the Daesun clinic in Cheonan. Suddenly, Lee Tae-in couldn't hold it anymore. A burst of laughter exploded from his mouth. Pak Min looked at the guy in complete confusion. The red-haired guy grabbed his head and laughed loudly. He simply couldn't hold back his emotions. In a fit of laughter, he asked Pak Min what nonsense he had just said. Tears even streamed from Lee Tae-in's eyes. He kept laughing, then apologized for interrupting and told Pak Min to continue and finish saying what he was going to do to him. But the teenager didn't understand what was happening. He stared at Lee Tae-in in silence. The red-haired guy looked at Pak Min and said that he was very amusing. Suddenly, Lee Tae-in stood up, having calmed down. He looked Pak Min straight in the eyes and began to speak. Lee Tae-in suddenly pointed his index finger at Pak Min and gestured toward his stomach. Suddenly, the teenager began to shake violently. He didn't understand what was happening to him. A sharp and terrifying pain spread through his entire body, as if a million needles were being injected into him at once. Pak Min immediately collapsed onto the floor and clutched his stomach. The sight was horrific and even humiliating. The teenager groaned and screamed in pain. Lee Tyne began laughing at Pak Min and asked what was wrong with him. The teenager begged him to stop, but the red-haired guy showed not a single drop of compassion. His face was calm and relaxed, as if no one were screaming in agony beside him. Lee Tyne said that he would help Pak Min, but only if he agreed with him. Pak Min was barely crying. His eyes began to fill with tears. He couldn't even say anything because of the intense pain he was feeling. The boy looked at the soldiers and couldn't understand why they were just standing there and doing nothing. The soldiers showed absolutely no reaction to what was happening inside the tent. Lee Tyne crouched down beside Pak Min and placed his hand on his back as if showing support. Pak Min couldn't take it anymore and asked what Lee Tyne liked watching so much. There was a wide, insane smile on the red-haired guy's face. It was even more frightening. Pak Min couldn't speak. The pain was too severe. He couldn't even lift his head and kept staring at the floor. He laughed at the boy and asked whether Pak Min wanted to go home. He added another question, whether the teenager thought he could get out of Seoul. Then he burst into loud laughter and said that the fool was greatly mistaken. Lee Tyne leaned closer to Pak Min and, smiling, asked what the boy had finally decided. Meanwhile, things were no better for So-yeon and Lee Yeon-woo. The soldiers began burning the army of zombie monsters that was trying to attack them. Huge, disgusting giants were crawling in from all sides. There were more of them than the monsters themselves. Suddenly, a soldier asked his commander whether he had noticed correctly that the zombie monsters were coming from the quarantine zone. Zombie monsters ran out of the doors of the large building one after another, as if someone were controlling all of them. Behind the soldiers were teenagers and homeless people. They continued sitting on the floor. Lee Yeon-woo was still unwell and was breathing deeply and loudly. A soldier shouted that zombie monsters were everywhere. Suddenly, Hwang began to realize that none of them would be saved or survive. There were too many zombie monsters, and the soldiers couldn't handle all of them. A homeless man shouted to So-yeon and called out to the girl. He suddenly started lifting her and told the teenagers to get up, because they all needed to escape. Meanwhile, flames stopped coming out of the fiery barrel of one of the soldiers' weapons. It seemed that the fuel had simply run out. The man noticed this and froze for a few seconds, not understanding what had happened. Those few moments were enough for a zombie monster to suddenly appear out of nowhere and attack the soldier. The man screamed. His eyes widened sharply, and his pupils constricted. He realized that there was no way for him to escape, and that he was about to be eaten by the disgusting zombie monster. Meanwhile, the teenagers and homeless people had already gotten up and started running away. There were only 4 of them. The soldiers didn't even notice them anymore because they were busy with their own fight. Lee Yeon-woo still couldn't fully come to his senses. Everything was spinning before his eyes. Hwang noticed this and supported the teenager, shouting at him to run faster. But for some reason, Lee Yeon-woo looked back. Something made him do it. The teenager saw the scene of a zombie monster attacking a soldier and beginning to devour him. The commander standing nearby simply stared in a daze as his comrade was being eaten. The zombie monster had almost completely engulfed the soldier, even though he was trying to break free. The commander simply closed his eyes. It was too hard for him to watch. Strangely, it hadn't been hard for him to watch himself shooting innocent people in the head. The soldier looked at his commander one last time as he stood with his eyes closed. Tentacles of the zombie monster had already begun to crawl under the helmet on his head. The commander finally opened his eyes. It looked as if he was about to cry. Tears streamed from the soldier's eyes. Almost his entire face was covered in white slime and frog egg-like virus matter. The commander gathered his thoughts and shot the soldier with his rifle. Suddenly, a nearby soldier told the commander that if he did that, it would be murder. It seemed that the military had its own classification, where shooting an innocent homeless person in the head wasn't considered murder. Suddenly, the commander heard someone shouting and urging someone on. He raised his head to see what was happening. Then he saw that their suspects were simply running away from them. The group turned the corner. They were all running as fast as they could, breathing heavily. But someone in the group was slowing everyone down. The homeless man noticed again that Lee Yeon-woo was weak and barely moving his legs. He asked the teenager what was wrong with him. Cold sweat poured down the boy's face. He was breathing very loudly and deeply. It seemed that the teenager was about to collapse. Lee Yeon-woo stopped and lowered his head. He simply couldn't run any farther. It was too hard for him. He told the others to run ahead without him. The group turned their heads to see what was happening to Lee Yeon-woo. So-yeon worried about her classmate the most. The teenager was breathing loudly, as if he didn't have enough air. He repeated that they should go without him and that he was fine. But Soyeon became angry because she could see that it wasn't true. She was upset that she had stayed with him in the shelter only for him to abandon her now. Lee Yeon-woo stared downward and breathed deeply, trying to come to his senses at least a little. His head was filled with thoughts. He felt as if the infected cells were moving toward his head. He felt as though the cells in his body were being drawn toward the monsters. It was like an instinct of self-preservation. Suddenly, the boy began to remember. Different memories surfaced in his mind. Lee Yeon-woo remembered how he had been running from monsters on the Namsan cable car. He began to analyze that when the monster from the 3rd floor died and burned alive, the monster from the 2nd floor immediately appeared. And when Jubin died, when the zombie monster that infected his friend burned alive, the creatures below began breaking toward him through the windows. The boy realized that the virus seemed to sense danger. He thought that perhaps they were sending signals to one another and trying to gather into a pack. Lee Yeon-woo suddenly stood up. The teenager realized that if everything he had understood was true, then monsters could appear because of him. Soyeon shouted at her classmate that they all had to leave together. She asked whether the boy understood what could happen if Lee Yeon-woo stayed alone. The girl was sincerely worried about her friend. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo told them all to just go. Soyeon's expression changed sharply. She hadn't expected to hear that from him. He didn't lift his head, stared at the floor, and repeated that they shouldn't stop and should just keep going. Suddenly, the teenager lifted his head and looked at Soyeon. Lee Yeon-woo explained that he needed them all to leave, and then he would understand everything. One last time, he told the group to leave as quickly as possible. He said something that broke Soyeon's heart. Lee Yeon-woo stated that he no longer needed their help. It turned out that he had betrayed Soyeon. Hwang was very surprised and asked whether the boy was serious. He asked if Lee Yeon-woo was okay. A homeless man suggested that the teenager should just go with them. Lee Yeon-woo replied that they should all go first, as he wanted to go alone and be by himself. Another homeless man pushed Soyeon and said that they didn't have time for idle talk and needed to run as fast as possible. The girl didn't understand what was happening or why Lee Yeon-woo was pushing her away, but she simply gave in and went with the homeless men. Lee Yeon-woo stood there and waited until the group had gone far enough away from him. The boy found some kind of shop or mini restaurant and hid inside it. He went in and immediately collapsed onto the floor, exhausted. The boy reached into his pocket and took out his phone. In the dark phone screen, he saw his reflection and thought that now he would take everything upon himself. The teenager thought that his mother was probably very worried about her son. Lee Yeon-woo was breathing heavily and thinking over everything that had just happened. His mind was a complete mess of thoughts. He didn't know what he should do because soldiers were chasing him and he had no protection from the zombie monsters, which were gathering around him. Inside the boy's body, the virus cells were simply growing. Suddenly, Lee Yeon-woo couldn't hold it anymore and started crying. He was so tired of all this and of not understanding what was happening to his body. A thought flashed through the boy's mind that he would simply die. The teenager sat in the corner of the mini restaurant, hugging his legs. Suddenly, a soldier with a rifle walked past the establishment. As if by bad luck, he decided to check whether anyone was inside. Through the glass, he noticed Lee Yeon-woo sitting in the corner and looking down. It seemed that the teenager had chosen a very bad hiding place, as he was found very quickly. Meanwhile, Pop Min and Lee Tae-in were still being guarded by soldiers outside the tent. A partner asked a corporal named Kim whether it was true that the boy was infected. In response, he was told that the man himself didn't understand anything. It seemed that the soldiers were talking about Pop Min. Meanwhile, the teenager was looking down and sitting on a chair. It was clear that Pop Min was deeply worried about something. It turned out that he was holding an empty pillbox in his hands. Lee Tae-in asked whether it had worked. It seemed that Pop Min had taken the pill. Suddenly, the red-haired guy said that it wasn't just an ordinary pill. It had a side effect. Pop Min raised his head and looked at Lee Tae-in. The teenager's face showed clear anxiety. Lee Tae-in said that it wasn't just a pill, but cancer medication. He looked at Pop Min. The boy liked that the teenager was scared. The red-haired guy couldn't hold it and burst out laughing loudly, saying that Pop Min looked surprised. Lee Tae-in asked the teenager if he wanted to know why he had helped him. Without waiting for Pop Min's answer, he said that the teenager had seen what was happening outside. Lee Tae-in commented that those soldiers were rich. He asked where they had even gotten flamethrowers from, adding that he had never seen anything like that himself. But Pop Min was still silent and didn't get up. Lee Tae-in laughed again and asked whether the teenager was scared. He asked whether Pak Min knew what it felt like to be truly upset and broken. Lee Tyne turned to look the teenager in the eyes. The red-haired guy said that now those soldiers were their enemies. Pak Min suddenly fell into thought. He needed time to process all the words Lee Tae-in had just said to him. Suddenly, the teenager heard the sound of a phone. Someone was calling his mobile. Pak Min answered the phone and asked who was calling, since the number was unknown. The boy stood up and stepped aside to talk. Suddenly, his expression became tense again. It turned out that it was Lee Yan-woo's mother calling. She knew Pak Min's number because he had once lent his phone to Lee Yan-woo when the boy had just arrived at the shelter. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo was still sitting in the mini restaurant, thinking through his thoughts and trying to organize them in his head. Suddenly, the boy decided to lift his head, and at the same time, he heard something. A soldier with a rifle ran into the mini restaurant and ordered Lee Yan-woo to quickly raise his hands and not move. The boy suddenly realized that he was trapped. The soldier asked what had happened and why Lee Yan-woo was alone. The teenager didn't lift his head, only slowly stood up and raised his hands. Lee Yan-woo didn't rush to speak. Then the soldier inspected the mini restaurant, looking for others who might be hiding somewhere. The man didn't find anyone, so he asked where everyone else was. But Lee Yan-woo still didn't lift his head and remained silent. The soldier asked again whether the teenager was going to answer him. The soldier took his rifle and aimed it at Lee Yan-woo. He shouted loudly once more, asking where everyone else was, clearly threatening to shoot. But Lee Yan-woo answered simply and briefly that he didn't know where the others were. He didn't lift his head and added that his friends had left without him, hinting that they had abandoned him. Meanwhile, So-yeon and two homeless men were running away. Suddenly, the girl heard a sound. It made her turn around. What she saw frightened her. Meanwhile, the rifle was still aimed at Lee Yan-woo. The boy looked down and said that everyone else had died because of them. Suddenly, the teenager started shaking all over. He looked at his hand. It was shaking as well. That was a bad sign. The soldier said that Lee Yan-woo had better answer seriously and not joke around like this. The man asked once again where Lee Yan-woo's friends were. At that moment, the boy dropped to his knees, keeping his hands raised high. Suddenly, the teenager began asking the soldier for something. His voice was trembling. Then Lee Yan-woo lifted his head and said that he truly didn't know where his friends were. The teenager was crying. Tears streamed down his face. The soldier hadn't expected to see that. Lee Yan-woo covered his face with his hands and began crying loudly. He begged the soldier not to shoot him. Lee Yan-woo looked completely helpless at that moment. It made one want to pity him. The teenager curled up and almost fell to the floor. Again and again, he begged the soldier to show mercy and not shoot. The man still kept the barrel of the gun aimed at Lee Yan-woo. Suddenly, he hesitated. It was clear that the soldier was struggling and didn't know what to do, because there was still a child in front of him. Then the soldier lowered his weapon and cursed. Lee Yan-woo was trembling and still kept his hands above his head, showing fear and a desire to protect himself. He called out to Lee Yan-woo and began to turn away. The man told the teenager never to show up in front of him again. The boy realized that the danger had seemingly passed and collapsed fully onto the floor without lifting his head. Lee Yan-woo was breathing loudly and deeply, tears flowing from his eyes and dripping straight onto the floor. He couldn't believe that he had survived and hadn't been shot. Suddenly, the teenager felt something. He looked at the soldier. Suddenly, all his tears were gone, and the boy began acting quickly and decisively. He noticed something as the man was leaving the mini-market. Lee Yan-woo shouted for the soldier not to go out because it was dangerous. But the soldier didn't understand why. Lee Yan-woo quickly looked around, searching for something. Suddenly, the teenager found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the soldier stopped and turned back toward Lee Yan-woo to see what had happened and what caused the panic. The teenager saw a stove and shouted. The soldier watched all this, not understanding what was happening or who this boy was. Meanwhile, Lee Yan-woo suddenly sprang up and ran toward the stove. Suddenly, the soldier heard a familiar sound. It was the growl of a zombie monster. The man turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. A huge, disgusting giant stood in front of him, about to attack. Meanwhile, So-yeon ran somewhere else. It seemed that she had changed her route, because a homeless man ran after her, asking where she was going. Suddenly, the girl screamed Lee Yan-woo's name. She was terrified. She saw a street completely engulfed in flames. Fire was blazing from various shops. The girl screamed. Meanwhile, the homeless man managed to reach her. The two of them stopped and watched the street burn. Suddenly, So-yeon shouted that there was also a monster there. It was lying on the ground and burning. Suddenly, the girl heard the sound of another monster. She turned toward the sound and screamed in fear. A huge zombie monster was charging at her. She and the homeless man were in danger. Suddenly, the sound of a flamethrower was heard. The disgusting zombie monster didn't manage to attack So-yeon and Hwang because it was immediately burned. The girl and the homeless man crouched down and covered their faces with their hands. They were terrified. Suddenly, So-yeon turned her head and noticed a soldier in uniform standing next to her. The girl was very surprised. She looked at the man in uniform as he sprayed the zombie monster with fire and burned it alive. Suddenly, the girl heard a familiar voice shouting and asking why So-yeon had come back. She looked toward the source of the sound. It turned out to be Lee Yeon-woo. He was running with a burning flower pot in his hands to save his classmate. The boy swung and threw his bomb at the zombie monsters while the soldier continued firing the flamethrower.